to understand.
If I have to hear one more time that you did this for the family.
I did it for me. I liked it. I was good at it. And I was alive.
What up, fools? Today is 5/21/2023. It is 11:04 p.m. Eastern Time. Today, we're going to go over the Shark3oZero response video. A couple days ago, about 2 weeks ago maybe, we went over the video from the woman who colors while she talks. She colors draws really cool pictures and stuff. Crap, I gotta fix the chat. Damn it! I planned on fixing like all of my stuff today. I just finished eating, like literally just seconds ago, just finished eating. So I had planned on making the new chat that Kid Not Kin sent me, but I just haven't had a chance to do it yet. So Foolery Show, did you see Brittany Venti is going to war with the Manosphere? No, I did not. That's interesting. Yeah, last night I didn't stream yesterday. So much of people on Twitter adding me like, Tom, go live. Bunch of people commenting on my videos, Tom, go live. Bunch of people adding me in Discord. I was asleep. I tried posting in the Discord that I wasn't going to stream today. For some reason, it wasn't going through. There were a bunch of people I was trying to DM. None of those messages were going through. So it was, I didn't know that they weren't going through. I was just like typing them, hitting send, and then moving to the next one so I could go to sleep quickly. I was dead yesterday. We put the poll for the left, right, far left, far right, or center. We put that poll on YouTube. So if you go to my channel and go to the community section, you will see there is a poll there where you can now vote. So it has more options. You guys don't have to complain about it no mores. Here, let me just move myself over. That's better. Okay. There's also a post on there asking how you first found me. Lots of people responding, saying like, you know, I saw this video, these content creators were talking about you, these people recommended you, you popped up in my algorithm, you know, you did this panel and I hated you, and so I came to hate watch you and ended up falling in love with you, that sort of stuff. So yeah, go respond on there as well. Let me know how you found me. Because I'm obviously getting into the algorithm a lot now. This is a thing that just never happened before. I haven't changed anything. I haven't changed anything. I have always engaged with large content creators. I have always had them on my show. I've always kept the same titles. I've always kept the same, all of the same stuff. My branding, like, it's getting a little more complicated, but the only difference is that we're putting out a lot less videos these days. And before I put out like 3 or 4 videos a week. Now we're barely making like 2 to 3 a week. Sometimes we'll go weeks without putting out any videos. So yeah, like, I would just like to see how like so many people are coming in now. So many people are finding the channel. A lot more people are watching. We're getting a lot more views. We should probably hit about 2K subscribers in the next week. That from the way things are going, we should hit 2,000 subscribers within the next week. And so that'll be cool. Face reveal at 2K. Yes, you guys will finally see my face. Yep. Lots of comments on lots of videos. at the beginning of the stream, it always says, like, you know, if you comment, Tom will respond. And I still read everybody's comments. I read every comment that comes through. I see all of you guys. But I don't always respond. Sometimes just because I'm short on time. Sometimes because I don't know what the hell they're talking about. Lots of you don't leave timestamps on your comment. And you're commenting on like a 10-hour stream. And I'm looking at it like 3 days later. All of a sudden you comment 3 days later and I'm looking at it and I'm like, what the hell is this? Wait a second. There's a problem here. Hold on. Something weird's happening. Huh. I don't know. But yeah, in the comment section, make sure that you leave a timestamp for whatever it is you're talking about. And for those of you who do leave timestamps, at least half of you leave a timestamp after what it is that you're talking about. Leave a timestamp at the moment that I should watch. It took me a while to figure out that so many of you are watching it and then timestamping it. After, like, you'll watch me say something and when I finish saying it, you'll timestamp it and be like, well, Tom, blah, blah, blah. And then I click on the timestamp and watch and I'm like, what the hell are they responding to? I didn't say anything about that right here. What are they talking about? So I will respond. If you leave comments, I will always respond. If it makes sense, if it's coherent, if it has a timestamp, I will always respond. I respond to everybody. And at me. If you want a response, at me. Because I lots of times if you're just leaving a comment, you're just saying a statement, that's fine. I don't necessarily need to respond to everything. I don't want you guys to feel like I'm gonna challenge you on every little thing. So but if you put like at Tom and then you comment, yeah, I'll respond to all of those every time. Tim, are you finally going to cry at 2K? We want to see your emotions mask off. I don't have emotions, but I'm very good at lying, and so I can pretend to have emotions for you guys. I'll do it for you. Huh. Yeah, you normally do a good job of it, growling. You get off the vape, Hella. Let's see. Is there anything else we need to go over? Straighterade and Pixie obviously cucked me yesterday for Zerka. It worked out. I'm really happy they did that because I was so tired. I was so freaking tired yesterday. It would not have been a good conversation if they had ended up actually coming on. I would have been so dead. So I feel like it says that there's a low latency, but it feels like it's not. It feels like there's not a low latency. So everybody get ready to hit 1. And when I say go, I want you guys to tell me when I say it. Okay, so as soon as I say it, as soon as I say go, hit, hit 1 and then enter, send it into the chat so I can see, because it really seems like it's taking a long time. Oh, I didn't send notifications out that I'm live either. So yeah, everybody get your 1 ready in chat, and then I will tell you when to hit enter. Damn it, glitching. Always finishing too early. All right, ready, set, go. Okay. It's about 5 seconds. It's not too bad. It's less than, I thought it was going to be like 10 to 15 seconds, but 5 seconds isn't so bad. Normally it's around like 1 to 2 seconds. So for some of you, it's like 15 seconds, but if it's 15 seconds, you might need to hit the live button or fast forward real quick. It shows yours first on your chat and 3 seconds later on mine. Yeah, yours came way later on mine. Obviously, you can see all of the 1s and 2s up here. Your 69 came way after everybody else. You might have to hit live at the top of your chat. That is a possibility. The debate for Thursday got canceled. I was supposed to have a debate on Wick's channel. Somebody reached out to him saying that they wanted me to debate them on transitioning. Probably. That's my assumption. That's being rescheduled for next week. On Tuesday, I'm on a panel that Katie is hosting, I believe. That is supposed to be like a meme panel where we're all sitting around joking, and it's supposed to have like funny topics and stuff like that. So I don't like those types of panels, honestly. I'm gonna do it just to help Katie out, but I don't like doing that sort of stuff. Like the Stardust type panels where you like there's like you have to be funny, or like the plan is for you to be funny, like, or you're supposed to joke about all this stuff. I don't like that. I'm not like a performer type of funny. Like I'm like in the moment, that kind of funny. So last night, Pixie and Aaron talked about whatever podcast. Later, Destiny called in and they fought a bit. Oh, really? And then they deleted it? Damn. Well, I will fight them tomorrow. I will cook them again. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I showed you guys on Twitter the other day. Somebody kept saying that I cooked Erin, and I wasn't even giving her crap. Like I wasn't giving her crap at all. And they clipped like a bunch of moments, and I was so confused. I thought that they were like trying to get on to Erin, and the way that they captioned it was Tom cooking Erin or Tom cooking Straighterade. And I was like, I commented, I was like, yo, chill, dude. I was like, you're gonna like get me in trouble making stuff up like this. And I thought it was a joke. But then they showed like 4 more clips, 5, 6, 7 more clips all throughout the thread. And I was like, wait, they're being serious. Wait, they seriously think that I'm like going in on Erin here. So I ended up messaging Erin. I'm like, yo, I don't know what this person is doing on Twitter, dude. I was like, don't listen to them. I was not cooking you. I was like, I don't know why they're saying this. She's like, I was confused too. She's like, because I watched the clips and it wasn't you going in on me. So then she's like, I went and watched your VOD to see what all you said. She's like, in there, she's like, I'm not sure what that was. So. Yeah, at the end of the last show, dude, was so the last show got like an insane amount of views. But at the end of it, I played like 2 seconds of a song. Jericho, copyrighted. I get none of that revenue. And the other day, on the 20th, yesterday, I was expecting to get my money for the first time. That did not happen. Like 2 hours before I was supposed to finally get my first direct deposit from YouTube, they locked my money up again. So, not sure what the hell is going on there. It's weird that Destiny called in last night. So, did they not talk after the podcast? Like, is that like the first time they talked about all of this stuff? It's my money and I need it now. Check your DMs. I sent you the video. This shows them arguing. I thought that was the actual like whatever podcast. I didn't watch the whole thing. He shows a clip of it at the beginning. Wait, so that's it? It's just like a clip, or that's what the video is? I don't know. I didn't watch it all. Then why are you like, OMG, Tom? Like I'm the one who doesn't know what's going on here. But then I ask you and you don't know what's going on. Like being condescending over something you don't even know what you're talking about. Which is fairly consistent. Oh yeah, Sassafras. Okay. Let me show you this real quick. So when you go in to schedule a live, I've shown you this before. So you can click go live, and then the first thing you click, schedule a stream, reuse settings. So obviously we don't want to reuse these settings because it has an old thumbnail on it. So you just click the drop down, and then you can go through all of these and just click the one with the thumbnail that you want to use. And that'll pull up all of the settings and the thumbnail and the same description and all of that stuff. And then you just change the title in the thumbnail, or the title in the description, and that's it. Watch it.
At the risk of, I don't want to burn any bridges, but just being very frank about strategy. The challenging part for that is that when I realized, because I realized pretty on, I was like, oh, this is going to be a disaster.
He realized pretty on?
I realized pretty on, I was like, oh.
That's what he said. I realized pretty on.
This is going to be a disaster.
A guest of my platform size makes the missteps that I did. That should not be able to like derail the podcast in the way that they were saying it was. I have 5,000 Twitter followers. I have like 700 subs on a YouTube channel that I've never live streamed from, that I have no content on, and I've started doing this 6 months ago. I've been consuming all of this content for years, but I've never engaged, chatted, commented, nothing until 6 months ago. The Whatever channel is several years old. Brian's been making content for like over a decade, I'm pretty sure. Prepared content, now he's pivoted to the live streaming. They have over 4 million subscribers. They had 20 up to like 30,000 concurrent viewers. And they have the mic, and it's a 6v4. Okay, like my misstep should not be with all of that experience under their belt, they should not be able kicking me. They should find a way to do it. Again, like I'm being annoying and I'm being.
Wait, they should not be kicking me? How did she come to that conclusion?
Okay, like my misstep should not be with all of that experience under their belt, they should not be able kicking me. They should find a way to do it. Again, like
I don't understand. So with all that experience under their belt, they shouldn't be kicking me. How does one lead to the other? Why isn't it? Why not, with all that experience, they knew that they needed to kick me? Why not that? With all of that experience under their belt, they knew that I was too much of an impediment and they needed to kick me. Why not that one?
I'm being annoying and I'm being combative or whatever, but like if I was being that way like on Fresh and Fit, I really.
Yeah, I saw this. We talked a little bit about it last.
He's not talking to them. He was just watching a clip. OMG, that was last night when he wasn't streaming. Do you think you're making sense right now? Or
Last night. There's a stupid reason she's giving, but she's in the right. Those losers could have easily moved off of that personal shit. It's a dating podcast, my dude. I don't know why you expect people to move off the personal stuff. I think that if you're gonna go and you're gonna be really combative, at the very least, you need to have like good.
you said at the beginning, it shows a clip of him calling in and arguing with them. And now I said, wait, he's not arguing with them. And you said, OMG, that was last night when he wasn't streaming. It looks like he's freaking streaming. This right here is him streaming, watching a clip of them talking to nobody. A clip of Pixie stream. Okay, you are not making sense. I am done. I never said it was the specific clip of them fighting. I said, wait, really? He called into their stream? I didn't know that. And you said, OMG, Tom, I sent you the clip. You said, I sent you the video. And I said, oh, the video you sent me is of them arguing. And you said, well, it's a clip at the beginning. So yes, you did say that. Numerous times. I don't know why you're saying you didn't now. That is definitely what you said.
Good answers prepared for questions you know you're going to get hit with, right? So like the dating thing is obviously big one. Have you ever been on a date? Are you a virgin? Like these are questions.
Enjoyed the whatever podcast.
Thanks. These are questions you know you're going to get hit with. If you don't want to answer them, then you have to figure out what you want your answer to be. You can't just like try to like spitball it on the spot and figure out like how you're going to be as evasive as possible, because obviously people are going to drill really hardcore in on that. That's 100% going to be the case. They talked about other stuff, but kept bringing it back to it. Yeah, because it kept coming back up. But I mean, again, like that's, of course, it's going to happen. And you could tell after they had figured out that like her and Aaron were mineable, were a wealthy resource of Mads, that they were going to start mining that. And they did. They focused hardcore on it. But I mean, what do you want me to say? I read so much. I wish I actually would.
Okay. What is the giant white thing in front of Tom? This is my mic. It's called a snowball. That interview with the robot lady was really good. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I thought it was good too. I think that I really like the interview because it really like made everything make sense for her. She is not just like, she's not just autistic. Like this chick is far down the spectrum. Like you can see in the way that like her eyes are moving around the entire time, and like the way that she answers questions, and just how like kind of awkward she is throughout the interview. Like it's obvious she is far down the spectrum. Tom, what did you do last night? Outbreaking Hearts. I banged your mom. Is she the autistic person from New Zealand? No. You didn't see the stream?
Up like MLD, is fucking drunk in a chair. Fucking
I don't want to end up like MLD, drunk in a chair. I don't want to end up like MLD, drunk in a chair. Who would? Damn, dude. He's drunk in a chair? Oh, whoa. No way, bro. That, I wouldn't want my worst enemy to end up like that.
otherwise I'm gonna end up like MLD, just fucking drunk in a chair, fucking spouting random ass shit. Like I don't want to end up like that.
I've been drunk in a chair before. Dark times. Yeah. Yeah. You were saying that MLD like kept putting his arm around you and that was
Yeah.
making you feel uncomfortable.
I don't really want to get too into it. I don't want to cause any drama, but yeah, that sort of made me uncomfortable. Like, it's kind of weird, kind of icky, kind of stank. You know, I mean, if he's gonna go on a podcast and start saying shit about how he had to, yeah,
Making you feel uncomfortable.
I don't really want to get too into it. I don't want to cause any drama, but yeah, that sort of made me uncomfortable.
So yeah, you can see. So right here, it looks like his arm is around her, on her shoulder. It's not. So his arm is around the chair, on the edge of the chair. I think. That's what it looked like, at least. I have no idea. But I think it can be a little confusing for him. Because when he puts his arm around the chair, she is leaning towards him. And so that can be very confusing for a guy. If you like lean forward when they put their arm around, but then you lean towards them, you're sending very like mixed messages there. And that can be insanely confusing because it doesn't look like one says you sit at the edge of your chair. That says you're kind of like uncomfortable. You don't want them to be like touching you. And sometimes it means like you're just trying to be helpful. If they want to put their arm there, you're just going to scoot up a little bit so that they don't have to. So that like if I put my arm over here, you're not going to like get in my way or anything. You're going to allow me to put my arm on the chair. So you scoot forward a little bit. Cool. No big deal. But then if you scoot forward a little bit, but then lean towards me, that can be confusing. That seems like, I don't know. It's hard to tell now.
Like, it's kind of weird, kind of icky, kind of stank. You know, I mean, if he's gonna go on a podcast and start saying shit about how he had to deal with my autism, I might as well, like, kind of.
Sure.
But
she said that he said that on the Fresh and Fit podcast. I went through the transcript of the Fresh and Fit podcast the next day, and I couldn't find the word autistic. And then I went through like a bunch of different like whatever that girl had to deal with. Like I searched a bunch of different terms from that podcast and I didn't find anything remotely close. So she said that that's what somebody told her, but she didn't hear it herself. I could not find it.
anyways, yeah. He was just sitting next to me. He reeked. He really smelled like if you were to go into a 13-year-old locker room with a bunch of 13-year-old boys and you smell immediately the scent of Axe body spray just permeates your nose. It burns your fucking nostrils. That is what I had to endure for 4 or 5 hours straight. Just that it was just terrible. Like it's like he went into a little boy's locker room and fucking rolled around in their sweat and in their fucking odor and just walked in on set like yeah, that's good. That's what it felt like. It was just like, but you know, anyways, I wanted to sit next to Mary, honestly. I was gonna sit next to Mary, not Chase, sorry. Brian sat me and Mary together, and then MLD came in kind of late, and then he kind of sat between us, like situated himself, and I'm like, oh, okay. Like I don't really mind that. I don't really mind sitting next to men. I don't give a fuck. You know, I never really feel uncomfortable around men. But he was a bit different, you know. Like he kept on getting up, going to the bathroom, taking shots. Like there was like a whole entire 12-pack of White Claws, and like he kept on like putting his arm around my chair. And
I wanna show that one again too. So this one she looks very uncomfortable in it. She's like actually like you can tell she looks very uncomfortable here the way that she's moving.
Okay, like I don't really mind that. I don't really mind sitting next to men. I don't.
Like it looks like he just touched her. And she like wiggled. You can't actually tell if he touches her, so I don't know. But it looks like the way that she moves, it looks like he touched her, and then she's like that, like real quick, like
I don't really mind that. I don't really mind sitting next to men. I don't give a fuck. You know, I never really feel uncomfortable around men. But he was a bit different, you know. Like he kept on getting up, going to the bathroom, taking shots. Like there was like a whole entire 12-pack of White Claws, and like he kept on like putting his arm around my chair and like just like fucking. I think he might have touched Mary. I don't know. Like, and he did say during the podcast, you know, like, it wasn't until I was 35 until I learned boundaries. I'm like, well,
It's a little ironic.
yeah, yeah. So I felt uncomfortable the entire time, and like I was just sitting there, like kind of like leaning forward. I don't know if anyone noticed, but I was leaning forward.
We pointed it out. What are you guys fighting about in the chat? Also, they have no room on that show. Unreasonably small table. He has to talk about something. Yeah, I'm not attacking. Chill. 2020, the table is so small he barely had any room. He was also legitimately drunk, though. I don't know why. I'd say insecure to get drunk on a podcast when nobody else is. Your chat is a bit too defensive. You chill, pal. It's alright. He loves you the same. Tom is kind. I asked you a simple question and you told me to chill. Have you ever had a conversation before? It's because your question was autistic. What? I don't even see the question. I see MLD is a clown. And then I see you talk. Oh, you said how. Okay. Excel Self is putting his arms around people in chat. Oh, damn. 35, he still doesn't look like he knows boundaries. I think he's 37. And that he learned boundaries at 35. So that's just 2 years. Which generally, I think just putting your arm on a chair, not a big deal. Then she said that he might have touched her back. She's like, I'm not accusing him of like, you know, sexual harassment or you know, sexual assault or anything. So she's just saying like he just touched her. Touching somebody's back, not really like a sexual assault or anything like that. You can accidentally brush up against somebody and in that like closed off of a space. I like the way that Chase had to be like turned sideways the entire time on the show. You know, he was probably brushing up against Brian the entire time, and there's not much you can do about it. Plus the fact that he was drinking a lot made it a bit worse, I would say. But yeah, like I think the way that she talked about it, the way that she handled it was fine considering the circumstances. Now, somebody in Discord that night was very upset about the way that she talked about it, which I can understand to an extent. But I think like she was just saying it was uncomfortable. It was an uncomfortable situation, but it wasn't like anything serious that I want to make a big deal about. So wow, this seems so different from what I heard about this yesterday. What did you hear about it yesterday? Was this in the Discord? I've been run over by a female. Killigons. Thank you, Comic Expo. At Tom, you could say that person was a bit wild in Discord. Yeah. I think you could. Tom, you should go on whatever. I agree. I should. They should invite me. But yeah, like it makes sense that she would feel uncomfortable, and that you would think he would have more self-awareness to not make her feel uncomfortable, or to ask like, hey, do you mind if I put my arm on this chair? We're kind of, you know, stuck in this space. Pixie confirmed it though. Confirmed what? That he touched her? Tom say Klingon again? What do you mean? You posted the clip in Discord? There's a lot of freaking clips posted in Discord. You guys need to utilize all of the channels. There's a lot of other channels for this stuff than just general. Yeah, when I woke up, I woke up in the middle of the night last night, dude, and damn, y'all are getting into a mess. BPF was getting into it with people. Brittany from Politically Provoked was getting into it with people. Femoid was getting into it with people. Y'all were having a blast last night while I was asleep. Yeah, so my only issue the other day after I finished streaming was, if somebody wants to go and tell this girl like, hey, we're all behind you, we've got your back, if you want to go forward and like talk about how creepy this guy was, like, a lot of people out there will support you and you shouldn't be afraid. That's one thing. But instead it was like, you have to do this. You have to tell everybody how creepy he was. You have a responsibility. Women get, you know, blah, blah, blah. And it was just like, I don't feel comfortable with this. Like, I'm not okay with you, like, telling somebody that they have to go forward. If people don't want to, like, I feel like the way she talked about it, and the way that she, and considering the circumstances, it was all proportional. And then once I asked that person to stop, like 3 times, and they didn't, so I timed them out for 10 minutes, and then after the 10 minutes, they immediately came back, and I sent them a DM and said, hey, if you keep going, I'm gonna time you out again. And so as soon as they came back, they kept going, and I timed them out for a week. That person is more than welcome to come back after the week. They left the Discord afterwards, and that's fine. But no hard feelings from my side. Just, yeah, if I ask somebody not to do something and they continue doing it, generally I'm just gonna ban them. There have been long time members of the Discord and of the Foolery show, who about 3-4 months ago pulled some similar bullcrap where I told them not to do something, and they did it again, and I immediately banned them. So I'm a week is a bit easy for my standards. Generally I just ban people if they're going to show like a complete disregard for what it is I'm telling them to do in my Discord. Like, then yeah, generally I'm just gonna ban them and leave it at that. Yeah, here, let's watch this. It's no longer available. Yeah, if she privated the stream, then the clip is gone, so. Like, yeah, there was a guy, B. Heller, who's been in my community for like 2-3 years. And he did the same thing in the Discord. He said something. I told him to stop. He said it again. I timed him out. And then as soon as he came back, did it again. And I banned him. You're just going to have to trust my word, but Pixie said herself she saw MLD touch Nev. Okay.
Otherwise, I'm
Tom Get Forever Wild back. She's not banned from the chat. She can still talk in the chat. She's not banned in the Discord either. She's just timed out for a week. After a week, she can, if she wants to rejoin, she can rejoin the Discord now. She'll just be timed out for a week, but she is mentally banned. What the hell does that mean?
Would have done this 6 months ago for this red pill shit. I read so much shit. I threw together a good outline. I outlined good questions. I had my topics all cut up. Rollo ended up being so passive on everything. The Michael dude ended up arguing with me 80% of the time. It was like a real life Mott and Bailey, because the Michael guy seems a lot more reasonable than Rollo. And something that's interesting or upsetting. Why didn't you do a research stream? Because I can't. I don't know if I can actually. I don't know if I can research now right now with you retards in the background. It actually drives me insane that people asking the most random, retarded, stupid questions on every thing that is I don't know if my brain can handle. Yeah, it's just stupid. Yeah, I don't think people realize.
Dude, I am still extremely triggered from talking to Torshaa and Alex last week. When I was telling them about long versus short term dating strategies, as soon as I said it, I was like, yeah, there are some. What's up, Carrie? Long time no see, homie. How's it going? But yeah, as soon as I said, yeah, there's long-term dating and then there's short-term dating, and these are two different things. So if you're asking me a question, you're gonna have to tell me which one you're talking about. And Torshaa was like, oh no, that's debunked. Sorry, that's already been debunked. And I'm like, what? No, it's not. She's like, yeah, David Buss, yeah, he's debunked. He's totally debunked. I'm like, stop saying debunked. This is not debunked. This is not debunked. There is a damn it. I just had the word and now I lost it. There is a consensus on this, long-term versus short-term dating strategies. These exist. Everybody has long-term versus short-term. Stop saying debunked. It's not debunked. She's like, yeah. It's dual mating. It's bus. It's all debunked. I'm like, stop saying that. It is not debunked. Dual mating is something different. I don't know. I don't remember what that is, but it's very different from what I'm talking about. She's like, no, it is. It's debunked. Move on. We're done with that. What are you talking about? No, we're not done with that. This is what I believe. I'm telling you, There are long versus short-term dating strategies. They are very different things, okay? One is looking for a relationship. The other one's just trying to get laid. These are totally different things. They have totally different priorities. Stop, like, and so then afterwards in DMs, she was like, hey, we want to set up a debate for some time. Is there something specific you'd like to talk about? I'm like, yes, I want to talk about long versus short-term dating strategies. You keep acting like I'm talking about dual mating stuff. And I was like, I looked into it. This is like conspiracy theory type freaking crap. This is insane. This is not what I'm talking about. Stop saying I'm talking about this. That has nothing to do with. She's like, yeah. Long versus short term, dual mating. It's all the same thing. It's all the same. And I'm like, no, it's not. Stop it. It's not. Let's talk about this. Make this the topic. This is what I want to talk about. She's like, okay, yeah, I'll set it up. And I'm like, oh, man, ever since then, I'm like, damn it, I cannot wait to have this freaking conversation so I can show them this is totally different than what I'm talking about. They're making me sound like a freaking crazy person, like I believe in this dual mating thing. Then, when I was talking to Nev the Robot, one of the guys who called in, started asking her about beta bucks, mega cucks, or something like that. Alpha bucks, beta cucks. That is the David Buss dual mating strategy. Okay, that is what they are accusing me of believing in. Is that, like, women will want to have sex with the rich guy who is, you know, or the, not the rich guy. She wants to have sex with the Chad to get his genetics, but then she wants to settle down with the beta, you know, rich guy, so that the kid can have like a nice upbringing, and that she'll get impregnated by the Chad, and that there's like a large amount of kids running around here with a different father, and that most people don't know that actually their dad is not their real dad, and that the guy who knocked their mom up was the Chad, and their dad is the beta. That Chads don't ever get married. They don't ever raise kids. They don't ever, you know, father anybody or attach to a woman for a long period of time. Chads are just out running around impregnating all the women. And it's just like 1% of men just running around impregnating the other 99% of women. And then all of the women who are getting impregnated then go and settle down with a beta to raise their kids. That is what she's accusing me of believing in. It is infuriating. I want to talk about this. This is not what I believe. I don't believe anything like that. Long versus short-term dating strategies is insanely different. Okay? It is totally different. It is not the same. I explained this once before. They're just two different things, okay? When we're talking about dating strategies, if you're looking for a long-term partner, you prioritize different things. If you're just looking to get laid, you prioritize different things. So, if you're a woman and you're looking for a long-term partner, number one, it's probably status. Number two, something like confidence. Number three, looks, okay? It's not, this confidence is just like a thing to fill in the blank. It's not like a real thing. But, and then looks, she's looking for somebody between a 7 and a 9. Short-term, meaning she's just looking to get laid. Looks is number one, because this is a totally different thing. Her priorities are different now. So instead of looks being way down here at number 3, it's all the way up here at number 1. She's still looking for somebody between a 7 and a 9. The type of guy that she wants to have sex with and the type of guy that she wants to date, these are the same looking guys. But looks is at a different order in the priority. Whereas for men, long term, number 1 is looks. He's looking to date someone between a 7 and a 9. Number 2, something like chemistry. Number 3, smarts. These are both just fill-ins for whatever, okay? It can be whatever, but number 1 is always going to be looks for long term. For short term, number 1 is looks. Number 2 is looks. Number 3 is looks. If a guy's looking to get laid, he's just looking for looks. That's it. You just got to be hot. That's it. That's all of it, okay? And his looks, if he dates between a 7 and a 9 for long term, if he dates between a 7 and a 9 for long term, then for short term, he'll date between a 7 and a 9. Or he'll date between a 5 and a 7. Or he'll date between a 3 and a 5. Priorities. So if he can get the 7 to a 9, he'll take that first. Second, he'll take between a 5 and a 7. Third, he'll take between a 3 and a 5. This is long versus short-term dating, okay? These are totally different things from the beta cucks thing. Do you think women look for status as their number 1 long-term requirement? It may be true, but they should be going for money, not looks. Yeah, for long-term, I have status as number 1. Yes. For long-term, I think their number 1 thing is status. For short-term, no, they're just looking to get laid. These other things count, but these other things for them change the way that you look. So these other things still matter, but number 1 is still going to be looks. So yes, I have been seething this entire time that she's accusing me of believing in the dual mating strategy. It is nuts. And I messaged her today. I'm like, yo, when are we doing this? We need to hurry up and freaking do this. I am going to blow a gasket waiting on this freaking debate. I need to clear my name. I don't believe in this dual mating stuff. It is not. The long versus short-term stuff is not debunked. But isn't money actually way more important than status? In my opinion, the red pill dating advice online is so heavily focused on status. This may be the human reality, but chasing status is bad. So we're not talking about whether or not it's good or bad. I don't care about whether or not it's good or bad. I'm talking about the reality of the situation. Money, most of the time, represents status. Most of the time, status will be represented by money. Most of the time, especially in America, we value money more than most countries. And so status is going to mean most of the time that you're rich. Not all the time. There's a bunch of other types of status that matter as well. But this is like this is the main thing. This is it. This is it. This is what we're looking at. Okay. But like, yeah, if somebody's super rich and has a nice car and has a nice house, that person has status. Like, it's not just that they're correlated. Anybody who's rich has status. All people who are rich have status. That's just the way it is. That all rich people have status. But there are tons of other people who are not rich who also have status, just in different ways.
Excel Self Super Chatted $4.99. Tom, I recommend watching Ryan Stone Sidebar Series, Practical Female Psychology.
Ryan Stone. Oh. Is this guy a pickup artist? Chasing wealth is better because we all win. Getting wealthy is not to the detriment of someone else. Status is a zero-sum game. Wealth is a positive sum. Sure, but the problem is that not everybody can be rich, but everybody can have status. And so when we're talking about how to make yourself attractive to a woman, we're going to tell you about status. We're going to tell you to gain some sort of status, and that can make you attractive to a woman. Regardless of whether or not you are rich, you don't have to have a Benz, you don't have to have a Bugatti, you don't have to be Andrew Tate. You can still gain status in a bunch of different ways. And so status is something that anybody can achieve and make themselves a lot more attractive to most women. Everyone can have status in some social circle, but everyone can be moderately wealthy given enough time in most Western countries. Sure, but even if you have, I don't know, it doesn't matter. Also, what was the other thing? There was one other thing that I kept disagreeing with Alex on that I wanted to touch on one more time. Oh, yes, most people meet. So there's this idea through the red pill that like most people are meeting through dating apps. Dating apps are not representative of real life. They are not. They're just not. Dating apps are representative of short-term dating. Short-term. This is why it matters. It's because when you're looking on dating apps, you're normally looking to get laid. So when you're looking to get laid, looks are going to be a much higher priority, which is how all of these black pill guys get so black pilled, is by looking at the stats through dating apps. Dating apps are not telling you about actual dating. They're not telling you how to find like a long-term partner. They're telling you how to get laid. That's what those stats tell you. All of the studies that are done on dating apps like Tinder, those are telling you how to get laid. Those are telling you how women prioritize like short-term strategies. That's what it's telling you. It does not tell you how to find a woman for a long-term partnership. It just doesn't. What about farmers only? There are some that will like what's it called, like a many fish or something like that. There are some that are made for long-term partnerships, but they're still going to be skewed because you're not actually, when you're looking at who you're picking, you're not getting that person. You're not getting their personality. You're not getting what they're like. You're not getting that chemistry. You're not getting, all you're getting is their looks. You're just getting a freaking picture of them. You're getting their looks. That's it. That's most of what you're getting on any dating app, regardless of whether it's long-term or short-term. Most of what you're getting from it is their looks. That's it. So it doesn't matter what the dating app is or what it's for, if it's to get married, if it's for sex, it doesn't matter. Most of what you're getting on that app is is pictures. You're getting pictures to know what the person looks like. Tom is wrong? Tom is wrong about what? Dating apps are #1 way people meet now? No, they are not. No, they are not. We went over the stats with Alex. They are not. The #1 way people meet is through work. This is the #1 way people are meeting their significant others, and no, it's not online. #1, through friends, 39%. #2, at work, 15%. #3, at bars and other public areas, 12%. #4, sports, religions, hobbies, 9%. #5, on dating apps. Dating apps are very low. They are very low. There was like, I think it was like 6 or 7 years ago, there was like 1 year where most people met on dating apps. And that's not a joke. Like there was 1 year where most people met on dating apps, and it was a while ago. Now, the number one place to meet people is in Minecraft. So you guys want to tell me I'm wrong? I can go through like 20 of these articles. All of the red pill people keep saying this stuff too. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. Most people are not meeting through dating apps. So this one says online has become, let's see. Online, I would believe, just because like Facebook, Instagram, all of those things, but not dating apps. Because yeah, everything I've seen, like less than 10% of people are actually unless we're including hookups. If we're including hookups, then yes, all of a sudden, like a large percentage of these things are going to be online dating apps. But if we're talking about relationships, no, we are not looking at dating apps. They are not successful. They are not good at long-term partners. They're just not. Wait, where did my chat go? Tim, you're mixing up dating with being in a relationship? No, I'm not mixing up anything. I was talking about the fact that dating apps are not going to be helpful for understanding long-term dating strategies, and they said Tom is wrong. Most people meet through dating apps. So I'm not mixing anything up. Maybe they mixed it up and they're incorrect, but that's what I was talking about. They said I was wrong. So I'm responding to what they said. Yeah, I lost my chat on OBS. I don't know where it went. It just disappeared. Tools. No, this is restream. Where did it go? What's going on? You just closed the dockable window. I don't know what's going on, dude. Crap. Give me a second. I gotta find my chat. No, Alex said about half long-term relationships start through apps and cold approach, just not apps. Yeah, well, even that's not true. Again, cold approaches are very rare. Like just walking up to somebody, talking to them for a couple minutes, and then saying, "Hey, want to go out?" That's not how most people end up asking people out. It's just not. It looks like people meet online from what I just Googled. Some sources are conflicting. I just said I would agree that if we're just saying online, that's very different from dating apps. So if we're talking about Facebook, Instagram, like all, Twitter, all dating apps, Discord, then yeah, sure. I would agree with that. But dating apps, no. I'm not going to agree with that. That is just rare. That's always going to be 10% or less. If we're talking about people, and plus, again, you said that I was wrong about when I was talking, and you guys said that I was wrong. We were talking about long-term relationships and the fact that apps are never going to help you find long-term dating partners or understand how women strategize in long-term dating. That's what we were talking about. So I'm saying that dating apps are never going to give you good data on long-term dating. And so what I looked up was, how do people find each other who end up in relationships? That's what I was talking. That's what I looked up. And anytime you look up that, number one is always through friends or through work. Those are always the number one things. Every time. I don't know. I would count that as the same category. That is what I thought we were arguing. I mostly agree with Tom here. Okay. Well, yeah, because Alex, he kept saying that it's cold approach and dating apps, and that's just not, it's just not true. And it is like a constant thing I hear in the red pill, is that cold approaches are common and dating apps give you good data, and they just don't. Arian, I could be wrong, but he did say most people meet through apps. What Tom said, he said. Yeah. It's okay to agree with Tom, but remember, Tim is always wrong. Yes. Tim is always wrong. Tom is always right. Alex actually said that. That would be really stupid if he did. That's what I remember. I'm almost positive that's the way he worded it. If he said online, my bad. But I'm almost positive he said most people meet through cold approaches and dating apps. And I was saying, no, nobody does cold approaches. This is a very rare thing. That's like a Giga Chad move that just Giga Chads do. Nobody else is freaking just doing cold approaches and asking chicks out. That's not a thing. What do you mean by cold? So a cold approach is like, have you ever heard of a cold call in advertising? A cold call is where you just call somebody and try to sell them on something right then and there. That's what a cold approach is in dating. You just walk up to somebody, say, hey, how are you? I really like the way that you shake your butt when you walk. Want to go out sometime? Like, that's a cold approach, right? Or you walk up and say, hey, what's your name? My name's this. Yeah, we'll go to school here. Yeah, oh, you go to school here too. Wow, so funny seeing you here when you go to school here. That's crazy. I also go to school here and I'm here at the same time. So want to go out sometime? Like, you could talk to them for a little bit, but generally you're just approaching them just to chat them up for a second and ask them out. That's a cold approach. So many of the dating red pill are not even in relationships. They just go try bang chicks in Miami and then give guys legit relationship advice. It's such a grift. Right. Well, and so that's kind of my issue, is that every time I hear them talk about these things, it sounds like they've never been on dates before. It sounds like these guys just have no clue what they're talking about. Alex, I understand his issue because he came up in the PUA. He came up as like I always forget what PUA stands for. You guys remember when I was talking to Torshaa and I was telling her that my medicine makes me forget specific words and it's always the same words every single time? I'm having some issues today. Pickup artist, thank you. Yes, Alex is a pickup artist. It makes perfect sense why he would think that a lot of people are doing cold approaches. Like that I wouldn't even fault him for that. That makes perfect sense that he would think that. But that's not real life. How many of you have done cold approaches on more than 3 women in your entire lifetime? Press 1 in chat if you have ever done more than 3 cold approaches in your lifetime. Whether you got the number or not, regardless, rejected or not, more than 3 cold approaches in your lifetime. You walked up to a girl to get her number or go ask her out on a date in that moment. All right, so we got 1 from Samsonoff, 1 from Alex, 1 from Edward, 1 from Freddie, 1 from Excel Self. What's up? How do I say your name? Is it Kissy Wissy? Kaizy Wisey? Because I would assume Kissy Wissy would have 2 S's. But Kaizy Wisey doesn't sound right. Never would do that. Can just make a vote. Are you saying I should make a poll? There's more ones here than I expected. That's like 6 people who said yes. Out of how I can't see how many people are watching because my chat's gone. Pull it. All right. All right. So the question is, have you done more? Sorry. Let's change this. Have you done 3 or more cold approaches for a date? Yes or no? Now, again, a cold approach is where you're looking for a date. Okay. Now, gay guys, you don't get to answer. This is all freaking gay guys do. So you don't count. Don't answer. We don't care what you have to say. I'm talking about in a hetero way, only men to women. Yes. Only men answer, and only men who have done these cold approaches on women. Does it have to be successful? No. It can be successful or unsuccessful. And a cold approach, again, a cold approach is where you just walked up and asked for her number or asked her out on a date. Okay? So I'm 35. Wait, am I 35? Sass, am I 35? I'm 34. I was thinking for a second, I'm like, wait, I know I keep saying I'm something and I'm a year younger, but I can't remember if I'm 35 and I'm about to turn 36 or if I'm 34 and about to turn 35. Okay, thank you, Sass. Onset dementia in 4K, true. Well, I don't know. I don't freaking, like, I'm a grown man. Nobody asks me how old I am anymore. So I don't ever keep up with this stuff. Okay. So those are the guidelines. Does everybody understand? Does everybody get it? Any more questions before we start the poll? Because normally, every time I start a poll like this, everybody answers, and then they have a bunch of questions, and then they're like, oh, damn, I answered wrong. I literally just got here. What's going on? Okay, so we're talking about cold approaches on dating, okay? So when you just walk up to a woman and say, hey, how's it going? I thought you were cute. Can I get your number? Something like that. Or you can chat her up for a couple minutes, but we're talking about like 5, maybe 10 minutes max, and then you ask for a number, or you ask her out on a date, okay? Bar/nightclub count, only if it was like, again, less than like 5 to 10 minutes, okay? So we're talking about like passing by. We're not talking about like, yes, if you hang out with them the entire night and then go home with them, no, I would not call this a cold approach. You know, if you're dancing with them all night and then go home with them, this is not a cold approach. These are very different things. 5 minutes too long? Well, no, I'm gonna give you 10 minutes. What about acquaintances? No, you can't know these people. You can't know them. It has to be somebody that you've never met before. That's the entire thing. It has to be somebody that you have never met before. Sorry, did I not mention that before? My bad. Okay, yes, that is very important. You cannot have ever met this person before. I probably, yeah, my bad. I probably should have mentioned that way earlier. Okay, yes. So have you done 3 or more cold approaches with a stranger for a date? I guess it should say with strangers. I don't do cold approaches then, no. Okay, ready, set. All right. So yeah, I'm 35. I'm 34. I have maybe done 2, kind of. One of them I did, but I had like seen the girl around a bunch and had said hey to her, and we had friends that knew each other. So I wouldn't even count that. I've done 1. Yeah, I've done 1. Ooh. This is interesting. I did not think there would be this many yeses. Like already that's more yeses than I expected. Whoa, there's a lot of Giga Chads here. There are a lot of Giga Chads here, dude. I can't minimize this chat now. It's just like stuck on full screen. All right, there we go. You got that dismissive, flirty vibe, Tom. See, I've talked about this a bunch, and I know women hate it when I talk about this, and I'm not giving people like advice to do this. I'm just telling you, for me, it definitely works. If there's a hot chick and I think, okay, yeah, I'm going to get with this chick, I play the long game 100% of the time because I'm only ever looking for relationships. I'm not looking for hookups. I'm not looking to just like, smash and dash, hit it and quit it. I am looking for relationships. So I always play the long game. And so when that chick is around, I ignore the hell out of her. I ignore the hell out of that chick. Okay, I may have to change my answer then. What if I say hi to someone and they tell me they lost straight away? Wait, they tell me to get lost straight away. Does that count as a 5-minute cold approach? Oh, no. It can be, it's 10 minutes max. So it's anything less than 10 minutes. So yeah, that obviously counts. It's a smart move, Tom. It is. And I'm telling you, like, girls are, like, one thing that Red Pill gets right is women are so unattracted to somebody who looks needy. Like, they can smell it from a mile away. Women do not like guys who are needy or not needy. What's the word I'm looking for? Where you're desperate. They can smell desperation. They can smell it on you. So I go to the other extreme. And I just ignore them. Because if you're the hot chick, you're getting tons of attention from tons of guys all the time. But if you're the guy who's not desperate and not trying to get her attention, she notices. She notices every freaking time. She notices. Okay? We're not talking about like 6s and 7s over here, okay? We're talking about 9s and 10s. These chicks are getting attention from guys everywhere they go. But if you're the guy who is not giving her attention, either you're a Giga Chad and she doesn't know it yet, or you're gay. Hopefully she thinks you're the Giga Chad and she just doesn't know it yet. That's... You mean clingy? No, I mean desperate. Like you're one of those guys who just like can't wait to talk to a girl because she's hot. If instead you act like you've been there before, you act like you know what you're doing, you act like a hot chick. I know tons of hot chicks. I've been with lots of hot chicks. I don't need to run over there and get your attention right away. That means nothing to me. I know so many hot chicks. When I was a teen in the 90s, guys would come up to us and say, "Do you want to nip, winch, get off with my pal?" All the time. I'm in Scotland, so nip, winch, get off means kiss. Huh. It's a weird way to say it, but okay. All right, Tom. Time for the real question. Casey Anthony, would you? Yes. Definitely. Even after everything. Yes. You're talking to the guy who loves crazy chicks, okay? I don't. Of course. So again, if you just got here, the question right now that we're asking everybody is about short-term No, sorry. We're not asking about that. We're asking about cold approaches, okay? So when you just walk up to a chick and within 10 minutes, you've asked her for her number or you've asked her out on a date, okay? 10 minutes at the most, right? We're not talking about when you hang out with her all night at a bar and then get her number or and then ask her out on a date, or when you're like hanging out with her and her friend. We're talking about like you're walking past her on the sidewalk and it's like, hey, you're hot, want to go out sometime, like that sort of thing. You got 10 minutes at max. That's what we're considering a cold approach. Okay, have you done 3 or more of these to ask a girl out? This is what we're asking. 3 or more. Concerning my answer, if I'm not looking specifically for a date, is it still a cold approach? What do you mean? Like you're just looking for a hookup? Yes, this is still a cold approach. If you're looking for them to play Fortnite with you, no, this is not a cold approach. Literally just start a conversation while you wait in line at the supermarket. Well, so like I said, for me, date is on the maybe, but it was more wanting to get to know them before deciding what to make of it. Then no, it has to be a date or a hookup. One of those two things. That's it. Or for their phone number, or you ask them for their phone number. That's fine too. Crazy chicks are actually so good at clearing your mind. No time to get lost in your own problems, full of trying to navigate their mental state and the sex, obviously. Yeah, so, okay, so I've cleared this up a million times, but I'll say this again. I'm not actually into, like, crazy chicks who have real mental problems. I'm into crazy chicks like the sexist way of saying a crazy chick, right? Like, just chicks who are just kind of out there, right? Like, they're just kind of... yeah. They're just kind of like chicks. But yeah, I always go the long-term route. So even if like there's a chick, say I don't ignore her, I'll start to say small things here and there. Like, hey, how are you? Hey, what's your name? You know, cool shirt. Just random stuff as I'm passing by. More and more just getting them to notice me. Just getting them to notice me. They know who I am. And over time, it feels like we know each other if every day we're walking past each other and we're smiling at each other, saying, hey, something like that. Then eventually, they're like in line, and I'm like, this is it. And yeah, then I'll go stand with them in line and spark up a conversation. Every other time, I'm just saying random stuff to them all the time, so that over and over, I'm that guy, right? And every time, like, say hi, nice shirt. Yes, exactly. And never make it like sexual. Never make it sexual to where you're trying to, where you're like hitting on them. Don't do it. Don't say like, oh, those pants look good on you. No, don't say that. It's got to be something innocuous. It's got to be something very innocuous that has nothing to do with sex or anything like that. And that was another thing that Alex kept saying that really bothered me, is he kept saying like, oh, I don't know, if you don't hit on them fast enough, then you'll get put in the friend zone. The friend zone is not a common thing. It's real, but it's not common, and it definitely does not happen as fast as he's making it sound like. It does not happen that quick, where he's talking about like within like 10-15 minutes of talking to this person, if you're not making some sort of like, if you're not giving yourself some sort of sexual markers, then they're gonna they're going to put you in the friend zone. That's not how that works. Back when people used to smoke, that was an easy in to spark a convo. Do you need a light? Yep. You're. You misunderstood Alex as he agreed with you about short and long-term dating. It's just that he was talking about the threshold for getting the girl's attention in the beginning. No, he literally told me he does not believe in long and short-term dating. Tom, just finished the part where you guys were talking about short and long-term dating. Okay, later on, I like actually outlined what it was that I meant by short and long-term dating, and he straight up said, oh, if that's what you mean, then I totally disagree with that. I disagree with this tomfoolery show. It's just another strategy. I don't think it's a normal way to start a relationship. You're ready for putting them above you right off the bat. What do you mean putting them above me? What are you talking about? How is that putting them above me? This is another thing that I find really odd from Red Pill, is they always act like if you're doing anything to strategize, or if you're doing anything to like understand like limits and things like that, that you're putting people above you. You're acting in a fake way. I 100% disagree with this. The dating is a game. Dating is always a game. And men and women both love the game. Men and women both love the game. It is. Sometimes people love to just go on dates with people they don't like just because they like the game. Everybody loves the game. Like I've said, Tom, you need to talk with Ryan Stone. Maybe. Even more so when smoking was banned indoors. And all the random smokers were outside at pubs, etc. And would start random convos. Being in the UK, we talk about weather a lot. Yeah, I'm sure. Oh no, the dating game. Tom is tall and white and tells every guy to work on personality. LOL. Why is that funny? You are doing it in such a mirror way. The red pill strategies are way more cringe. What you are describing is probably normal courtship, but I think it's not ideal. Wait, yes, I'm saying what you're talking about is red pill. I'm saying what I'm talking about is anti-red pill. Yes, of course. What I'm talking about is definitely anti-red pill, for sure. Do you think maybe you could actually have a bit of privilege bias? You're fairly attractive for a guy, no homo, and it's harder to relate to average, below average experience of guys. Yeah, sure. But so I would agree that I'm like above average looking, but I would say most people would not look at me and say that guy gets dimes. I'm fairly positive most people do not look at me as the Giga Chad. I'm positive of this. I don't have my glasses. I don't know what the hell you said. I am anti-red pill in this instance. Having game is stupid is my position. Men are obsessed with game, and it is just another form of changing your personality for women, aka simping. Yeah, I disagree with this. Women do this too. Women all have game as well. Like game in a very different sense, right? Women all put on makeup. They shave their legs. They check the way that they dress a million times. Okay, I'll jump in the VC in a minute. Women all, like, they do so much to get guys' attention, to look good, to smell good, to be attractive. They do so freaking much. Guys have to do barely anything at all. Women want tall, good-looking men. That's it. I'm 5'10". I'm not that tall. I'm 5'10". Anyone find if you're nice, well-mannered chicks assume they are the dom? No. 5'10" is pretty tall. Okay. I agree, but I'm saying it's better to find a long-term partner by being 100% real off the bat. I don't agree with this. I think most, like, marriages hear, like, their stories about how the guy, like, you know, she was a waitress and they came to her diner every day and, like, and like had like some quip that they would use, or like, you know, always have something that they were forgetting, so they had to keep coming back to her, or like all sorts of things. Like, this is stuff that everybody does, and it's especially good because, like, when I'm talking about like saying hey to somebody over and over or crap like that, like, we're talking about ways of making somebody feel comfortable around you, and then approaching them. So you're trying to find a way to where they feel comfortable around you, they like you, they know who you are. You have like before I jump in with speakeasy, okay, I'm going to explain this one more time. Cold approaches right now, we're asking men, straight men, how many cold approaches have you done? 3? Or have you done 3 or more? Yes or no? A cold approach in this instance is where you just walk up to somebody and you ask them on a date or for their phone number. And you had to have done it in 10 minutes or less. That is the question. Did you do it in 10 minutes or less? So you can't hang out with them all night at the bar. You can't hang out with them all night at the club. And you had to have done this 3 or more times. This is the question. This is what we're asking. Height only matters if she's taller than you. Yes. So women just want somebody that they can look up at. So if you're like 5'7", it means that there's a small amount of women that won't want to date you, but most women are still going to be looking up to you. And so that's really all that matters. I've only done it once as a dare. That shit ain't it, Chief. Yeah, that's not my thing either. I've done it once. The girl gave me, so she was with her friends. She gave me a fake phone number, like a 1-800 phone number. Or it wasn't a 1-800 number, but it was one of those that had like a recording there. And it was like those recordings of like, haha, you've reached the dating hotline. She does not find you attractive. She does not want to go on a date with you. Haha, because you're a loser. Haha. Like, and it was just something like that. But then the next time I saw her and she wasn't with her friends, she came over, apologized, and tried to give me her real phone number, and I didn't want it. I was like, I'm not interested. Thanks, though. Yep. Hello, Mr. Easy.
My bad. This fucking thing. What's good, dog? I'm fucking gotta mute your thing here. What's up, dog?
Nothing. What's going on?
Oh, nothing. Just fucking chilling. I was gonna actually ask I was gonna message you after the stream and see if you were doing good, because Michael was in my chat earlier. He's like, you weren't on yesterday, Tom wasn't on, what's going on, are you guys okay? And I was like, yo, we stream and we work full-time jobs. I'm imagining he was just tired like me.
Yep, I was just tired.
Yeah.
So how many cold approaches have you done?
A lot, actually. That's like my main way to pick up women, actually, because I don't like the online thing's cool, but you
I
you
don't do online.
see,
We went over this earlier. Like most people are meeting online, but not through like dating apps or crap like
yeah.
that.
Yeah, so like Instagram, if I'm doing online, like I was actually just saying this earlier, like I don't use Tinder and that no more. I like if I'm doing online, it's usually Instagram, and it's because like I've already cold approached the girl and got her Instagram and stuff.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
find
don't really do cold approaches.
at all.
Like I feel like cold approaches are good for like short-term dating stuff. Like if you're just looking for like hookups and crap like that. But generally I'm looking for like long-term relationships. So yeah, I never do cold approaches. I've done it once and that was it. And that was in like high school.
Okay. So you stick strictly to online?
No, I don't do online either. Most people meet through friends or at work.
That's what I was gonna ask next. I was gonna say, is it just friend groups and not work?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so like
this is
the
how most people do it too. Yeah.
last couple girlfriends were either, so last girlfriend was at work, and then like every girl before that was through like church or like they were friends, they were part of my friend group, or like I went to school with them or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, that to be honest, my long-term relationships, two of them, like I've had four long-term relationships, and two of them it was from the same thing. It was from friend groups. But then the other two, I had cold approached them, and then we started talking online and got through it like that.
Yeah, well, and somebody said in chat, like, church is definitely a very good place to meet chicks, even if you're not a Christian.
Yeah.
Neither are they.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Neither are they.
I was just gonna say that. That's so true, though. Yeah, it is a good place to meet women, even if you don't go to church. Just
I
start
didn't.
going. It's
I
actually a
didn't
good place to
date.
meet friends too.
Real quick, I did not date a coworker. Okay, I didn't. It was a girl who worked for me, and then after she left, like weeks after she left, we started talking.
Okay. But there's actually like I've read a couple different studies that show like a lot of people who are married, they met at their work.
Yeah, well, and so that's what I was talking about. So, like, lots of these red pill guys always use dating apps for statistics and crap like that. But I always try to break this down for them. There's two different types of dating strategies: long and short term. Long term means like you're in a long term relationship and you're going to be like actually like seriously dating for a long period of time. Short term means it's just hookups, like you're just having sex. That's it. It's nothing serious. Men and women both prioritize different things for long and short term. They look for very different things depending on if it's a long or short term relationship that they're looking for.
100%.
And so when we're talking about dating apps are only giving you statistics for short term dating. That's it.
Yeah.
It's not telling you anything about how to get into a relationship. It's telling you how to hook up with chicks. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is actually one of like the issues I have because like I always tell people like people took what Red Pill was supposed to be and just turned it into a fucking pickup artist movement. And it's like that's the issue. They don't ever talk about being a good father. They don't talk about being a good husband. It's basically
well, no, they
glorified
won't
pickup
even
artists.
like I've had this conversation with numerous people on the Red Pill now, and they won't even admit that they're talking about hookups. They think that they're talking about relationships. They think they're talking about ways to find long-term partners, and they're saying things like most people are meeting their partners through online dating. Like, no, they're not. Nobody's doing that. They're meeting like people that they're hooking up with online.
Yes, exactly.
Or on
yeah,
dating
this is the
apps again.
problem I have
On
with,
dating
like,
apps.
Yeah, this is the problem I have with like when I came on and everyone's like, "Well, if you're Red Pill, you're the same as all these other guys." And I was like, I know, I everyone says they're the true red pill, but then when they start listening to me a little more, they're like, oh, okay, this makes. Because like their like version of a high value man, they're only talking about like top 1% of people, and this is retarded. Like nobody could be a high value man. Then you have to be Bill Gates, or you're not a high value man. It's fucking retarded.
Yeah, Edward, I'm same thing. Throwing out jokes, making sure they think I'm funny, asking them a lot of questions. So that's always a good thing, like especially for dates. That's always a really good thing. Women like to be asked questions, and they like you to talk them through like a thought process. So they'll sometimes give short answers, and they don't know that they're being short with you. So don't think just because they're giving short answers that they don't want to talk about it. Like ask more questions in more detail so that you can help them give you more information. They like talking about their own lives. They like talking about drama. They like talking about, their other friends and what they're doing. You might not, you don't even have to listen. Just keep asking questions. And as soon as they stop talking, just like have another question loaded up and throw it at them, and they'll just start talking again. And if they're talking a lot about themselves, they feel like they're having a lot of fun. They're really enjoying it. You're getting to know each other. Like and this makes them feel a lot more connected to you, especially the more intimate their answers get, the more intimate they feel your relationship is. For a guy, a girl giving you intimate information does not make you feel closer to her, but it does for the woman. For the woman, it will make her feel a lot closer to you.
Yeah, exactly.
For a guy, like the more like physical you get, the more you feel closer to one another. That makes you feel like you're like more intimate with them.
Yeah, I always tell dudes like for their first date to not like go somewhere expensive too, so that they don't like, because like women pick up on the leading with your wallet shit, and like they pick up on it a lot more than people think that they do. So like that kind of throws your game off right away when you do that. So I always tell them like to make their first date like cheap and ask a lot of questions. And if you run out of a question, you have to just ask a question about what her answer just was, and you're fine.
I am not saying interrogate them. I'm saying ask them questions about themselves. You say, where do you work? How do you like that? Are the people nice? Have you made a lot of friends? What do you do for fun? Do you know other people who do that? Like stuff like that. You're not interrogating them. First dates, second dates, third dates. These are all like there for you to get to know the other person. That's what the like first 3 dates are expected to be, is you to just figure out who that person is, who like what they are like, figure out their personality, figure out what their life is like. This is basic, like this is like dates 101 is ask them questions about themselves and get them to answer a lot of questions.
The one part that I kind of disagree with what you said, like I got what you were saying, but I think people take it wrong when you say you don't have to listen. I think you should kind of like pay attention to some of the details though, so you can bring it up later.
Yes,
like
that was a joke. I'm joking. Yes, you should definitely listen. You should always be listening because yes, you want to like, the more you listen, the better questions you're going to be able to ask them, and you're going to be able to show them that you're actually interested, you're actually listening. Mantis said this is all a little bit of an over-analysis. The first date should be casual, a place to talk, eat something, not too expensive, not too cheap. Tom is right. Ask questions. Yep.
Yeah, exactly what we said. Yeah. Word. Yeah.
That is exactly right, Mantis.
Yeah, it was cool that you were talking about this topic. I actually came to talk about something because I usually download your lives to listen to them when I'm at work. And the one was playing where you were talking to Boots and then Lav. And like there was a part you said in, and I was just mad curious. I was like, I want to know who the fuck these people are, because like there was a part you were saying that there's some people who like try to say like, if your lineage wasn't connected to slavery, they don't call themselves black and stuff. So I was like, who the fuck says this? I was like, where did this come from? These people are
Yeah,
idiots.
so well no, because what they're saying is that like when you say the word black in America, what you think of is somebody whose family is connected to slaves. And so over time, if you start saying black, but you're referring to like somebody who's Jamaican or somebody who's actually from Africa and they're like first generation from Africa, then all of a sudden it's like, well, you're not really talking about the same culture. You're not talking about the same group of people now. It's a very different group of people. What's up, Torshaa? And so now, like, you're communicating something different. So I do agree with them that you are communicating something different. Just generally, we use black just to communicate a race, but lots of people don't think of black as just a race. It's like a whole culture and ethnicity and all of that other crap.
Yeah. I think most people, when they say black, they're just assuming like whoever's got dark skin.
Yeah. Well, no. So
For most
Torshaa,
part.
I'm freaking out on chat because as I messaged you earlier, I am still seething that you guys thought that I was talking about a dual mating strategy. And the more I've looked into dual mating and bus, the more I realize how much I do not believe in that freaking crazy crap. Like, I do not want to be associated with that at all. Also, we're asking the men in chat if they have done 3 or more cold approaches with strangers for a date or for sex or for whatever. Meaning like, and it says 10 minutes max, meaning that the approach can only last up to 10 minutes. They can't have like hung out with them and talked to them for more than 10 minutes. After that, it's no longer really a cold approach. It's you like standing there getting to know the person. So
Can I ask you something, Tom? Because you said you don't do cold approaches. Why is it exactly you don't do them?
because cold approaches are generally good for like hookups and like short-term dating. I'm normally looking for like relationships.
But you don't think maybe like if you saw like some girl you're really into and you thought maybe there'd be some chance this could be a long term if you got to know her, you wouldn't try it?
I mean, I haven't tried it in 35 years, so
yeah. Are you okay? It's not about you nervous to go up to girls in person or nothing?
That might be part of it. Like I don't. So part of like when I'm talking to people about like long-term strategies to eventually ask a girl out, a lot of it is like you don't want to make her feel threatened in any way. You don't want to come off as creepy. You don't want to come off as like overly damn it, what was the word I used earlier, chat? I'm blanking on the word. It like was obnoxious? No, it wasn't needy. It was
desperate.
Desperate, yes. You don't want to come off as desperate, yes. And so like a longer term thing where you get them to like notice you and be attracted to you ahead of time, and then you ask them out, you're really setting yourself up for success. And also through that process, you can start to get to see if they're being receptive to you whatsoever.
Yeah. No, I do like agree, because like when you do the cold approach, you're doing it based off the looks, right? So like I do get why you would and like most of the time it's used for short-term stuff. I just known that for myself. I've had luck with long-term relationship as well. And like a good tip for any of if there's like guys that want a cold approach but they're scared to do this, a good tip is like to start yourself getting confident talking to people in person is like go to your like local mall or something and just say hi to a couple people. Don't stop and talk to nobody. Just say hi to a couple people, look them in your face, and do this like once a week, and then work up where you start talking to people randomly, and this will work up your courage of the rejection you might get.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, I just really I wanted to talk about the black thing, but then I heard you talking about this. I was like, oh shit, this is my lane. I like this.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the black thing is just that there's a number of different definitions that people use for black, and it's mostly cultural. It's like colloquial definitions. So different people will think of black as a different thing. Some people will say like, oh, it's just melanin. Like that's it. It's just melanin. But there are people with dark skin from like India who look black, but they don't have the same facial features. And it's like they can literally have the same exact skin color, but they don't have the same facial features. And nobody would call them black. So it's not just skin color. It's obviously a lot more than that. And I explain it as like an overall concept of where it's like, you know, hair and nose shape and face shape and skin color and like all it's a whole like grouping of things. And
100%.
and lineage is one of those things. So lots of times I say, like, if I started telling people that both of my parents were black, everybody would start saying I'm black. And I never, like, I can look exactly like me. But if I tell you both of my parents are black, you guys will just start calling me black. You'll just say, like, you know, when I say something and people are like, oh my goodness, he's racist. People in chat would start saying, no, he's not racist. He's black. His parents are black.
No, yeah, like when people hear my dad's black, they're like, "What?" They look at me, they're like, "What?" No, and I'm like, "Yeah." It's just I got the other genes, I guess.
Provo Kid.
I get really dark when I'm actually outside a lot. I'm inside a lot. Fuck.
Provo Kid, did I see you on stream with Grace the other day? And her family and everybody?
Yeah, that's one of their minions. He was here earlier with Ben and Grace. They were in my chat and they got me to go shit on Hormaxer. Yeah.
Why? They don't like Hormaxer anymore?
No, they thought that like putting me in the same room with Hormaxer would make me look bad, but like I just got more subs and his chat was shitting on him, so it just it helped me.
Hormaxer has like a long reputation on the internet, like really gross stuff, dude. Like hitting on like little girls. There's numerous girls with like videos saying that he's like said insanely inappropriate things to him, to them, that he was being really creepy and like being overly aggressive with them. He's got
someone in my Discord after I talked to him actually said there's a video of him saying that we should legalize consent for 14-year-olds and shit. I was like, whoa, this guy's fucked.
There's videos of him on Omegle talking to underage chicks saying like, oh, when you become of age, I'm gonna bang you so hard, like stuff like that. So yeah.
What a fucking loser.
Yeah.
Yeah, all fucked up. But yeah. All right, yeah. What else are you doing? You doing more red pill shit or what? I might come watch it after.
I talked to playing with Fire and Torshaa the other day, and that was like, this is me now, coping and seething afterwards, because he said that he didn't believe in long versus short term dating, and then Torshaa started saying, oh no, that's been debunked. Oh yeah, that's totally debunked. That's David Buss. That's totally debunked. And I'm like, no, it's not. It is not debunked. Stop saying that. Long-term versus short-term dating has like a consensus on it. They are definitely not debunked. This is what everybody believes like is the case. Here, you have my stream up?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me show you this real quick. This is how I outline long versus short-term dating. So women for long-term first will prioritize status, then confidence, then looks. Confidence is just a placeholder for whatever. It's not necessarily confidence. You can put in something else there if you want. I don't care. But I'm mostly telling you about status and looks here, okay? So number one for long term, they're going to care about status. And then once you meet the status marker, so everybody has like a first wall that you have to break through, right? So for men, you have to look good. Once you look good, then their other priorities start to matter. Like, are you, do you have a good personality? Are you smart? Do you have chemistry? That sort of stuff, right?
Yeah.
So you have to break through the first wall, the first priority, then the other things can start to matter. For women, that first thing is status. You have the status first. You've broken through that first wall. Now your looks, now you're, are you funny? Like all of these other things can start to matter. That's long term for women. Number 1 is status, and then looks is number 3. And let's say this woman dates between like a 7 and a 9 for looks, okay? Now for short term, she still dates between a 7 and a 9, but looks are number 1. That is her number 1 priority now. She cares about looks first, then confidence, then status, right? So it kind of flips, because why does she care about freaking status? What is status going to get her if she's just hooking up with you?
I think I disagree. I think I disagree with this part, because there's plenty of groupies, right? And like they're literally they just want to fuck them for their status, right?
Sure, but that's a little bit different. Like they have that attraction to you and want to sleep with you just because of that. Whereas like we're talking about somebody who's just looking to get laid, and we're talking about how they prioritize who they're going to have sex with.
Yeah, and like over there on your, you have it cut off right now on the screen. You have on the man side there.
Well, so I'm about to get to that. So for men, for long term, number 1 is looks. They date between a 7 and a 9. Number 2 is chemistry. Number 3 is smarts. Okay. So for long term dating, for men, looks is number 1. But for women, looks is going to be like number 3 for long term. And then for short term, looks is number 1. So for men, long term, looks is number 1. And then for short term, it's looks, looks, looks. But when they date between a 7 and a 9, their first priority is between a 7 and a 9. Their second priority is between a 5 and a 7. Their third priority is between a 3 and a 5.
Okay, so the men's side, I definitely agree with you on the men's side. Yeah, looks is first for both on the men's side. Yeah, I definitely.
So the main point in this is to say, women care about status first for long-term stuff, and then looks come later. Whereas for short-term, looks come first, but they're dating the same looking guy. They're dating the same looking guy, or they're having sex with short-term and long-term, the guy looks the same. The type of guy that they're attracted to does not change as far as looks go. Whereas for men, if they're looking for a relationship, there's one type of girl that they're looking for. But if they're looking for sex, there's a whole range of chicks that they're looking for. It's totally different.
Wouldn't you know, like most women that are like even promiscuous women, most of them are like emotionally connected to the people they're sleeping with first, no?
Generally, yes. But like that's...
like for short term, I wouldn't say it's just looks.
Wait. But that would have to be the same for the guys, right? So there would have to be some sort of... because it's not like it's just random guys that don't actually exist. These are other guys that they're sleeping with. And so...
Yeah, so like they could have a connection to the guy without the guy having a connection to them.
Maybe, but we're talking about like... When we're talking about short term, we're talking about like just hookups. Like when you say a connection, you're talking about people that they already know, people that they have some sort of relationship with.
So you're talking about like one night stands for short term, like literally just a one night stand, never talk to them again. This hardly ever happens, right, Tom?
No, not necessarily. It's just when they're not looking for a relationship. It can be a one night stand that's included. But it means no, you're not looking for a relationship. If you're looking for a relationship and it just ends up being short, that's still long-term dating strategy.
I feel like for me, what I've like from everything I've studied about this, and my personal
Hold on.
experience.
Chat, I am not talking about myself right now. I'm talking about the data. I'm talking about studies. I'm just explaining what the consensus is. You guys can keep acting like I don't know what I'm talking about because I don't know women. This has nothing to do with me knowing women. I'm not talking about my own anecdotal experiences. I'm talking about what all of the studies say about this stuff. This is what I'm talking about. And also, my own anecdotal experience tells me that I am completely correct. Most of the women, when I talk about this in chat, say that I'm completely correct. Most of the guys who are in chat are going to tell me that I'm completely correct because this is what most people are looking for. And we're not talking about just what people say. We're not talking about polling. We're talking about outcomes here. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about outcomes. He's only talking about dual mating. I am not talking about dual mating. This is what I keep telling you. I am not talking about dual mating. This is not dual mating. Dual mating is totally different than this. This is long versus short term. These are totally different things. Okay, go ahead.
No, for like what I was just gonna say is for me, it's like I feel like so for the men's side, I totally agree with you. Like there's definitely a short term and long term strategy. But for the women's side, I feel most women tend to have like emotional connections to the men they sleep with. So like they're usually like I feel like with the status and I would try to put maybe a different word in there too for confidence because like I feel like if you have status, you have confidence. It usually comes hand in hand. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Like if you have status, it usually comes with confidence, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, that's what I was just saying. I maybe put a different word there for people not to like try to mix them together. But yeah, like I don't know. I feel like with women, there's I wouldn't say they use a long term and a short term. I think it's more like most women aren't generally promiscuous, right? Or do you think that they are?
They're just as promiscuous as men. Like most the men and women both have like the same amount of partners throughout a lifetime. It on average men have about 6 and women have about 5. So it's
self-reported studies, right? So women
Yeah.
tend to say they have less and men will say they have more.
But we're
in a
talking about the
study like
difference of
that.
1 through a lifetime.
Yeah, but that's self-reported. Like, of course, women are.
But hold on, but the self-reported is still only different by one number.
But Tom, you just said that you weren't talking about the self-reported studies, and then you brought up a self-reported study.
There's no other way for us to talk about how many people are somebody's dated without self-report.
Yeah, I know. That's why I just don't use that as.
Well, I mean,
like,
I can understand that, but there's literally no other way. We're talking like 2 different things. Like, yes, what we're talking about in terms of dating.
Short term?
Hold on. What we're talking about in terms of dating, we can actually look at the outcomes and get data on that. Whereas when we're talking about how many people somebody's had sex with, there's literally no way for us to get data on that. It's only through self-report.
No, yeah, I know. That's why I kind of just don't use the how many people each have had sex with just like for this argument. But like, yeah, I'm just. Have you ever like
Hold on,
like
1 second, Torshaa, the freaking dual dating strategy? I am telling you, it is bullcrap. It is like conspiracy theory type stuff. I don't agree with it. It is totally different. That is not what I'm talking about. That's talking about like freaking women's fertility and stuff, and saying that when they're fertile, they like sharp jaw, like square jaws more, and they like bigger muscles and stuff. It is not the same. It is not the same thing. Stop saying it's the same thing. You don't know what you're talking about. It is not the same. These are totally different things.
I like Torshaa.
I don't know why she keeps bringing it up. It is not.
I don't like how much she defends Rollo because I don't like Rollo, but I like Torshaa. She's dope.
Like, okay, so yeah, first thing pops up when I type in dual mating on Google.
It's nutty, right?
It's very nutty. Yes, this is freaking crazy stuff, dude. It says the dual mating strategy hypothesis proposes that women's preferences for uncommitted sexual relationships with men displaying putative fitness cues, e.g., masculinized faces, increases during the high fertility phase of their menstrual cycle. This is freaking crazy stuff, dude. I don't agree with this. Stop acting like I agree with this. This is insane, dude. This is why it's driving me crazy, dude. I would never believe something like this.
I'm glad you don't believe that.
This is nuts.
Ah, shit. I'm dying right now. Ah, fuck. Ah, shit. Tom, I told you already the one day that I think you're more red pill than you know. I'm gonna red pill you soon enough, buddy.
I generally like call myself like red pill adjacent. Like I believe in a lot of MRA type stuff. And the
Oh, you're halfway there.
And I definitely believe, like, you know, women look for status. They care about these sorts of things. I got into it with some dude the other day on playing with fire, where he was like pure black pill, just talking about the fact that, you're going to have to start explaining a little bit more here pretty quickly, okay? You can't just keep saying stupid stuff like I'm Martin Baileying or that I'm just wrong or stuff like that. If you are going to keep saying stuff like this, you have to actually explain. You have to actually make an argument. You can't just keep giving an analysis of my argument without ever actually giving one of your own, okay? You're just saying things that are blatantly incorrect. I didn't Martin Bailey anything. She's saying that I believe in the dual mating strategy. I am directly responding to her by saying, I don't believe in the dual mating strategy. This is a direct response. There is no Martin Bailey. What's Bailey?
Ah, shit.
So, okay,
Yeah.
sorry. So yeah, he was like pure black pill. Like, dude was like full Giga Chad, like 6'4", and he was like saying that looks are all that matter, that nothing else matters, that like they're just looking for hot guys. But it's just so blatantly untrue. Like the way that a guy looks to a woman changes over time based on his personality. If he has a good personality, if he's funny, if he has confidence, if he has status, like all of these things change the way he looks to her. And now he looks more physically attractive just because he had good personality.
Yeah. Think about it. You think any girl would really think Destiny's hot if he didn't have stuff?
Exactly. Yes, I literally used him as an example. I literally used him as an example. I'm like, dude, this skinny little 5'8" dude who's a nerd and talks about, like, you know, nerdy politics stuff.
Yeah.
But
plays
he's
video
smart.
games.
He talks fast. He's confident. He has money. Like, yeah, he has a lot of clout. Like, yeah, he has a lot of status, and this is very attractive to women.
Yeah, exactly.
Like somebody like Molina, and Molina's not the only freaking dime out there that he's pulling. Like he's dated tons of like you know, Instagram model type chicks. It's he is a perfect example of somebody that like just the way that women look at you is totally different. The more they get to know you.
I have a buddy that, like, out of us two, like, I've always been told I'm the better looking one at first, but this guy can pull chicks like fucking no tomorrow because the way he talks, like he just has that fucking shit, and then he has money too. So, like, it changes the game when you have game and you have money and you have status. This attracts women.
Yep.
Alrighty. Well, I'll let you get back to reaming your chat there.
All right. Appreciate it, buddy.
But
I didn't realize you were on video. You got the Jesus hair and everything going.
Yeah, man. Like I was
You're
trying to.
super blurry on my side, though.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
Weird. Weird. My bad.
What do you
I know it's
use for your
right now.
camera?
I usually use my. I was using my phone, but today I just used my HD camera on my computer. So that's
It
probably
does
why.
this regularly, where like your video's all pixeled.
Yeah, I noticed when I use my HD camera, it just fucks up my picture. But my phone camera seems to work a lot nicer. But I got a camera coming in actually, because fucking my chat donated money for me to get a new camera. So
Oh, nice. Base.
yeah, exactly. They dope with it.
Cool,
But
man.
yeah, I'm Jesus today. I'm just coming around giving my blessings, you know.
All right. Later,
doggy.
dude.
Easy.
Later, kissy wissy. I don't mean you are gonna stress me out over here. Where's the explanations? Where are they at? See, there's Mean. He's Martin Baileying you. Torshaa is able to just jump in. I don't even have to add Torshaa. Torshaa can always just jump right into my VC. That's what Speakeasy did. He just hopped right in. Aryan?
Wait, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, so I have written some notes down. All right, just give me a second. So I timestamped it. So at 1:47. He asked the question, right? Sorry. Alex.
We went over
Sorry.
it 3 different times. So the
Yeah.
time when he says that he doesn't agree with me at all is when Torshaa was on. And that's when he's like, oh, wait, no, I don't agree with that at all.
No, hold on. At 250 something, he asked you if something about fat dude, right? It can you date a obese person around 250, right? And so I wrote it down. Alex asked Tom whether you agree or disagree about fat people having sex. You rebuttal that it depends whether they're looking for a short or long-term relationships. Also, if they're funny, and you also debunked how women will instantly want to have sex with you because of your appearance, while women will have sex with you over time. They get to know you. You basically describe chemistry. So then Alex disagrees with you when he brings out that there's like a more of an overlap between long and short-term relationship than most people think. He said that most relationships start off like they have same beginning, which is like you're going to meet other people, like you're not sure if it's going to be a short or a long-term relationship. You kind of hang
but he was
around
talking
and
about
get to
something different when he said that.
So I have the transcript here. So different dating in reality, mass amounts of overlap in order to start long-term dating. How does that start? By getting the girl, by sleeping with the girl, by starting off a short. So most relationship, they start off as something that's kind of like both parties not sure where it's going, kind of short-term dating, and they evolve into long-term dating. It's pretty rare that you have a situation where two people meet and like on date one they're discussing whether they're getting married or not. So yeah, so he's basically saying like in the beginning people aren't sure that they want to get into long-term relationship. They just want to get to know the other person more, and that's what he's
but
saying.
that's
Like
a
that's like
different thing though. that's totally different than what I'm talking about. We're talking about whether somebody is looking for a relationship or they're looking to get laid. Like, these are two completely different things. How relationships start out, it doesn't matter. Like, most people who are looking for a short-term relationship are going to prioritize things very differently. How the relationships start, if they can all start similarly, it won't make any difference to what I'm talking about.
Okay, so you're saying that if both men and women are looking for a long-term relationship, then they'll have like a different what exactly?
Priorities.
Sorry, priorities, right? I would say he would say that at the end he did say that he would say it's about 40% that women would prioritize appearance, like in terms of long-term relationship, while you said it was around 20% that you said that they will prioritize looks, while the looks for L guy, like the black pill guy, said 80 to 90%. Yeah, he will prioritize looks. So
yeah,
for him, like it's under 50%, but he's kind of like fighting against you when you're not seeing how important looks are. He's kind of fighting against that.
Well,
he's not saying it's like over majority looks matter. He's saying it is significant enough to be like women have thresholds.
Right,
That's
but the priority is what matters. So where we're talking, when I describe that each side has like an initial wall, an initial ceiling, a threshold that you have to break through first in order for the other things to count. If they're saying looks are that thing, I don't care what percentage they put it at, they're just wrong. They can put it at 10%, but that's the initial threshold. They're still wrong. Like looks for women are never the initial thing to break through, yet he says they are, and I'm saying they're not. They're not only are they not the first thing for women, but they're not the second or third or fourth. They're pretty far down the list. And
no, it's for relationships, right? To get into relationships, that's true. But for him, all he's thinking about is how to get to know the girl, how to get noticed by the girl, right? For him, if you're not even agreeing to the first premise that to get the girl's attention or get her interested in you, like there's no point in talking about a relationship. So for example,
wait. I don't know if that matters all that much unless you're expecting the woman to approach you. I don't know why.
Well,
I don't
he's
know
a dating coach. He's thinking from a perspective where like the guy has the agency to decide if he wants to go for a long-term relationship or short-term relationship.
Yeah,
and
but
for him,
hold on. He's okay. So this is kind of the difference in like mechanisms where like he's talking a lot about like cold approaches though. And if he's talking about cold approaches, yes, I would agree with him. Hold on. If he's talking about cold approaches, I would agree with him in terms of like how much looks matter in that scenario. But whereas I'm talking about like, yes, these are normally people that you see at work, that you see at through friend groups, at church, like these are people that you see for a while. So they already see you. They already have like a bunch of short, small anecdotal moments with you where you say, hey, you nod at them, you wave, how's it going? Stuff like that. Those sorts of things give you the chance over and over to like show some confidence, to kind of show some style, to show like all sorts of different things. You're communicating a bunch in those short moments over and over and over. And so we both think of like, and I think that's the way most people do it. Most people know the person before they ask them out on a date, whereas he believes most don't know the person and that they're either getting with them through online dating or through cold approaches. So we are talking about two completely different things. If I agreed with him that it was online dating and cold approaches, then I would agree that it's going to be mostly looks and that looks are going to be the first threshold. Whereas I don't believe that. I believe you know these people in person and that you actually have a number of chances to show other things first before you ask them out. And so therefore I'm gonna have like a different line of priorities. So yeah.
Okay. So just a heads up, like cold approach and online dating is different. So cold approach is like
That's
doing
what I'm saying.
work. Yeah.
So I'm
So
saying he
and
named two things. He said most people date through online, or he said dating apps and cold approach. That's what he said.
no. I think he didn't say cold approach. I think you thought it was cold approach. Because he says that if you want to get into a relationship, don't do cold approach. Even he doesn't want to do cold approach. He criticized people like cold approach is basically for showing off that you can get girls rather than like, uh, it's like for showing off. It's not very practical. Like if you watch his content.
Are you
Um,
sure? Because even in the way that he described things, what he was describing to me, so I remember him saying at some point something like that. But then later, when he was talking about the way to get a girl for like relationships, what he was describing when he started saying stuff like walking up to a girl and talking to her to get her number, this stuff still sounded like a cold approach to me. And somehow he was
um,
like defining them differently. Like he's saying, like, you just walk up and immediately say, hey, can I get your number?
No, I think okay, so I watch his content. He's basically saying cold approach is basically for beginners to get comfortable with girls. It's not for like people who like if you have social anxiety and like you stutter a lot and stuff, like it's basically for you. Like cold approach is to get comfortable with talking to girls and stuff. It's not for you for doing a dating or hookup. Like hooking up, it's basically texting game or having a good online profile. And he mostly gives advice on how to have a good texting game and stuff, like rather than like more cold approach. He does cold approach videos, but that's only for like showing off and stuff. Like he doesn't advise people for doing cold approaches. Uh, that's for hookup, obviously. That's short term. You're talking about long term, right? So for
Yeah, but
him,
I'm
at
saying that I think he defines cold approach differently than me.
no, he's talking about like cold approach skills, like being confident and stuff, like
Okay.
not like asking a stranger out, like that's like a cold approach, but he's talking about some qualities of cold approach you could apply uh, in with someone like that you know, like in a gym or in your workplace, and like talking, hey, uh, yeah, you want to get some coffee sometimes, like and we could talk about work and stuff, like something like that.
Okay.
Like that's implementing some of the cold approach principles. So at so he so at hour 2:52 minutes, 2 hours and 52 minutes, you said that most men and women meet during work and other activities, not through cold approach. When Alex didn't bring up cold approach, so you rebutted that in these settings, women have plenty of chance to get to know the guys who are trying to get into relationship with them. So previously, Alex said that because of your appearance, girls wouldn't give you the chance to get to know you, right? Then you said that, oh yeah, sure, but like if you're since
No, no,
most
no, no.
relationship
When I
happen
said that, he
in long
described cold approach. When I said most people don't meet through cold approach, he had just described cold approach.
he's talking about bars and clubs and stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
He was talking about like short-term relationship,
Yeah.
and then you rebuttal like yeah, you agreed with it, but you said that yeah, but since most of the relationship happen in like work settings or activities, they have plenty of time to get to know the other guy rather than just having like the first impression, right? And Alex said that he disagreed with that. He said that less than 50% of the couples, based on the statistics, that 30 in 2017 something, survey 55,000 adults, 39 couples met through online dating, 27 met at bar or restaurants, um, and 60 something percent met through friends, and 9% school or college, and 7% through family, and blah blah blah. Like you brought that statistics, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So he brought the statistics, and you also talked about that statistics later. So obviously, majority of the time, they meet through work, friends, and workplaces. But he's saying that since online dating is becoming part of the uh, norm, it's starting to increase more, and so people are getting into relationship with online dating more, are getting to know each other more, because in his perspective, people aren't doing it for long-term relationship. They're just getting to feel the chemistry with each other, and then if they like each other and if they feel like they have enough chemistry, they will go for a long-term relationship. So for him, people don't look for a long-term relationship. It's just a happy accident, if that makes sense.
I'm sorry. I'm going back through Torshaa's chats for a second. I didn't see most of this. So obviously women definitely I I I don't know why it matters if most women partake in short term. I don't know why that would matter at all.
I mean, like they hope for so women, they want to have nice conversations and stuff, like they want to have a chemistry, but most of the time they don't get it. But when they do, like they have sex with the other guy and they feel attached to the guy, right? So then they will go for a long-term relationship, right? So for him, so the beginning matters more than like whatever the end, because like the end is up to the person. Like if you want to go for a long-term or short-term relationship, it's all up to the women.
Yeah,
But
see,
in the beginning,
she says here again, he's talking about dual mating, which has been
it's not,
debunked by
man. Why
Bus
is she
himself.
bringing this?
I don't know. She keeps saying this. I don't know. Tom, I studied this in college. If she studied it in college, she wouldn't keep saying what I'm talking about is dual
I
mating.
think she's talking about like switch mating hypothesis and whatever the crap. But like I don't know why she's bringing up dual mating hypothesis. This is not about dual mating hypothesis. It's only when like people are getting into long-term relationship. We're talking about parts where people are looking for a long-term relationship or any sort of like relationship, not like people are in long-term relationship. It
And then
only
she
applies
said,
when people.
sorry,
Yeah, go ahead.
she said something else about like, no, I told him until he reads the research, I'm not doing it. He's going based off Destiny's debate, which was arguing the change. He's not paying attention. Who is she talking about here? She didn't. That's not me. She didn't say that to me. I'm not going off Destiny's debate. I don't know where that came from.
Wait, I don't think you ever brought up like
This is
what's the dual mating hypothesis?
Yeah, I
right?
did. Well, so this is the whole issue is that I like every time I start mentioning this stuff, whatever she's saying in response is never what I'm talking about, and it's getting really frustrating because every time I'm talking about it, she's hearing something insanely different than what I'm saying here. And so I'm just getting more and more like frustrated that whatever it is I'm trying to communicate is not being communicated effectively. So I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, so like I'm probably like I'm not doing a good job explaining like the arguments that you're having. Basically, if you go to your live stream, right? 5 days ago, if you just go to like hour 52, you'll find like you're talking about the workplace and like activity settings and stuff. Then right around 2 hours and 53 minutes, like Alex will rebuttal that, bring up the statistics and stuff, and you guys will have like that kind of argument later on. You could just review that part, like just start from 2 hours and 52 minutes
On mine or on his?
on yours.
All right, hold on.
Go to that live stream.
Can S
initially reject their their desire to date? Because again, keep in mind, it's not like guys are going up to girls saying, hey, I want to be in a long-term relationship, will you consider marrying me? Right? You're starting off by approaching the girl and saying, hey, do you want to grab a drink sometime? Hey, do you want to grab dinner? That's how short-term and long-term dating starts. They both start very, very similar, right? But you're not going to get a yes to that question if a girl finds you physically repulsive.
I don't think that's true. I think that most of the time both short-term and long-term relationships start with you meeting the person and having some sort of overlap at work or in a friend group or things like that. You know each other through some sort of common activity that you share, and then over time you get to know each other, and then eventually so there when he said like you just go up to them and ask them out like that, that's what I'm disagreeing with there, is where then that's why I say like I don't think it's like cold approaches, because what he describes there to me is a cold approach.
Talking with other people, like asking your coworker out and something like that. That's what you
Finds
mean,
you
cold
physically
approach?
repulsive. Similar. Hey, do you want to grab dinner? To marrying me, right? You're starting off by approaching the girl and saying, hey, do you want to grab a drink sometime? Hey, do you want to grab dinner? That's how short-term and long-term dating starts. They both start.
So I guess maybe I'm jumping the gun there. It's because when he says it starts out with you approaching the girl, I'm thinking just approaching the girl. Like he didn't add anything else in there before. Like I would have said it starts out with you knowing each other through some sort of like friend group or through some sort of common activity, and then over time like you get to know each other and eventually ask them out. Whereas he says it starts out with you approaching them and asking them out.
Yeah, because I was coming from the premise that he's using that as a universal approach.
Yeah, that could already be built into his answer.
Yeah, because it could be whether asking your coworkers out or some stranger in a bar or something like that. So at least that's how I'm familiar with this content. So I kind of thought that, and he also agreed with you that most people meet through workplace and other activities. So like his worldview is kind of already built out for that for this argument. So probably a small misunderstanding, I guess. Yeah.
Very, very similar, right? But you're
Hey, Lou Ray.
not going to get a yes to that question if a girl finds you physically repulsive.
I don't think that's true. I think that most of the time both short-term and long-term relationships start with you meeting the person and having some sort of overlap at work or in a friend group or things like that. You know each other through some sort of common activity that you share, and then over time you get to know each other and then eventually approach each other. Most people aren't doing cold approaches where they're just walking up to some random person that they've never met before. And at that point, if you do have this overlap and you are seeing each other, you're bumping into each other at work or at the gym or at church or whatever, you are getting to know them. And in those instances, the person who's obese versus the person who's skinny or ripped, these people all have the same chance to show that they have a good personality, that they're funny, that they have like high social awareness. I think that these people will have similar chances since most relationships start with them just knowing one another.
Okay, so
yeah, we figure out later that both of us are kind of arguing different things. He's saying that somebody who's fat is going to have a smaller pool of people, and therefore they're going to have like a smaller chance. Yes, if we have 100 women and it's all like scaled of like, you know, the top 10 hottest, the second 10 hottest, the third 10 hottest, the fourth 10 hottest, like all the way through, then yes, like he's right. If that fat person walks up to all 100 and asks all of them out, and then a Giga Chad walks up and asks all 100 out, they're going to have, the fat person is going to have way less of a chance. Later, we go over the fact that I'm saying the fat person is already choosing the people who are within his group, the people who are going to say yes to him. He's already talking to the 5s and 6s and not the 9s and 10s. So he's already like, litmus tested this with his eyes and then, chooses people who are more likely to say yes. Yeah,
it's probably because he has personal bias like against that view, because from his experience, he had lots of like uh fat men like asking for advice, and
Mhm.
they come from an insecurity, so they're afraid to ask out their coworkers or someplace else, and even in bars. So for him, it's kind of universal that like people who are kind of obese, they don't have confidence in asking people out. So overall, from his perspective, uh girls wouldn't approach them because of their obesity,
Mhm.
and people who are obese already have like insecurity, so they wouldn't ask people out, or the pool of people that they're choosing to aren't from their perspective aren't that really interested because they don't ask them out, or they don't give the girls enough chance to get to know them. So that's like the problem.
Oh, speaking of, yes, I did want to mention this since you said girls asking him out. Earlier, I was talking about like a longer term process to asking somebody out. And I was saying that this is what I always use. The last 4 or 5 girls that I've ended up dating all ended up making the first move while I was going through this long term process. All of them ended up making the first move on me. Um, So it is, to me, it is such a good process that not only do you get the girl, but she will end up asking you out. That's at least been my experience. Again, people can say like I have a a bias in this. Sure, but yeah, for me, this is what works.
First of all,
Yeah, because like
it's less than
if you
50%.
think about it, the people who he is giving advice to, they are not that confident in their they're not that confident. He gives advice that don't focus on one girl, just try asking different people out, and like ask girls out over and over again until you feel confident, right? And
Mhm.
um don't appear desperate, right? Your
Yeah.
desperation, when you're desperate, they could feel you out. So
Hmm.
when you're not desperate, you could kind of like you'll be more charming, right? So that's his advice, right? Because it's a good advice, like if you don't have enough social skills or whatever, like and you're insecure, so it's that kind of advice. Like your advice is good for people who are like I don't know, have good self uh they have self-esteem, but it's not a
I
good
don't.
step
I disagree with
for
this.
building
I think that
self-esteem.
it's. I think it's better for. I don't think it's necessarily. I don't think you need to build self esteem for that sort of process. I think that um, that taking a longer route, you don't need high self esteem for it. You don't need a lot of confidence for it. You can like it's something that doesn't put you on the spot to where you're able to work up to it, um, and there's not so much pressure. So I think that this is something that literally works for everybody.
Um, okay, so maybe this is my bias, like because like the guys I hang around with, right,
Mhm.
back in university, they're incelly type of guys,
Yeah.
and they they they're your stereotypical friend zone guys, okay? So uh for them, they're like hanging around and stuff and being friends with the girls and stuff, and the girl is um they're not in relationship, but they're not really into they're not looking for a relationship, they're more career focused, and they're focusing in their education, so they're not really into dating and stuff, right? But they like to hang around with the guys because they like the company, right? But
Mhm.
my friends who are like those guys desperate for like, trying to get into relationship, like he's saying, oh, I like that girl and whatever, but he's from his he doesn't have enough social awareness to give up on that girl, right? Because how low his self-esteem is. So for him, I wouldn't give that advice. If I were like a dating coach or whatever, if I was his friend, and I even told the guy like, dude, she's not looking for a relationship and stuff, right? So I think if you're like in a workplace, it's you have better chance of getting into relationship, but it depends on the context, right? So obviously he would agree with that, but it's better to be like it's better if you want to build up your own self-esteem, it's better to be more in the exploration mindset rather than like staying in that just
What
staying
if
in that
you get
one place.
rejected a bunch? Does that actually help you build a like confidence?
When you get rejected a bunch and you feel like unless you feel unless like you don't feel any improvements in the interaction, then there's something deeply there, right? But if you're like seeing something like you're getting the girl to laugh, or you're getting the girl's phone number but it's a wrong phone number, and like there's something, right? If you see some improvement, that kind of builds your self-esteem, right? And obviously cold approach is only for confidence building. It's p- like good dating coaches wouldn't recommend you uh to do cold approaches for relationships. Like Alex, like for beginners, Alex always say don't do cold approach if you have social anxiety, or something like that. Never ever do cold approach expecting to get into relationship. That's like a really bad mindset. So I would say that is like where he's coming from.
Wait, I'm sorry. I thought you were saying that he does tell people to try cold approach to build confidence.
Yes, not expecting relationship, but to get to feel to see that, oh, girls aren't scary. Even if you get rejected, rejection isn't so bad.
Yeah, sure.
That's
But
like
so
the point
so
I'm saying.
my thing is that so cold approaches are going to be based like purely on looks. And so if you aren't very good looking, um then you're going to have a lot of issues with cold approaches. And then if you get rejected a bunch on cold approaches, it's likely just going to hurt your confidence. And then what? Like now you're just kind of like left 10 steps back from where you started.
So okay, so you know Vic, right?
Vikram?
Vikram, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he has social anxiety to this day, but he's really good at talking with girls. Like he's a semi player, I would say.
Okay.
But the thing he described that he has hard time in the beginning when he's trying to do cold approach. He always fails in the first two attempts, but after those first two attempts he gets comfortable, and then he acts more natural in his third and fourth attempt, right? Talking to girls, that's how he gets to talk to girls and stuff, and gets them to laugh and gets gets them to hook up and whatever, right? So Alex says the same thing, and for them, cold approach is basically like it's like a practice thing. The more you practice, the more you understand, like getting social cues, right? Like most people, the people who go for this kind of content, they have hard time understanding social cues. They don't get cues, right? So this is like a this is like a um it's like a game to it's like a game to understand social cues, right? It's not for relationship, it's more about like building up your social skills. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yes, I do. Real quick,
Yeah.
chat. We have our poll. Have you done 3 or more cold approaches with strangers for a date, 10-minute max? We have 84 votes. So far, it's 70-30 in favor of no.
Wait, is it actually true that they have over 30% of cold approaches?
31%.
That's a lot.
Yeah, well, it started off at like 70%.
I expected like 2%.
Yeah,
That's
I did too.
Even 2% is a lot, man.
I did too. When I asked initially, like 5 or 6 people initially were like, yep, I have. I was like, what? There's this many freaking people doing that? That's crazy.
Like the only like I don't know if it counts this as cold approach, but I asked a girl out in Comic-Con. Like I kind of know her, but she doesn't really know me. But she saw me in like those events, and then I asked, oh, like what's your favorite anime and what type of like manga she reads and whatever. Right? We had like a small conversation, and then I asked her out, but she rejected me. But it was fine, right? But to me, I felt like that was cold approach, but not in the sense that we're like complete strangers and whatever, right? So, and that's like the only cold approach experience I have. Not like over 3 is like way too much for a normal person.
Okay, I'm gonna hit play. Wait, what are we going over this for again? Because I do have to move on soon. What are
So
what were we looking for?
What's the times? What times
couples?
you on?
I'm at 253.
253. So here's the at 253. Alex will bring out like the stats, about like dating and whatever. And at 254.
Okay, so first of all, a few things.
I think 255. You'll have a rebuttal. The stat.
First of all, it's less than 50% of couples meet through in the type of situations that you're describing. I just pulled up a statistic. It said that 39%, this is in 2017, this was a survey of over 5,000 adults. 39% of couples met through online dating, 27% met at a bar or restaurant, right? So that collectively puts it at about 60-something percent. 20% met through friends. It used to be 33%, 95, now it's 20%. 11% met at work, 9% school or college, 7% through family. So if we add the bottom up, we say 11 plus 9 is 20, plus 20 is 40, less than 50%, slightly below 50% met in the ways you're describing. So even if what you're saying is true, that like when it comes to meeting through friends or at work, that being a beast is not disadvantaged, that would still affect less than half of the couples that meet. And furthermore, there's also this whole thing like guys, girls will typically friend zone guys or not friend zone, and once you're in the friend zone, it's pretty hard to get out of it. So if a woman meets you like at work and she finds you like physically repulsive, but you're still very friendly, chances are she's gonna friend zone you. Sometimes it is possible to get out of the friend zone, but that's pretty rare. Once a girl friend zones you, which she does to guys that she knows through these warm environments that she has no intention of having any sexual with, it's pretty tough to get out of that. So I just fundamentally, I think based on both of those points, think that your assertion that for long-term dating it's not a disadvantage is fundamentally off.
So it's not just that. Okay, so if we're looking at overall couples, yes, but if we're looking at people who end up having like long-lasting marriages, by far the majority of them are with people that they already knew. So something like, I think it was Forbes that said that somewhere around 45% of people who get married or have successful relationships end up or met through work alone, and that's just work. Then we add in other things like church, like the gym, like seeing each other at the same bar consistently. Like these are people who know each other long before they actually end up hooking up or starting.
Yeah, so basically he's saying like you brought up marriages, right? That is true. Like most people who have long-lasting marriages tend to have they tend to start their relationship from a work or activity, whatever settings you're talking about. They tend to start there. But that's only for marriages. I don't think he's talking about marriages. He's talking about more long-term relationship outside of marriage. So that's what I wanted to like say.
Okay. Any sort of relationship, and that seems to be the majority of relationships.
Actually, it's not actually true. So I just pulled this up. It's a Bustle article. This one specifically looks at married couples, and the ratio of meeting online is lower. It's 20%, but through friends, there's only 17%. In college, is 15%. At work, is 12%. So that still puts it at maybe 50%. They're meeting in the type of situations that you're recommending, like married couples. So what you're saying that most of these married couples are meeting through through like these warm environments like work and social circles isn't true. It's about half.
Well, so on the Forbes Advisor that I was quoting. It has 43% for people who met at work. That if you just add 7%, of anything, you're now at 50%.
Well, you have to show me the article because every source I'm looking at is different than what you are. I mean, what's the parameters of the study? How long ago was this done? I mean, those are all the relevant factors. If this was done like 20 years ago, then I could totally envision that being true. But like the two pieces of data I just pulled up are like very different than what you're saying.
Yeah, sure. This goes over a bunch of different types of data, mostly people meeting through work.
So let me share my screen. We can just take a look at it together.
Okay.
40% have cheated on their partner with a colleague. The first thing that pops up. Okay, let's go to the top. So workplace, the survey shows off employees. Now, when was this done? This was done in 2023. Okay, it's recent. Workplace statistics show that 60 have had a workplace between low outside, meal pipeline, degree probability. Through our survey, 43% workplace, with 40% workplace involves an existing partner. Okay, 57% report workplace relationship have impacted their work performance. 43% have married someone they worked with. 35% don't report their relationship to their employer. 40% cheat on their current partner with a coworker. 50% report forwarding with coworker. I don't know if this is like really necessarily a good thing. This is interesting because this is I want to see how this was done because this is very much different. Workplace romance.
Sorry, chat. You can't see the. There you go.
Yeah, it's kind of split.
This is very much different than the data points that I've seen. But even if, let's just like assume this is true.
What you were talking about is different, where you're talking about just like couples overall. These are talking about people who end up getting married, and that was what I was trying to separate between what you're talking about.
The second thing I pulled up was, I'll just show it to you. The second thing that I pulled up was specifically married couples. Okay, so let me share my screen. Okay, so bustle article. Okay, so it says that this is married couples, 19% online, through friends, 17%, in college, 15%, at work, 12%. So that's why I'm a little fishy of the data because it's pretty different than like most of the things I've seen. So I don't know if that experiment was conducted properly. I mean, let me try to find another data point, but it seems that like that most of the things I see. Okay, let me take a look at this one.
So there's another thing from Zola. I just have like a doc with a bunch of different links in it that talks about this stuff. So this one says top places where couples meet: at school. Number 2 is online dating. Number 3 is through friends. Number 4 is at work. And then 5 is at a bar. 6 Facebook. 7
so that's the whole point is that work is like 3 tiers below online dating.
Sure. What I was saying is that most people who are getting married are meeting people through some sort of overlap that they already have with their life, where they have time to actually get to know these people before they're actually asking them out. That most people are not just doing cold walk-ups to somebody they've never met.
I'm not saying that. It's not just cold walk-ups, right? That's part of it. But the way most normies would define that, they wouldn't say cold approach. They would say, oh, I met her at a bar, or I met her as I was in the park as I was walking my dog. That's how most normies would describe that. When you combine that with online, I think you get somewhere around 50%. So I don't think it's like 10% when you combine those two things. I think you get somewhere around 50%. And my own like experiment I conducted where I was asking couples how they met, it was something like for the experiment that I conducted, it was something like 60% were a combination of online and cold approach or whatever, meeting someone through day-to-day life. It was about 30 or 40% that was college and work and through friends. But either way, let's just split the difference and say it's like around 50-50, right? Okay. So that would still be a substantial amount of people that are disadvantaged because they're going to be disadvantaged with cold approach and online. But so let's just investigate then the people who are being their partner at work. I still think that if you take 2 coworkers, all factors being equal, right? Similar status of the company, similar social skills, similar confidence, similar charisma, similar access. One of them is grossly obese and one of them is in good shape. The one that's in good shape will win 99 out of 100 times. Like
all else equal, I would agree. Yes, all else equal. But I don't think that. So,
but then you would have to prove to me that fat people have better social skills than non-fat people.
Well, I'm saying that. So what were we going over this for again?
Yeah. So basically, like all else equal. So you were saying cold approach, right? You were like you agreed with this point. But you're always saying cold approach, cold approach, cold approach. So that's why I was disagreeing. He wasn't really talking about cold approach in like the sense like you're asking out a stranger out like suddenly and in a bar and whatever. Like he's talking about like if you're walking walking your dog, the park, right? And you meet like another person walking the dog and you talk to the other person and for a while you kind of meet each other and you kind of build a rapport, right? That's like a semi-cold approach and Facebook and workplace. Like he's kind of building like a universal he's kind of making this universal approach. Like if you approach someone, like you have like a higher chance of getting into relationship. If you're not, then you have lower chance. Like most guys aren't getting asked out by girls unless like they have like unless like the guy is like really, really funny or decently attractive, right? So that's his point from my perspective. Okay, and you kind of agree with it, like
we're supposed to talk about this again sometime, so I'm
Yeah, for
So, yeah.
you, because you brought up marriage, right? For him, like, yeah, I think he kind of agrees, but he's being really pedantic. But uh, I think it's true that marriage. Most people who get married they get to know each other from like a workplace or some sort of like a friend group or university or school, right? I
Mhm.
think that's quite solid. Like there's a good amount of data showing that. But for him, like marriage isn't like what he thinks about long-term relationship. For him, long-term relationship is like 1 to 3 years, uh, like around that is long-term relationship, right? So you, you get what I'm trying to say. Like for him, marriage isn't like it falls into the category of long-term relationship, but there's like more within that category, right? 1 year,
sure, but
2 years, 3 years. Yeah.
I, I, s- I still think that they're like, I think that I would assume that short-term dating strategies are going to have a lot more things like cold approaches, and that they're going to have like very different you're going to go about it very differently, like stuff he was talking about where like you meet them at a bar, you meet them at a club, stuff like that, like um online dating, like those are all a lot more like short-term dating strategies where um whereas everything that I'm talking about is like generally long term. And so even when he talks about the way most people meet, it still sounds like he's talking about short term dating stuff. Um, but yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
sure that we agree that there is a separation between short and long term.
I think you agree with him, but like you your perspective is quite correct. That you're highly likely to get into long-term relationship if you meet your partner in those kind of settings. Like
Mm-hmm.
I think that's quite solid. It's just that for him, like as a dating coach, right? When you're trying to convince someone that to go approach someone, right?
Mm-hmm.
When like they have a hard time talking to the opposite sex. Uh, you kind so they're not gonna ask out someone, or they have hard time even talking to the opposite sex, even in the workplace. Like how would you convince someone to ask someone out who they like in the workplace when they can't even talk to a stranger? So for him, I guess, I don't know. I'm reading too much to his intention, but for him, starting with cold approach is like for beginners, and not even cold approach, like getting comfortable with women, talking and starting off with a short term relationship is like how you build up to a long term relationship. Because if you have a really good a chemistry, then the girl might ask you for more dates, and then you'll kind of
I think that's
start
rare.
hanging out more.
I think that's rare. I think that it's very rare. I think if people are looking for something short term, they're willing to compromise on a whole lot more stuff. And it's rare that they're compromising on a lot of stuff and then you end up just by chance fulfilling all of those things.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think that like can you if you if you're in like a business setting, right? And you're asking, like you have like a good relationship with your business partner, and let's just say that both of them are opposite genders or sexes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think if like them asking the guy asking the girl out, would that make like a short they have like a short term relationship intention, but slowly they'll grow up to a long term relationship? Do you think that's possible?
It is, but I don't think most people are looking for short-term relationships with people that they work with. I think that that's very rare. Like, um, that because that makes for an uncomfortable work setting. So most of the time, if you're actually approaching somebody that you work with, you're hoping that it's going to be long term because you don't want that awkward situation afterwards.
Like, did the stat he showed, like there's like a 57% or something, like flirtation going on in the workplace? Like, I thought
Yeah, but
that's
that's
like,
very like it's different.
because okay, this is maybe I don't have enough experience, so I don't know. Take whatever I'm saying with a grain of salt. So from my perspective, people uh aren't really looking for a short term or long term relationship, but effectively, what they're doing is do they're practicing a short term relationship, but later, like whether you're in workplace or church or whatever, like I think in church you're looking for a long term relationship, but outside
No,
of
I
that,
think
like
people are in periods of their life where they're looking for something serious or they're looking for something casual. Even if you go through like dating profiles, they'll all say something like, I'm looking for something long term, I'm looking for something serious, I'm looking for a partner, or it'll say something like, I'm not looking to get into anything serious, I'm not in that part of my life where I'm ready to settle down, so I'm just looking for something fun, like this is the way most people like based on most of the time it's going to be based on previous relationships. So say like you got out of a serious relationship and you're just not ready for anything else right now, but you still want to have some connection with somebody, you're going to be looking for short-term relationships. Or if you're like one of those guys who's like, yeah, I got to focus on my money, I got to get, I got to get my life in order first, and then I can look for relationships. Then you're specifically looking for a short term thing. Like I think people have a mindset where they're saying, I really don't want to get stuck in a relationship right now, and so they even put like a bunch of parameters on their life to make sure that they don't get into long term relationships while making sure that they can still have short term relationships.
okay, so I think I agree with you. It kind of makes sense. Um, I'll just ask you, like, how would you categorize long term and short term relationship?
Long-term relationship is where you're looking for something long-term. Like you're looking for something that's going to last a long time. You're looking for somebody to get married to, or you're looking for a partner, somebody that hopefully you'll get married to. You're looking for it to work out. Whereas for something short term, you're looking for it to end quickly. You're looking for something where you're just wanting to have sex, maybe once, maybe a couple of times, maybe for a while, but you're not looking for an actual like intimate relationship with this person. You're just looking for somebody that you can have sex with.
Okay, so here's what I think. Your not definition, but the way you're categorizing long term is very, very strict. I would say the way Alex and I kind of categorize long term is having like a serious relationship, but expecting it to last at least um, a year, and then kind of see how it goes. So if it's like if we have like good chemistry within a year, we'll bump it up to year two, then year three, and so on. Right? That's how I see long term relationship. Right? You have
What?
like
What do you mean?
in my
Like
mind.
I'm not understanding. When I get into a relationship, I'm just hoping that it will work out and I work hard at making sure that it works out. I'm not putting like time constraints on how long it'll work out or anything like that. I'm just working on it day by day with that person. We're both trying to get along. We're both trying to interact well. We're both doing nice things for one another and helping each other and saying, nice things to each other and like building intimacy and all sorts of other things. Like we're not there's not like a plan of like, okay, 1 year, okay, we got to a year, maybe let's see if we can make it another year. Like that's not normally how relationships work.
No. Sorry. I misspoke. Like this is exactly how you're saying, but the way I'm saying, like, I'm looking at it from an outside perspective, not like the person who's choosing to be in a long-term relationship. It's like yeah, I want to be on. So the person is like, I want to have
Are you saying
I want to
short
have
term
like a
is
full,
something less than a year, and long term is like more than a year or a couple of years?
by average. Like I'm saying by average, because for me, right, people who have long-term relationship mindset have like, I want to I want
Okay,
to
let
make
me say.
this
Okay, I
relationship as
understand the confusion.
fulfilling as possible.
Okay,
Yeah.
so when I'm talking about short term, it's about the goal, right? So short term relationships, the goals are just to have sex. Like it's a sexual relationship, that's it. So you can even have like
That is
friends
true.
with
Yeah.
benefits. That relationship still has short term strategy. So that would
Yeah.
like friends with benefits would still apply to short term because they're not looking for a long term intimate partner or a long
Mhm.
intimate relationship with this person. They're just looking for somebody to have sex with. That's what short term is.
That
Long
that
term
is
is
true.
where
Yeah.
you actually want a relationship. It's like anything else but short term, right? Short term is just hookup culture, long term is relationship culture.
Okay. So I think so.
So
Here, I
even
think here's
what
like the
hold on.
misunderstanding.
Even if
Sorry.
it
Go ahead.
only lasts like a week or two, that's still like it's about the intention. That's what it's all about. It's not about how long it actually lasts. It's not about like, like how long were you actually together or anything like that. It's about what are the intentions? Are your intentions just to have fun and just to get laid, or are your intentions to find a partner?
Yeah, I think I agree with you because like, I think girls do generally look for long-term relationships. I
Mm-hmm.
think that's the statistic is quite solid on that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just that when they date, they they're not actively like this. This is my hypothesis. They're not actively uh like, I think like that's like not the expectation to find long-term relationship. It's just like a bonus, right? It's like they're dating, but they're rarely having sex, right? So
Mm-hmm.
sex is only for like really like friends with benefits, or more likely for partners, right? Long term partners. But most of the time when they're dating, they're not actually, they're doing short-term relationship, not short-term relationship, short-term dating, but they're not doing sex, in my opinion. But for long term, like the girl is obviously having sexual relationship, and they're also having more intimate experience, right? So I think that's like the misunderstanding that's happening for Alex, right? Um, Girls who are in the beginning, they're looking for a long term relationship, but but because the setting, like how they start the interaction, they have like they start off by doing like a short term they practice short term relationship, like dating at first, not like living with the other person in the beginning and whatever. So that's what he's trying to convey, right? I'm kind of like Torshaa. I'm doing the Torshaa tactic, like trying to defend Rolo, right? I'm also trying to defend like Alex's intention, right, over here.
Mm-hmm.
But I think this is more reasonable because I think Alex is experienced enough to know that women do tend to look for long-term relationship. It's just that in the beginning, they are practicing short-term relationship in order to vet out guys for a long-term relationship. I think
I
that's
don't agree with
what
that.
is going on.
Yeah, I highly disagree with that. I think that they are, like I said earlier, they're in a mode, they're in a mindset. I'm looking for a relationship, so I'm looking for certain types of traits, characteristics, somebody who can be a provider, somebody who's got a good career, somebody who's got status, or it's I want to get laid. I don't care how much
Or
money you
marriage.
have. I don't care. Well,
You're
yeah,
talking about
I'm
marriage.
saying that I'm
But
like the
I'm not
long
talking about
term,
marriage. I'm talking
not
about
just
other types of long term.
marriage. Yeah, not just marriage. I think that the long term dating strategies are going to be the same regardless of whether or not they're actually looking for marriage. They're still looking for status. They're still looking for somebody who can do these things. All the same. It doesn't matter whether or not they're looking for marriage. If they're looking for a long term relationship, they're looking for the same things. Whereas like short term, they just want to get laid, dude. They just want to have sex. Like it's mostly looks. That's like other things matter as well, but it's mostly looks.
But okay, I don't think he's also talking about like sex. I think he's also talking about like dating also. Like dating doesn't mean just like Netflix and chill. Like you're going to movies, hanging out, and going to restaurants, walking in the park and stuff. Like I think that's also included. But I took too much of your time. Rad is waiting, so
Okay.
I'll be disconnecting now.
All
Thank you
right.
so much.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, bye.
Hello. Rhett. Rhett.
Oh, hello?
There we go.
Hold on. I'll just mute the stream for a bit, okay. Alright. What do you want to talk about? Because I have quite a few things to say about all that.
You tell me.
Alright. So I think there's a bit of a problem with saying that women in general don't have a dual mating strategy.
Wait, what? Hold on. What I'm talking about is not dual mating strategy.
No, but I'm just saying that.
Okay, so you're saying that when women start ovulating, they're looking for like the Giga Chad, big muscles, like square jaw, more masculine traits when they're ovulating, and then when they're not ovulating, they're not looking for those traits, right?
That's not exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm just gonna say that here's the problem: is that what am I trying to say? They don't look for like the square jaw, like the ultra Giga Chad type. But there is evidence to suggest that they do typically tend to find men who are slightly more masculine to be more attractive when they're ovulating, when they're on their menstrual cycle,
Yeah, maybe.
Like I'm of the opinion that that's not really a bad thing either. Like I don't really fault them for that.
Well, so dual mating mixes like the red pillars mix dual mating and switch mating, where it is like the thing where they're saying that that women are going to have sex with a Giga Chad and get pregnant by him, and then they'll go settle down with a beta and then have the baby with the beta so that the rich beta guy raises her kid. But it's the Giga Chad's kid.
This is the quote unquote red pill rhetoric of like alpha fucks, beta bucks that I don't necessarily agree with, because while it could be true, I don't think that's what women's intentions are, like in general. There's probably some women who do that, but like...
Well, they're acting like it's like a large percentage. Like it's not even like 10, 15%. That's insane.
Yeah.
But they're acting like it's like 60, 70%.
They're acting like it's what's wrong with dating, basically. Like,
yeah,
if you're not Giga Chad, like you're a sucker,
Yep.
Whereas I think women who are like, they tend to prefer the more feminine features of a man, like
the
I wouldn't
K-pop
say
guys.
yeah, that sort of guy.
Mhm.
I think it does come down to a bit of the the birth control stuff. You know?
No. What does
You
that
know?
mean?
Have you ever heard of? Actually, I guess I could link a video that goes into it if you mind.
You're saying like a guy who looks like a Giga Chad probably has higher testosterone rates and therefore a higher sperm count?
It's actually less to do with that and something called MHC. Hard to. It's called Major Histocompatibility Complex. Yeah, MHC. It's to do with something a bit more complex, which is actually their children's immune system. So it's actually to do with like women wanting their children to be better protected against diseases and stuff. Like this is the actual statistical science about it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm willing to look into it more. I don't know much about it. All I know is that when I keep being accused of saying that, that's just not what I'm saying. That's just not what I'm talking about. It's not what I'm saying. It's I don't know enough about it to know that that's like something I don't believe in, but the descriptions of it, I've looked up criticisms of them, and they all just say like this is purely like debunked. It doesn't have any standing in like science or psychology, and that it's completely thrown out the window. So that's what I've gone off of so far.
Yeah, that's completely fine. I think the major problem I have with like this whole short-term, long-term dating strategy discussion is that like women kind of, and I think men do too, they have a kind of opportunistic feel about it. Like most people like now, I guess, they're more into the short term and they want to see if it can become long term. Whereas it used to be
that's
that
what he was saying. It's just I don't think that's I don't think that that's true. I think that I don't think that most people are looking for hookups and then end up dating people, or that they are looking for dating and they end up being hookups. I think that they're like normally in one mindset or the other, and that they try and like put boundaries up to get the desired product that they're looking for, the desired end result.
See, I think that's probably true from a male perspective. And to be quite honest, I don't know about the female perspective.
I was gonna say I think it's more so true from the female perspective.
Really?
I think that especially with like feminism and girl bossing and all of that crap. I think that women decide like, yes, I want to focus on me. I want to focus on my career. I don't need no man. I don't need anybody else to help me. And I'm just looking to get laid and have fun. And that's about it. And people keep saying, I don't think women actually do short-term dating. I think women do short-term dating at the same rate as men. Which is why I brought up with Speakeasy the fact that both men and women average about the same amount of lifetime partners, is because they both seem to be having sex at the same rate. So why wouldn't we?
What do you mean by that? Hold on.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say why
Don
wouldn't we. I was reading
Zero
something.
super chatted $1.99. Happy advice.
I just
that
made that
doesn't
make no
exist,
sense
Trollo.
at the end. Okay, hold on. I just got a don't know. Now I got to regather what I was saying. Okay, yeah. So why wouldn't we? I don't know why I said that. Okay. So women In men,
Completely derailed it.
yes, that totally screwed up what I was trying to say. So women and men average about the same amount of lifetime partners, and so it sounds like they're both having sex the same amount, and so I think it's like an obvious conclusion to come to that they're both having sex the same ways. That if men are ending up with 7 lifetime partners and are having casual sex sometimes and then are dating people other times, that women, if they're ending up with the same amount of partners, then they're doing the same thing.
Right, I'd say that's probably the average, yeah. But the problem is that, like, the culture is, it's like it comes down from the top. So, like, the Pareto principle of, like, the top 1% of men, like, getting all the women, and like a whole bunch of women having lots of partners. That's a big statistic's been throwing out. Like, they're like, you know, what's that statistic where it's like 30% of men, I don't know, like something like 6% of women have had a partner, but like 30% of men have never had a partner or something like that. But it's more like,
it's 30% of men haven't had a sexual relationship in the last 2 years.
yeah, like that sort of stuff is like, it's pretty, it's localized, and it's also like a what's that fallacy where it's like a extreme, taking an extreme.
I'm not sure.
I'm trying to remember it, but it doesn't really matter.
Let's see. According to a 2011 to 2015 CDC data, women between ages 25 and 44 had a median of 4.2 sexual partners, while men in that age group had 6.1.
Jesus. Sorry, dropped out.
Yeah, the other stuff that I saw said it was 5 and 6. It was 4.2 and 6.
Seems about right. So I'm actually kind of like trying to understand, like, what's this whole short-term versus long-term relationship stuff all about? Like, what's the main crux of the problem that you're trying to like?
Well, so the reason that I talk about it is because when people are talking to me about the way that men and women look for partners, I need them to clarify, are we talking about short term or are we talking about long term? Because if we're talking, depending on which one we're talking about, I'm going to have a different answer or a different rebuttal. Whereas if they say, oh, well, I just don't believe in that, then I'm going to be like, well, then I just can't talk to you. Like, we just can't have a conversation then, because nothing you're saying is going to make sense to me until you can place it in one of these two categories.
Right.
And so, yeah, I believe that the strategies or what the preferences, the way that people categorize things are going to be totally different depending on which one we're talking about.
Don Juan Plagueis Zero super chatted $1.99.
Yeah, I think a lot of the
Most people
mainstream red
don't
pill,
think
which I have a
like
lot of
that.
problems with, because the bigger problem for me is that I'm red pill from like the OG days, but a lot of this fresh and fit stuff and like whatever podcast and Rollo Tomasi and all the pickup artists, they've like co-opted the red pill for like mainstream use, and it's really, really basic stuff about how to manipulate female nature and like how to sleep with lots of women and how to get game, and it's like, that's not, I guess it is now, but that's not what the red pill was about. But that's not. I linked a video in content suggestions that I want you to watch. It's like 10 minutes. It's from one of the actual OG MGTOW red pill guys.
Okay. Well, we got a I gotta move on to the Shark3oZero stuff here. I
Super
had planned
chatted
on getting to that immediately.
Pooh
and
came
then-
before RP, but RP
Hold on.
doesn't have solutions.
But then Don, I'm gonna respond to these in just a second. Give me just a moment. But yeah, I started going off about the stuff with Torshaa, and now we're off on a massive tangent. So I'll get to the Shark3oZero stuff eventually.
Okay.
But yeah, that's the main thing. Is I feel like it has to be clarified first. I need to know one way or the other.
Kent super chatted $2. Sup Tom. Red pill is lame and outdated shucksterism.
So yeah. But all right, I'm gonna move on to the next call.
Okay. All right. See ya.
Appreciate it, man. Yo.
I was not in the waiting room, Tom.
You weren't?
I was in the have fun with your fans room.
My bad. All right, moving on to the next thing. Shark3oZero. All right. So, recently we went over a video from a black video essayist trans woman. And then we went over... Oh, wait. Hold on. Sorry. I got to respond to the... Okay. Red pill advice that doesn't exist. Trollo. Yeah. That's... I mean, obviously, they give advice. They give advice all the time. We've watched numerous videos. They're giving advice. They're saying what's good. They're saying what's bad. They're saying what we should and shouldn't do. They're saying these people are crazy if they think you should do this. Like, they are giving advice the entire time. Then this one says POA came before red pill, but oh wait, no. Most people don't think like that. So I completely disagree. I think that most people do think like that. I think that most people know what they want. They either want a long-term partner or they want a short-term partner. I think most people know what they're looking for based on where they're at in their life.
Plagueis0 super chatted $1.99. Call them what they are, hypocrites.
I don't know if it's hypocrites. I just think that they'll... I don't know. I think that they think of these things very differently. But yeah, I think that most people know where they're at in their life. Every time that I've gone into a relationship with a girl, I've known that I'm looking for a long-term relationship. There are times where I was hooking up with a girl and I knew I was not looking for a relationship with this girl. She was not looking for a relationship with me. Like, we both knew this. And when I talk to people and I say, you know, and I've been talking to a girl, lots of times they'll say, I'm not looking for anything serious. And if I'm looking for something serious, I'll be like, oh, okay, cool. Never mind then. Or I have friends who have like a bunch of stories of like girls saying that they're looking for a relationship and the guy being like, oh yeah, me too, but they're just looking to hook up with her. If you go through dating profiles on the internet, they all state, I'm looking for something serious. I'm not looking for something serious. You know, I'm looking for a relationship. I'm just looking to have fun. Like, they all say these things in there. It seems like most people think this way. It seems like most people know where they're at in their life and what it is that they want, what it is that they're looking for, and they have a desired outcome for each interaction in this way. I think that they all know what it is that they want. It said POA came before red pill, but red pill doesn't have solutions. Yeah, well, so I would say red pill try, like, people pop red pill, people like, you know, whatever podcast and Sneeko and Fresh and Fit, like these sorts of people, they obviously try to give long-term solutions. They believe that they can give you like an entire lifestyle that'll help you get women. I don't think they know what they're talking about. I think that they have like a very skewed version of what women are like, what women want. Now, it's possible that I'm the one with a very skewed version or vision for what these people want. It's possible. Unlikely.
Don Juan Plagueis Zero super chatted $4.99. The RPers being hypocrites. I agree with you on LT and ST dating, but that they go in different ways. RP have no solutions even with their advice.
We should look at Destiny's document sometime. Because he wrote a whole document for his debate with Rolo. In Torsha's saying that I'm repeating this stuff, so I'm wondering if he has like all of the same stuff that I'm talking about.
Don Juan Plagueis Zero super chatted $1.99. There's more, there's dating coaches against RP.
I would assume most dating coaches are against Red Pill. I would assume most dating coaches, like people who actually know what they're talking about, people who actually look at data with an unbiased lens and look at for like a general consensus on this stuff. And when we're talking about like data, I'm not talking about data from like a dating coach. I'm not talking about data from like from like the PUAs. I'm not talking about these guys. I'm talking about like psychology. I'm talking about like universities running studies. Let's see. Goals. Factually destroy Rolo and Michael on prior and any current claims they make in regards to their ideologies. Foundations. Maintain emotional and rhetorical control throughout the conversation. Focus on research and broad red pill claims. Let's see. Ground rules. Question 1. What is an alpha male based? Question 2. If alpha fucks and beta bucks, then how is the alpha an actual alpha? True. He's the one who's really getting cucked. The beta is the one who's getting the relationship. Do you still believe in pair bonding? Why would women's sexual strategy of simultaneously having sex with a beta and an alpha play contrary to their built-in desires to pair with only a single person? That's a good point. While you're eager to initially accept findings from evolutionary psychology, why do you run away from them now that the field is turning away from strategic pluralism or alpha fucks, beta bucks? Do you at least recognize that your position is no longer scientific? Is this a Tom versus chat stream, Tom Foolery show? No, we're gonna get to the Shark3oZero video pretty soon. That was the plan, was just to jump on and review this video, but we ended up talking about this, so now we're talking about it. How is populist far right? Populist isn't far right. Populist anything is far everything. So if you're a populist on the left, you're far left. If you're populist on the right, you're far right. Excuse me.
Donju and Plagueis Zero super chatted $4.99. Sean T. Smith, David Tian, Jeffrey Miller, all doctors, all against the RP. Destiny won the debate and Trollo threw in the towel. He dismissed data.
Yep. I mean, I didn't really pay attention to it when we were watching it. It just, when I watched, what I remember from it, because I was like DMing people, I was waiting for Alex and Torshaa to get back to me. I was trying to figure out if we're doing this or not. It was kind of frustrating that day. Don Juan is Tom's sugar daddy tonight. Yeah, we're just going to turn off the chat, and if any of you want to send me any messages, you're going to have to do it through the donation section, okay? But yeah, it seemed like every time Destiny brought something up, they're like, oh, yeah, we completely agree with that. Yeah, that's what we're saying too. Yeah, we say the same thing. That's what it seemed like. Okay. What is hypergamy?
Donju and Plagueis Zero super chatted $1.99. Alex would beat Trollo in a debate.
Probably. Yes. And thank you, Don, for all of the donations. I appreciate it. This is I need to really get the bar down there. So I wanted to do like a $40 donation goal for each stream, and I can't figure out how to get the bars on here, so it's really frustrating. What is pluralism? Like one partner? Or plurality dating? Is that what it said?
Sassafras super chatted $2.23. Trollololololololololo.
Thank you, Sassafras. Where can I get that Google Doc? This is Destiny's debate document or his debate strategy document for the debate with Roa. Okay. Does this say anything about long versus short term? Nope. Yeah, maybe we'll go over this one day. If women are hypergamous, how do you explain their attractions to pool boys and gang members? I would explain it through short versus long term. They're hypergamous in long term dating. They're not in short term. Seems though pool boys, gangsters represent the bottom of society in several ways, but most importantly, they lack the ability to provision resources, which is arguably the key feature of an alpha. It's not clear that having these alpha traits even get men more play. For example, in a 2015 study published on evolutionary psychology by Frederick and Jenkins, 60,058 heterosexual participants, in which 52% were men, were surveyed on average sexual partners, with height and BMI being two factors they looked at. Here's a whole list of singers who date / hook up with backup dancers. Even Madonna, Britney Spears, Jerry Halliwell, Ginger Spice, Leanne Rimes, Melanie B, Ashley Tisdale, Christina Aguilera. Jennifer Lopez literally split with her husband, Mark Anthony, and started dating a backup dancer, Casper Smart. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. According to Destiny's research, men should get divorced since it increases your wealth, and women shouldn't divorce, or else they'll have shorter outcomes or worse outcomes. I don't think that people, so when we're talking about like wealth outcomes or like outcomes for finding another partner, yeah, of course, but people don't prioritize things in that way. If you want to be in the relationship, then you want to be in the relationship, so you stay in the relationship. Like, if you prioritize that person and the person you're with over possibly making more money and being in another relationship, then obviously you're not going to get out of that relationship. Everybody take a second and hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate you joining today. We're going to start on the shark video here. So yeah, okay. Let's get into this. So, how are you still awake? We're only like halfway through stream. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Shark was recently attacked pretty hardcore in the video that was put out by the trans black video essayist, where she called him Uncle Ruckus, which is pretty much the same as her calling him an Uncle Tom. She was obviously a piece of crap. These are, I was making a video essay about video essayists on the left, and then I was going to focus in on black video essayists because they seem to be the worst of the worst, and not just the ones that are black, right? There's a bunch that are white that are still part of these circles. And so they're like seriously just horrible people. They are so like, the more I you mean cornbread too? The more that I dug into these people and the more that I learned about them, the more disgusted with them I was. They are truly bottom of the barrel types of humans. And I didn't have like a full-fledged video essay. It didn't have enough there. And so I just kind of put it off to the side. I plan on picking it back up after all of this. This girl who did this video essay was somebody that I focused in on. She is somebody that I was looking at for a bit, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is truly like a disgusting person. And I already knew about her before all of this blew up, and I had a bunch of stuff on her already. So,
Don Juan Plagueis 0 super chatted $1.99. Reminder, Trollo said the word like it was nothing.
The N-word. Why is it Trollo? I don't get it. Are you saying he's just a troll? What up, Michael? What was I saying? Okay, yeah. So I focused in on this girl for a while. She is a piece of crap. But it was her, Professor Flowers, what's his name? Who's the big guy? The one with the braids that we go over pretty regularly with the initials at the beginning. FD, yes. FD signifier. And Trib or what was his name? Is it Trib? Trub? No, it's not Trib. What is his name? I'm blanking on this guy's freaking name. Turb. Also a piece of crap. I don't know. They just have this, like, yes, Noah Sampson is one of the white ones that I was kind of talking about that has like a connection to these guys. There were a couple other white guys that I touch on in there. But these people are the ones that are just really just irked me, dude. Like they are poor excuses for humans. So anyways, she starts calling him Uncle Ruckus over, I don't even remember what it was that she mentioned, but it was some dumb bullcrap. And then all of these other people that I mentioned on Twitter started piling on and making fun of him and doing the Uncle Tom memes and all of that crap. So now he's responding to it, and we'll see what he has to say.
In an era of deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. Thank you, George Orwell. You're a good guy, Jack.
With the glass ceiling broken, all the oppressed groups shall prosper, especially the most oppressed group of all, gamers.
Hey guys. Hope you all are doing well. Welcome back to another video. This is going to be a little bit different than normal videos that we do here on the channel. Mostly because what we have to talk about is a little different than what we normally do on the channel, but that's just kind of how things are. For the last 2 weeks, basically, there's been a concerted effort to destroy my reputation, and that's just what I've been dealing with for about the last 10 days, and I wanted to go over it. I talked about this a little bit on stream, but I thought it'd be pretty good to talk about it here on the channel and make it its own segment so I don't have to bring it back to the stream and you guys are filled in on everything. I've seen some people talk about how they've heard little inklings about they've been listening to the grapevine, and it's been spewing whispers about a possible drama concerning me on the Bird app. Now, some of you may be worried. I know a lot of these videos are typically set up as a sort of like apology response video, but I am going to put the brakes on all of that and let you know that don't worry. I know for a fact I don't have anything to be sorry for. So this is going to be a video explaining everything and showing my side of the story, since I know they don't care. So this is for you and not them. I think they're bad people and don't deserve any clout or...
True! It's true! He's right! He's not wrong.
recognition or an apology from me at all. And so
Base.
that's just going to be that. I want to hop into it because I don't want this video to be too long. There's some really interesting things in here that I think probably need like a little bit of an explanation, not necessarily because they needed an explanation to begin with, but because of after their basically 2 weeks of unfettered misinformation campaign that they're trying to do on me as a person. I think the lies that they've been trying to push need a little bit of an explanation, a little bit more context, since they're incredibly deceitful in the way that they're trying to go about things. That being said, I think they're pretty dumb, and I don't think a very smart person is going to be fooled by it, but somebody who doesn't know anything about me and may trust these people may believe them off the face. I just want to make these couple arguments here on this issue because I do think they're at least a little bit important. So where did this all start? Basically, this all started when a creator, I'm not going to be saying their name, but a creator released a video on LeftTube. They were very angry about me. They didn't like me and how I engaged in the space and for who and to who I talk to. I'm not mentioned very much in this video, but it's just for a split second, and I want to go over it a little bit.
Now to these important next clips.
It's real bad. You guys saying that she leaked the sects, which by the way, I saw large content creators repeating the fact that she leaked the sects.
Okay, so she's got screenshots on here.
Large content creators.
Shark3oZero, Sigma male, top 0.15% of Twitch, said, no matter what you think of Vaush, what Kat did the other day was 100% sexual harassment, and it's just plain gross. I always speak highly of Kat, especially with her talks on sex and consent, which makes this even more sad. Revealing intimate conversations and publicly trying to demean and humiliate someone about their genitals is so nasty and manipulative, it genuinely shocks me. Some people took it with such nonchalance. So if you weren't around back in the day, long time ago, about a year ago, Vosh got into it with J.K. Rowling on Twitter. A bunch of trans people were very upset with him and were like, yo, you're being misogynistic. You represent trans people. Everybody already says that everybody who represents trans people are already misogynistic because they say trans women are women. And so now you're just making all of us look bad. Vaush decided to defend himself while also saying that he wasn't defending himself. Him and Kat Black got into it. They got into a heated fight. They ended up leaking DMs, blah, blah, blah. He said some messed up stuff about her. He said a lot of these black nationalist type women have a fetish for white men, just like white nationalist people have a fetish for black people. So that was already pretty messed up. And so she fired back by saying that he had a small penis, that he sent her dick pics when they used to sext back in the day, and that he had a small pee-pee. And so this is Shark saying, yo, that's not cool. That's not a good thing to say. That's sexual harassment, and that's messed up. It looks like this is from the girl's video, so she is showing him saying not to sexually, that she shouldn't have sexually harassed Vosh, but she's playing it during a clip of Demon Mama saying people are accusing Kat of leaking DMs, and Kat didn't leak DMs. When it does, so far, Shark has not said she leaked DMs.
Repeating the fact that she leaked the sects, which never happened. That did not ever happen. No sects were ever leaked.
Black women don't get free reign to sexually harass people. I think more highly of them than that. She threw herself under there, and I'm saying it shouldn't have happened.
By anyone. All that Kat Black ever did was say that the greatest extent that they...
No matter what you think of Vaush. Oh, wait. Somebody said she did not reveal such a thing until after Vaush on stream accused her of having a white fetish. I don't tend to support retaliatory tactics, which is why I don't like Vaush, mind you. But that point does seem lost in the overall discourse. Claudio Brown said, what he said I think was a low blow, but she responded by going even lower. I think that's just fucked, honestly. Neither of them came out looking particularly good from all of this, but I feel like Kat leaking sex and insulting his dick just undermines all her stuff on consent.
Ever engaged was to sext a few years ago. You guys have been spreading that lie all the fuck over the place. And honestly, that's fucking shit. Just fucking misinfo. And it is, I'm seeing it now, by the way. People perpetuating this, and this is how you start to build up a cancellation profile for someone who didn't even do the things you're accusing of them.
First of all, F you Shark for being another black man complicit in some racist transphobic bull against a black trans woman. You're really giving leftist Candace Owens vibes. You were so mask off with your bad faith attacks on Cat Black. Shark was the first content creator to push this misinformation that debate bros till this day still latch onto. The hordes of racist white queer people that ran with this to attempt to silence Cat and anyone calling out the bold trans misogynor. Shark gained a lot of clout and profited off of the attacks. Black trans people don't have to accept contradictory allyship from cis black men, throwing black trans people to the wolves that are debate bros. Cat wasn't the first or the last trans person he's gone after. The clout and access he gained after strategically going after Professor Flowers was the first time I sensed coup vibes from him. At the moment, he lacks any contrition for the hate he pushed.
How many times are you going to say dick? Tomfoolery? Have I said dick? For anybody who just got here, there's a poll at the top of chat. The question is for straight men. We're asking about cold approaches, meaning that you've walked up to somebody and asked them out on a date, or asked them for their phone number, or asked them to hook up within 10 minutes. So you just walk up to them, hit on them. What it do, shouty? Can I get in them pants? Have you done this 3 or more times? That is the question. That's what we want to know. It's a stranger. We're not talking about somebody that you met at a bar. We're not talking about somebody that you met at the club and danced with them all night. Or you could have met them at a bar, but you have to do it the same way. 10-minute interaction, in and out, Gucci.
I don't have time to deal with Uncle Ruckus Jr. when my black and brown trans siblings are lacking resources, support, dying, and being murdered.
Okay, super interesting, right? Let's go into it. Now, I don't remember literally everything from the debacle with Cat Black. I made a little video recording my personal feelings on the issue when it happened, because I was in chat when it was like kind of all going down. I don't remember all of the details, and the timeline is a little important for some things, not important for what I think I'm going to be talking about here, and not important for what I talked about, little tweet thread that I made talking about some of the issues. And I want to go over that and read it now, because
for anybody who doesn't know about Shark, this is somebody who promotes black issues. This is somebody who talks about black issues. He talks about critical race theory. He talks about whiteness. He talks about colonizing. He's pretty far left. This is not like where she says that she's getting coon vibes from him. She is coping so hard. There is no way that you look at somebody like Shark and say that. The issue is, from my perspective, from knowing these people, he's not part of the friend group. He doesn't defend every little stupid thing that they do and say. When they're wrong, he says they're wrong, and that gets him the the coon vibes. That's why they're gonna start saying racist stuff about him, is because he's not part of the team. He's not in the in group. And so that's what upsets them. And this is what my video essay was mostly about on their section, is that they're all just about like team sports bullcrap. It's all a team. It's all a friend group. It's all a clique. It's not real politics. Being right doesn't matter. All that matters is that you guys all have fun and attack people and start a bunch of drama, and then call everybody else out and say, "Oh, we hate drama." Is that not a Attack on Titan shirt? I don't know what a Titan shirt is. So if I attacked a Titan shirt, I didn't mean to. But it was not my intention.
Because this person didn't read it. I'm not sure if there was she, but they definitely showed it. I said, in the video they posted, as Demon Mama was talking about how people were lying about Cat Black leaking sex, they showed my tweet thread where I said, no matter what you think of Vosh, what Cat did the other day was 100% sexual harassment, and I think it's plain gross. I always speak highly of Cat, especially in her talks about sex and consent, which makes this even more sad. Revealing intimate conversations and publicly trying to demean and humiliate someone about their genitals is so nasty and manipulative, it genuinely shocks me someone took it with such nonchalance. If I had a falling out with a female streamer and I talked about how we sent lewd texts and she had weird tits just apropos of nothing, I hope you all would tear me apart for that. It's so childish, weird, and sexual harassment. And I'm going to tell you now, I stand by this tweet 100%. This is a very good tweet thread, and I'm actually pretty shocked that I was so poignant and careful with my language here, because it actually does matter. Kat and Vosh were having like a back and forth. I think Kat was in the wrong in this situation, just off the cuff, because what I remember, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but what I remember is that they were having a bit of a falling out. Kat said that they were talking a lot in DMs, and she said that Vosh wasn't open to listening to her at all. I feel like if they were having this conversation in private and Vosh going to her and talking to her about the issues that he was having with some things in the space, some issues related to identity, and they were having that discussion in private, I don't think Kat was really caring to listen to him at all, which is fine and completely within her right to not do. Just
yeah, it was. So Kat was being catty in DMs, but also Vosh wasn't really listening to her. She was trying to explain that, like, regardless of what his issue was or why he did it, he still did it. So what he did still affects her. And so, like, he can't just say sorry and then it's all good, because she's still going to feel the after effects of what he did, and he will never have to deal with the after effects of what he did. And so she just doesn't care about his apology or why or any of his reasoning. It's done, and now she doesn't like him. And he's sitting there responding over and over, "You don't understand. I'm not even defending this. Like, why are you attacking me?" And she's like, "Yeah, I don't care. Like, I'm telling you, you were wrong. This is dumb. I can't believe you did this. This is messed up. We're going to have a really bad outcomes from this." And he's like, "I'm not even defending it. Like, I don't know why you're so upset with me. I'm not even trying to say that I was in the right." She's like, "Bro, are you not listening to me? Like, I don't care. Like, you having a reason or defending yourself or having excuses or any of this stuff is not relevant right now. We're just talking about the fact that you did something stupid that has really bad outcomes." And again, he's like, "I'm not even defending myself right now. What is going on?" It's like, oh my goodness, bro. So yes, it was both of them. He gave his reasoning. He tried to explain. He gave a lot of excuses. She wasn't listening. She wasn't having it. But he came out looking really bad in that conversation.
She doesn't have to. She doesn't owe him any conversation at all. I just think that it's weird to proposition yourself as somebody who wasn't listened to at all, or or not respected, when in the conversation itself it showed that you were not caring about what he had to say at all and didn't care to provide any information or work with him at all in this conversation. I just don't know what the point of talking to each other would be at all. And it seemed like he trusted her because they shared some intimacy together. After this, I'm pretty sure what happened is that somebody in Vosh's chat said that you may not be her type because they were having like a little bit of a back and forth. I think there's a little bit of misogyny in there. If I remember correctly, Vosh was like, I'm pretty sure she's into white guys. I do believe that what Vosh said was wrong, and I think a reasonable person could categorize it as sexual harassment as well. I believe what he said almost verbatim was that he thinks that she fetishizes white guys, and I think that's wrong. I won't add any more qualification there. Obviously, what he said made her feel a certain type of way, and I don't think that's necessarily wrong. If he didn't want her to come back at him, obviously he shouldn't have said anything. Kat then went on to talk about how they sexted before in the past, years ago or something, how they sent sexual text messages, how they were like sexting or trying to get each other to fucking nut or something. I don't know, necessarily in DMs. I don't use Twitter necessarily as a dating app, or at least I try not to. But as far as I remember, that's what happened. And then after that, she then went on to talk to some people in her community or whatever about how Vosh is weird. He has like an ugly, weird, small dick or something along those lines. And that's the part that I really had a massive issue with. Having somebody reveal something to you privately, like their genitals or something that is supposed to be a confidential situation, and then you just use it specifically to body shame them in that moment. I think that's pretty crazy. And I still stand by my hypothetical at the end of the tweet thread to kind of like bring it home to people who may not be on the same page as me, that if I were to have a falling out with like a female content creator and they were talking and somebody in their chat said, maybe you two are not getting along because you're not his type, and then she was like, I'm pretty sure she's into, you know, insert in identity girl here, and then I came back with talking about how we used to sex and she sent me titty pics, and then I said that she had weird tits, I would hope that you all would tear me out for that. That's crazy. That's crazy, is it not? Am I just am I an insane person here for thinking that's crazy? Because I think that's crazy. And I never said that she leaked text. I never said that she leaked text. That's a very clear thing. That's a very specific thing. And I didn't say that she did that. I very clearly said that she revealed that they had intimate conversations, which she did. I could say she talked about how they had intimate conversations. I still respect and I like Kat. I'm still subscribed to her and I still watch her content. I don't think that she's a bad person. I think good people can make bad decisions, and I think good people can do some incorrect things. I think Vosh has done bad things, and we'll talk about that here in a moment. But I think Kat has done bad things here, and I think it very clearly is sexual harassment. I consider like other content creators and everything coworkers here to some degree, and I think doing something like that is sexual harassment. I think it is pretty fucked up. If I said if I did something like that to a woman content creator or a man content creator, like gender doesn't even necessarily matter here, but like you can put the shoe on the other foot, you know, swap the roles type thing. People typically respond better to that. I don't think it's good, but it happens. But yeah, if I did this to a man, I still think it'd be pretty messed up. The bro showed me his taint and it's like dimpled like chicken skin. He's so gross. Lamau, what an idiot, dumbass. I think it'd be pretty messed up. I don't think that you should do that. And I don't think I'm in the wrong here for calling Kat out on this. I'm pretty sure I even also, she didn't play me talking about Vosh, but which is also really interesting. And all of these sorts of things, what you're going to see is that they play me talking about Black people or some other types of people or some other groups, but they never play me criticizing the people who they say I'm always peddling for. I also really want to put this idea of my mistreatment of Professor Flowers to rest, because in my original video that I released about her discussion with Vosh, I really feel like I was incredibly fair and kind to her in that discussion. I'm not going to be rehashing and relitigating everything that I said in that video, because I think that video stands by itself, and I really think that I made all of the points that I needed to. That on top of the fact that like I don't remember every single detail of those discussions because it just happened so long ago now. But I want to talk about this because I think like normal, rational people could possibly be lied to about my possible treatment of Professor Flowers. And I just think that's unfortunate because I really think I was pretty good in my analysis. So since I'm blocked by Professor Flowers now, and I'm pretty sure we block each other, I'm going to do something that I don't typically do, but I feel like it's going to be important in this situation because all of these people keep wanting to lie about this. And I just feel like at this point, I don't have any other reason not to show this. So I'm going to be unlike what I said to Cat Black, I am going to be leaking DMs, my DMs, with Professor Flowers, because we did actually talk a little bit. And this is why I think that I treated her pretty well, because I believe that she thought that I treated her so well, in fact, that she believed that I was worth having even a little bit of a correspondence with. So here is my correspondence with Professor Flowers. On September 25th, 2021, holy crap, it's been so long. But she reached out to me after my video and said, "Hi, I saw your video about my debate with Vosh. I just wanted you to know that Vosh and I agreed on an entirely different topic than in anti-capitalist violence and separatism. I was completely unprepared for this topic, and I think debating colonialism is wrong. And this is a subject that needs to be listened to and understood, not argued. It's really frustrating that people are critiquing me as if I was ready to have these conversations at all. I'm making a follow-up video that you can keep an eye out for. If you find me insufferable, then at least it's for what I actually believe and intended to say." And I think this is genuinely a pretty good response by Professor Flowers, and I thought it was incredibly kind, and I really appreciate it. I appreciated it so much in the moment I heard it, because I didn't have any ill will towards Professor Flowers, and I still really don't. And so here was my response. So here's my response about a day later. I'm always up for what people have to say. My honesty in these situations is why I have the platform to begin with. So if you make it, I will watch it. This was my promise to Professor Flowers, that after I watched her debate with Vosh, that I would watch her follow-up video to make sure that I understood exactly what she had to say, because I did care about what she had to say. I've heard what she has to say now, but before I was very open to it, and I let her know that. And I did actually watch that video. I didn't really like it, but once again, I knew what she actually thought, and we could just have that disagreement there. And I thought that was a good thing. Later, I also came back and said, "Also, your talk with President Sunday gave me more insight into how you thought, and I think it was great to hear you expand on some of your ideas. While I don't agree with all of them, it's hard to hate someone who, at the very least, shares my goals in bettering the world." And that was the last thing I said to Professor Flowers before she blocked me. I don't think I ever really talked about Professor Flowers after this, or in a way that like expanded on my opinions of her or her ideals than this. This was basically it. I didn't have any other things to say about Professor Flowers. I still don't really have anything more to say about Professor Flowers.
Yeah, I remember when he went over the Professor Flowers stuff, there was like one comment that she made that he really had a problem with. And that was about it. Like everything else, and the one thing that he had an issue with, I believe was very different than what I had issues with. Because I remember watching his reaction to it. And yes, it was a very different line of logic from what I was thinking watching it. So and he just called it like kind of yikesy or something like that. He didn't really go in on her.
It just doesn't seem, I just feel like it's very strange to say that I was like incredibly uncharitable to her when this is the type of charity that I was giving to her. I didn't make any promises about anything. All I said that I will listen to what you have to say. I will internalize it. I'll think about it. I hope that we come to an understanding. That's basically it. That's all you really can do in these situations. I'm not just going to believe whatever she says. I'm not just going to turn my brain off and let just random people put like whatever they want in my head. Not every black person is good on black issues. Not every black person is great on indigenous issues. Not every trans person is great on trans issues. Not every woman is great on woman issues. Just because you're of a certain identity does not mean that you're worth listening to on those issues for making the world a better place for that group of people. It's just not true. If that was the case, then I would listen to Candace Owens on black issues, and we all know that's something you shouldn't do. To wrap up this like Professor Flowers thing, and I hope this is the last time I ever talk about it, I just find it so weird that all of these people come for like me and other people in the space that disagreed with Professor Flowers, when even in this DM, she told me she wasn't ready. She wasn't ready. She just wasn't ready for it. She couldn't defend her arguments clearly and succinctly. And I think that's why she felt like the debate was bad. She literally said that almost verbatim. So I don't know why you're coming at me by saying that I think that she poorly articulated her points, when she very clearly believes that she poorly articulated her points in her debate with Vosh, and in this DM that she sent to me that she thought she wanted me to read because she thought that she like respected my opinion in some way or wanted me to think differently of her in some.
Yeah. Professor Flowers was kind of wishy-washy on this, where in one moment she would be like, oh, I don't really know what I'm talking about. I shouldn't have talked about this. I shouldn't have said what I said. I'm not, I shouldn't have like pretended to represent indigenous people. And I've got a lot of indigenous people telling me that I'm wrong about what it is that I'm saying. And so I just wasn't ready for this, and I spoke too soon, and that's kind of my fault. But then right after, she would go right back to defending it again. And so, like, she was kind of back and forth on this over and over. But he's right. She did say numerous times, my bad, I didn't know what I was talking about. I shouldn't have said this stuff. So, to get mad at him for saying what she said as well doesn't really make sense.
Way, and I just think that's weird that you're going to come for me now when this is actually genuinely what she believed about her own debate performance. This isn't me. I didn't do anything. I'm just literally stating exactly what she believes about her own arguments. But on that note, onto the indigenous thing, because a lot of these people are trying to use this to try and say that like me and other people in this space are like anti-indigenous or land back or something, when actual indigenous people came out against Professor Flowers' arguments and said that they were harmful, wrong, and she shouldn't be talking about them in this way. And if that's not more of an indictment on her arguments, then I don't know what else is than the actual people coming out and saying that those arguments were bad and harmful. Aren't those supposed to be the people who you said that you should be listening to? Isn't Professor Flowers here the person who should be like sitting down and listening to the indigenous people? But instead of that, all of these people just keep harping on about how we're the bad guys and we're the bad ones, when I'm agreeing with almost every single indigenous person I've heard chime in on this issue. Period. I have indigenous people in my audience, and I actually consulted them before I made my video about Professor Flowers. It's just, the problem that you have is not with me and what I said about Professor Flowers. If you think I gave coon vibes by disagreeing with Professor Flowers, then congratulations, you think indigenous people give off coon vibes by disagreeing with Professor Flowers as well, and I think that's very stupid. Sad. 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 I do also want to.
Again, it has nothing to do with him being right or wrong. It is team sports. That's all it is. There's nothing more to it. You just have to agree with them. If you don't agree with them, you're giving off coon vibes. You're just a bad guy. That's how these people operate all the time.
Say that it's super funny that they are going on and on about how they don't want to go back and forth with any of these bigots. I'm a bigot, apparently. I get all the notifications when you reply back to them. She's like, I want the harassment to die down, as they're actively pushing harassment against me. Listen, calmness for me, but not for thee. You deserve all the harassment. You deserve the threats and everything, but not me. Not me. I'm the good boy here. Another example of her pushing people to literally harass me, but you know, whatever, I guess. Shark3oZero! They didn't even put the dot in front so it wouldn't end up as a reply, so basically nobody saw this tweet, which is super funny. But anyways, I'm going to keep it 100 with you. I don't simply not like you. I don't like the way you move. She hates the way I move. I don't know what that means, and I don't really care either. Using some of the same tactics as Candace Owens to uphold the white status quo, reducing pushing lies and misinformation on Cat Black isn't drama. It's strategic trans-misogynoir for your own clout profit gain. I also want to mention that whoever those two content creators who talk to you aren't black trans people who have more sorry, wait. What? This is my first time reading the second tweet. I read the first tweet and I didn't give a shit. I haven't read the second tweet yet. I also want to mention that whoever those two content creators who talk to you aren't black trans people who have some reason to be angered with your coonery against black trans figures, cope or whatever you need blood. So here's the thing. I think I talked to just one person on stream and he wasn't black. He called in to ask if I was okay, actually, because he saw all the harassment that I was getting. I'm fine, just so you know. You don't need to reach out to me and ask if I'm okay. I am okay. I'm fine. I promise. This is the first time that I've been engaged in this type of stuff. But this isn't the first time that I've dealt with any of these types of creatures, insects, as I would like to call them, by the way that they act. So it didn't really necessarily have anything to do with having them come on to prove that I'm right. They asked to come on to ask if I was okay because they're good people and they saw that I was being harassed. And I'm a pretty quiet person, and I don't even talk necessarily about how everything makes me feel. And I haven't talked about how everything makes me feel, and I may not even necessarily in this video talk about how everything makes me feel. We'll see by the time we get to the end, right? Whenever that will be, because I don't know necessarily how long this video will be, but I'll try and cover everything that I can as concisely as I possibly can. Calling me something like Candace Owens is just simply ridiculous and low IQ. I'm nothing like Candace Owens, and I even think that is disrespectful to black people who have come under fire from people like Candace Owens or people like Dave Rubin, because the way in which they act and how they uphold white supremacy is far different than my insults to certain people. It is just far different in every way, shape, or form. I actually think about how some things that I say could possibly be used against some black people. We'll talk about that in a moment, but you guys don't, and you don't care. Never have, never will. And I find it hard to care about what you have to say when you don't keep yourself up to the same exact standards as you would try to hold me to. I'm not like Uncle Ruckus. I've never watched Boondocks, mostly because I hate black people. No, I don't really watch TV. So I don't really know necessarily about Uncle Ruckus. I don't watch slave movies either. Those are for white people. Once again, we'll talk about that in a moment. So I'm not like 100% privy to literally every reference they're trying to call me, but I just think it's ridiculous. On the Candace Owens one, I'm very sure of. I'm nothing like Candace Owens. I'm not even using the same tactics as Candace Owens. Candace Owens is very clear and very hateful and very bigoted. I'm nothing like Candace Owens. Sorry. And if I am, that says more about how you don't understand who Candace Owens is or who any of these anti-black people are more than it says anything about me. All of this says more about you than it ever will about me.
So, yeah, this is what I call... What do I call it? What do I call this again? I don't call it Poppy. No. I'm Poppy. I'm Poppy. I'm Poppy. What do you call it when people are like within a certain space and it kind of like moves the something window? Yeah, window. The Overton window. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. Call this Overton depth perception. Where the farther out to the edges of the spectrum you are, the harder it is for you to see and understand the people farther away from you. And so, when you look at somebody like Shark, and you think he's just like Candace Owens, that's because you are so far out to the edges of the spectrum, you aren't even on the spectrum anymore. You are so far away from the window, you cannot see through the window whatsoever. Overton depth perception is where, yes, if you're all the way out here on the very edges, a liberal and a neo-Nazi look like the same person. Because you are so different from everybody else that you can only see similarities between these people.
Ever. Sorry. And I also find it super interesting. Every single one of these types of people who like to say that they hate that they hate drama, they don't want to be in drama. Literally every single last one of them only engage in drama, or like mostly drama, or love drama. They love drama, and then they go on, and so they drop a drama video after a drama video after a drama video after a drama video, and then they'll see how well the drama video does, and then they'll take a screenshot and then upload how well this video did compared to their last videos that weren't about drama, and then
Yes, and then they complain about, yeah, man, I don't want to do drama, but that's all you guys will watch. It's not fair. I hate drama so much. And then they just more and more drama. But all they ever did was drama. They never did a video that wasn't drama. They've only ever done drama. This is literally part of my video essay, is talking about all of this freaking crap, dude.
And they'll be like, I can't believe the world is so cruel like this. And then they'll drop another drama video. I drop some drama videos every now and again. I'm not going to lie to you. I would hope that we could learn something from it, but I don't go here and I can't believe there's so much drama when all these people do is make drama. This person who's like been criticizing me this whole time, this specific person, their entire channel is simply drama. It's only drama. That's it. That's it. Their whole channel is simply just trying to attack other creators. And I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to attack other creators who deserve it. I'm just saying that I just think it's really ridiculous how they're really up into the I hate drama crowd, drama bad crowd, when at the end of the day, they love drama. They enjoy drama. They imbibe in it. That's all they ever talk about or do. That's kind of how it is. Sorry. This person holds themselves up as some sort of steward, some bulwark, some sort of incredible person who's here to change things, who's beating the heck out of the racist white queer community, when they're just harassing people at the end of the day, honestly. But hey, listen, it's whatever. And if they're going to come at me for my connections, I feel like that it would be a great opportunity to highlight connections. I think connections are interesting, so interesting. Everybody has so many connections with so many curious types of people, really. And I think this person has some very curious connections indeed, from what I've seen. They're going to say my connection with Vosh is like the big problem with why they dislike me. I'm not very connected with Vosh at all. We have some overlap in our communities. I have a lot of people who don't like Vosh in my community. If I mention him, I get a lot of people who are like,
I do not think your theory is proven. Centrists sometimes also seem to have trouble seeing the difference between the far right and the right. Huh. I have not seen that. I see that from the left, and I see the right have trouble seeing the difference between a liberal and a socialist, but I haven't seen that from centrists. But to a centrist, the far right and the far left look the same. They say far left and far right have more in common than all in between. Yeah. Well, no, that's part of my point. Because the far left and the far right are the two that they're farthest away from. So they'll see the similarities in them instead of the differences. It was not the right and the right. Yeah, I said the far right and the right. Oh, far left and the right. Yeah, that's... okay, yeah, that's part of my point. Those are the two groups that are the farthest away from them. Yeah, of course.
Like, don't end up like him, don't be like him. I like you because you're pretty different from him. There's reasons to dislike everybody, so it's just whatever. At the end of the day, I think this whole thing with connections is going to be very curious, because I don't think this person has very good connections themselves. So bad, in fact, that I think a lot of you all may actually find the connections that they have to be very worrisome, curious, and also questionable, especially with some of the things that these people are engaged in. Do you guys remember Eden? The video that I made on Eden, the Saudi Arabian trans woman who was kidnapped from America, human trafficked back to Saudi Arabia, and forced to detransition, which ultimately led to her end. Do you all remember that? Well, something that I haven't talked about too much, because I didn't want the video in which we talked about her to be consumed by them and their debauchery. Was get this freaking chair out of here, man. Get the heckin' chair out of here, man. I'm talking. One thing that I didn't talk about is how there's not only a group of people who loved and respected and was cherishing her life and respecting it. There's also a group of people who are very loud and very gross who spend their time trying to attack people who.
How is the far left like the far right? Well, when you get to the outer edges, you're talking about authoritarian left and authoritarian right. So they're both going to be like authoritarian, but also they both care about outcomes over over freedoms. They both care about like they prioritize things similarly. No, you aren't. The far left is not authoritarian. Okay, so when we talk about the authoritarian left, what are we talking about? You think that's not far left? What is authoritarian left then to you? There is no authoritarian left. Okay. What? Tom show horseshoe theory? I mean, it is horseshoe theory is what they're talking about, but I don't know what, like, if you've never seen like a political spectrum before where there's an authoritarian right and an authoritarian left, like the far left is anarchy, that there's still an authoritarian left though. Relative to right-wing authoritarians, left-wing authoritarians were lower in dogmatism and cognitive rigidity, higher in negative emotionality, and express stronger support for political system with substantial centralized state control. So this is somebody like Haas, right? From Infrared. Like that is authoritarian left. I don't know why you're saying authoritarian left doesn't exist, but authoritarian left exists. There are lots of different types of far left. But authoritarian left is like that's very far left. That's pretty far out there.
Who are her friends, and who do remember her fondly, and it is wildly disgusting to see. And these are people who are coming after me are connected with. Specifically, I thought it was very curious how she was found
communist, right? Yeah, you've got authoritarian communists, you've got anarcho-communists. Those are different groups, both far left.
Around with this person in particular, let's just call them SG for now. This SG person engaged with this on this platform, and this tweet is, "I don't understand how Parker could let Eden get taken like this." This tweet is in response to the SG saying that Parker, which is Eden's partner or ex-partner now, the person who was romantically involved with Eden, they're spending their time harassing this person whose trans partner was killed by the brutal anti-trans government of Saudi Arabia. This is just genuinely sick, and it makes me sick. And they're connected to even another person who's kind of the big cheerleader in this. This person who I'm not even going to show you on stream, but if you know who I'm talking about, you know who I'm talking about. Jay. You know who I'm talking about, you know who I'm talking about. Name starts with J. These people who are connected to this person, they're following, they're having a good time with, they have connections with, they talk to. These people have this the sun emoji that I talked about in the video that we made about Eden, as well as a cigarette. And if you know what that means, you'll know how gross that is, how absolutely disgusting that is, but I'll explain it for you. Basically, what it means is it means to smoke one, new pack in the air. It means someone died, your opposition, someone who you don't like died. New op pack in the air is a way to say it, typically with a cigar. Also can be known as smoke a British cigarette, but here in the States, that F word would have a different meaning. And that's the whole point. Another big content creator does this, actually. It's his calling card, an account 100% dedicated to celebrating when trans people die, whether it be by suicide or murder or anything. That's his calling card. He loves to do that too, where anytime a trans person suffers, is abused, assaulted, harassed, killed, they love to post that, especially when they don't like them. I don't like any of these people, but you won't catch me ever celebrating or being friends with people who celebrate murder of brown trans women. Here's another person they're connected with, quote tweeting Solera back when she was around. Okay, so post your selfies on the Kiwi site. What they're talking about is Kiwi Farms, a forum dedicated to harassing people. Unless one of our 20 mutuals can talk you down from gleefully using your cis reppy guys to harass other trans people through a block. How about that? I know this community isn't so small that someone can't start a conversation, or maybe the Kiwi site can help me start one. This is them actively saying that they would like to use Kiwi Farms, a place dedicated to finding and harassing and tap dancing on the graves of trans people, to attack a trans person that they don't like, that they have a disagreement with. That, everyone, is insane. Kira Chats. Now, a lot of you may not know who this Kira Chats person is. They were formerly known as Bad Bunny, but they rebranded due to old issues that they don't want to bring back up. We'll talk about it here because it's important. Because if she wants to get mad, because if this person wants to get mad at me for my connections, let's talk about some of theirs. This Kira Chats person, they used to go by Bad Bunny specifically. And Bad Bunny was known as a pretty bad person, actually. Something that happened to them before. You may remember them as the $5 a month girl. I know Moist Critical, Charlie made a video about her. I think it's called The Greatest Streamer Ever. It went popular. It went super mega viral of her going, $5 a month, right? That thing. I thought that it was just like a joke within the community. I didn't think that she deserved all that hate thrown at her for that, but it happened. And just if you want to know who that was, you've probably seen that. That's who this person is. Something that's a little lesser known about her, though, is what she was engaged in a couple years ago. Actually, in some cases, not even a couple years ago. Sometimes about a year ago.
I, for one, would never be involved with a guy who's bisexual. Well, witch doctor, shut the fuck up. I couldn't do it. There might be exceptions, obviously. When I say I wouldn't be attracted or I'm not attracted, obviously if it's obviously there could be exceptions, all you super literal nerds out there, but I don't like, if a guy's having sex with other guys, and then he's like, oh, maybe I'll try having sex with you. I'm like, even black people, if you found me a black bisexual man, I might throw up in my mouth. You can't hate gay people anymore? Why not? I want to hate whoever the fuck I want to hate. I want to hate a person because they're wearing Crocs. Why can't I hate a person because of whatever else trivial? If that reason is trivial, allowed. If I can hate a person for wearing Crocs, that's an incredibly trivial reason, and then people can harp on me about how stupid it is for me to hate an entire person because of the Crocs they wear. But you see me, I will hate the fuck out of that Croc wearing.
She then went on to have a whole conversation and to defend literally all of her points and says she refuses to date a black person, period, with Destiny. Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bennell II. It was so bad, in fact, that even in that discussion, no matter, I know a lot of these people think Destiny is crazy racist, and if she came out of this discussion with Destiny looking that bad,
yeah, if you're more racist than Destiny, then damn, bro. I mean, Damn.
What does that make her? Right? My dogs. My dogs. And another person who this person's coming after me follows, enjoys, likes, and is always around them in their comment section. Here's what they had to say about Eden as well. Once again, let me remind you, a trans woman who was forcefully detransitioned, taken from...
No offense, Tomfoolery, but this video is boring in my opinion. This part of the space is so boring, just stupid drama between streamers. Sure. I mean, so if you know these people, it's not boring. If you follow these people, it's not boring. If you know that there's a group of people who are constantly out there attacking all of us, calling us racist, calling us all sorts of names, painting us like we're these horrible people, saying that all we care about is drama, saying that all we do is just tear down minorities and trans people and all this other stuff. But then that's all they do to us, and they never have like actual examples of any of us doing this stuff. It's really satisfying every time somebody from our side of the internet fires back and shows how wrong they are, how hypocritical they are, and how disgusting they are. I enjoy the hell out of it. And not only that, but like I said, I'm in the middle of working on a video essay that is exactly about this stuff. He is getting into the stuff that I plan on making a very in-depth video essay about. So it's relevant, and it's a concise video where he's pushing back against a bunch of racist, crazy people.
From her home, kidnapped, lied to, human trafficked, and killed by the Saudi Arabian government. Here's what they had to say about her. White trans spaces claim to have adopted the sun emoji to mourn the death of Eden Knight, who took her own life due to the persistent bigotry of her own parents. But this is not why these folks have adopted the sun emoji for this. They adopted the emoji as a subtle way to launder their hatred for a single black trans woman for the crime of criticizing her for her racist behavior. Being called out for being racist has nothing to do with Eden's transphobic, hateful parents bullying her to death. This is what the sun emoji here actually symbolizes: an attempt to use one trans suicide for very large many, and try to turn the entire LGBTQIA plus against one black trans woman, one who was in no way responsible for her death, not one iota. The person who they're talking about is this person whose name begins with J. This person who bullied, harassed, and is laughing, tap dancing on the grave of this dead woman. Wild. I personally wouldn't have connections like this personally, but you know, maybe some people have different values. Here's these two interacting with each other, and if you go back through any of these tweets, they love
There's Rose Mollet. 80% of trans women murdered today are black trans women. Black, queer, and or trans people are basically who we all have to thank for our ability to exist legally in the US. They are the reason why you and I aren't criminals right now. Quote tweeting Rose, white trans women in 2023 are way more oppressed than racial minorities are. And if you genuinely think otherwise, then you're in denial. She said, don't even waste your time replying to this discount Blair White. Wait, Rose is nothing like Blair White, dude. What the hell? Like, she's freaking out there. This is a dumb tweet. But she's nothing like Blair White.
Interacting with each other. They follow each other. They talk all the time. and this is what they have to say about dead trans women. But hey, listen, I'm the one who's transphobic. Here's them again confiding with somebody who personally laughed at the death of Eden.
I do feel she does messy things and then hides her hands when confronted. She definitely knows how to play YouTube women tears when people clap back at her rightfully. Now I'm adding her to my white leftist industrial complex video essay. Keffels to do to the Keffels to do to the digital blackface. What?
Brandon Cavallaro super chatted $1.35. Come.
True.
Maybe it's a me thing. Maybe it's all at the end of the day still just a me thing. Who knows? Who can tell anymore? Now, in response to this video,
Read my last message. Politics is a ring. Center at the base, and the left and the right meet at the top in their extremes, honestly. Yeah, I mean, that's horseshoe theory. I don't think that we can explain it in that way at all. I think that, like, probably the closest way to explain it is like the spectrum of a political spectrum. Yeah, so kind of like this. I think this is generally the closest we can get to like a way of showing it. Just this is only 4 corners, and it's crazy that there's whoa, what is that? That doesn't exist. That's not a thing. How did that get on there? Wow. I think that there's going to be like a lot more spots on it than just 4. I think 4 is like not a lot. What corner are you in? The last couple times I took it, I landed directly spot on in the middle one time, and then the next time I ended up here. So we got here and here. Middle, just below the middle, but like still in the center. What does it mean? It means I'm like center libertarian. What were the results of the poll you did the other day? Which one? Oh, so we're doing a new one on the channel. So if you go to my channel, go to the community tab right here. Just go to my main YouTube channel, click community. We've got choose your spot on the spectrum. Answer seriously, please. Socialist/populist and beyond would be considered far left/right. In this context, progressive is just left. Paleocon is far right. So, center and left are getting most of the results. Far right and far left are both about 5%. Sassafras, did you click far left? No, the poll is not closed. The poll is not closed. It has 237 votes on it so far. And then make sure that you also hit the thumbs up on it. So that will make sure that more people see it, so that more people vote. Read my above comment on the spectrum. I will even debate you on this if I have to. Spectrum is actually a trichotomy. Ask yourself about your core values. If you believe in freedom, equality, or stability, they are mutually exclusive. Which one do you hold most dear? So, okay. So, I think probably the best way to do it is to have a bunch of different spectrums where, why is it like this? To have a bunch of different spectrums where you start with a value, like some sort of axiom at the top, and then based on that, you'll get put into a spectrum. And then once you get put into a spectrum, then it'll start to split off where you're at based on that value. Kind of like this. So like if it's freedom, if it's outcomes, there's one more that I'm not thinking of. Freedom, outcome. Is it happiness? I don't think it's happiness. But yeah, anyways. So you'll start off with some sort of like core value, and then from the core value, it'll start to like split off into different groups. And there can even be like more than just this on there, but yeah, I think that like generally this is how it's gonna work for most people. And then you would have to have one for like social values, and then one for economic values. So yeah.
Response to this clip that was posted on Twitter. I tweeted, why do these people want to call me a house N-word hard R for disagreeing with them on like 2 drama cycles? They went full,
You tripping, bro. You tripping.
off of this one. They didn't like this one, not one bit. Let me tell you that. Let me tell you that, and let me show you exactly what happened. In response to this is what happened. This Tyrb person replied to me and
ooh, Turb. He is an idiot, dude. So we covered one video by this guy. He was dumb. Okay. He was dumb. He was talking about the manosphere. All right. This dude was just making stuff up. He was just making stuff up. the entire time. He had no clue what he was talking about. Look, it is, like I said, it's 2 hours, so it is a lengthy video. We're going to move on to the review. There's like this leftist feminist video that just like, it seriously sucks. Like, and the guy is putting out so much misinformation throughout. Like, I only watched like the first 10 minutes, and it seemed just like so much he got wrong. And like, you're doing like a video essay and you're giving very like surface level takes on this crap when it's a video essay. Like, you're supposed to be going in depth on this freaking crap, and you're being so like, you're being so general with everything. Yeah, he was just dumb. And I'm pretty sure he commented. Yep, there he is. Not the white boy that say the N-word, calling me a bigot. Because, yeah, the title of the video is Turb is a bigot, fresh and fit takedown debunked. So, yeah. If I was you guys, I would watch this. It actually is, like, a beautiful takedown. Like, it really is. This is an amazing takedown of this video. It is, it is a great stream, so. Calling you white boy isn't bigoted. Okay, well, so here's the issue. Nigga, you boring. Thank you. I just read the chat. I just read the freaking chat. That's what the chat said. I didn't think anything of it at the time. I was just reading what the chat said. And so I've talked about this before. I shouldn't have said it. It was stupid. It was dumb. And it was a flawless victory on my end. And I gave him the freaking ammo to where he had something to respond with. I gave that to him. I just handed it to him on a silver platter. It's like, oh, here's me just completely knocking you out in the first round. But here, let me hand you my own L anyways. Let me just hand you a massive L for me so that you can go ahead and just discount everything I say in the entire review right there, right when I start it. So yeah, should have said come instead. Yeah, I should have. So yeah, I screwed up. It was dumb.
Said this, quote tweeted me, which is the most aggressive move that you can make on Twitter, mind you. Dog, I wanted to give you the benefit of the doubt, but when the majority of black creators are calling out bigotry and you consistently side with the white ones, trying to be holier than thou in our spaces, there's a pattern, and you gotta do some introspection. Here's the thing, I'm not trying to be holier than thou. This is just who I am. I'm just this type of person. If I'm holier than thou to you, then you must be quite unholy. That's just a you problem.
True! Because Turb's an idiot!
Has nothing to do with me. That being said, I'm not sure if I can say like the majority of black creators. You don't know the majority of black creators. I don't know the majority of black creators. You don't know the majority of black creators. Tyrb, and I don't know what he's even like trying to refer.
Here, Tom, quick. I got the pass 2 for 5. Oh, oh. Oh, you don't know. Oh, you didn't hear. If you guys want to watch a funny video, probably like a 2.5. I don't know Leewood. York City, I don't know. Poor area, but I feel
That's a good question, Tom. How do you define hood?
just like lots of black things and like African American stuff. And the title is Tom Begs for the N-Word Pass. It's a funny video. It is, like I said. And then this is the takedown of the Turb video. Again, truly, I would watch it. If you don't know who that guy is, you will find out who he is very quickly. Actually, I want to watch this again as well. I'm going to watch it again too. Damn it. No, don't report me. Damn it. That was close. Okay, save to watch later. Yeah, that worked.
To here, because for me personally, and I'm not even sure what this person is trying to say here, because he also sides with white people. Like, white people are on both sides of the argument. I don't know what he's talking about. I've never said that there isn't racism in the community that I'm in. I'm not in his community. His community.
Did you get the pass? No. No, I did not.
Community is cornbread tube. That's the community that he's in. I'm not in that community. I don't have
cornbread tube.
anything to do with that community. I don't want anything to do with that community. I don't like it. I don't like the people that are in it. They just seem like horrible human beings. So I'm not engaged in that community. I'm in many different communities. That's just one that I'm not really in. The people who subscribe to that community just seem like mostly bad human beings who I don't want anything to do with, and I hope never try to speak to me again. I have most of them blocked, and I would like to keep that a thing. And then he went on to get on me.
Funny how you can grow up in the hood and you still hear that is our word. Make your own language then. Fans the flames of the race war. Yeah, that's kind of what I said. So I replied to him and said, I grew up in the ghetto, the only white boy at my church, school, neighborhood. I grew up saying the N-word. I shouldn't have said it on stream. I was just reading someone else's comment, but you're kind of making my point. Your thought processes are lacking so much nuance that just saying the N-word makes me a bigot, while I have an entire hour of reasons why you're a bigot. Thank you. Guy makes surface level video about incels just to get easy dunks and doesn't address the real systemic problems that cause these issues. Other guy criticizes him for it and breaks down all the logical, historical, and factual problems with his video. First guy doesn't respond to those criticisms and gets another easy dunk. I'm so surprised. You really deserve more subs. I'm embarrassed for humanity that this guy gets more subs than you. Yeah, Turb is actually like a large creator.
I know there's light in the world.
He's got like a, what is it, 100,000 subs or something like that. Oh no, he's at 57,000. Okay. He only has 21 videos though. You know how many videos I have? You know how many videos I have? Like 900. 946. I got 900. That's how long I've been doing this, guys. Okay? That's how long I've been in the game. I've got 900 videos on my channel that are public. And that's just public ones. There's a lot that have been taken down. There's a lot that have gone unlisted. There's a lot that have been deleted. There's a lot that have been privated. I have been doing this and grinding for a while. So when a lot of people pile in here, when we get a lot of people showing up, now that we're close to 2,000, this is dope. I've been doing this for a minute, bro. How many years? 4. 4 years. Started the channel in January of 2019 and posted my first video. Wait, he only had 21? Is that ratio rare? Sub to video ratio, I mean? Yeah, insanely rare, but not rare for big content creators. Most big content creators have like a small amount of videos, especially video essayists. They make like 1 or 2 a year. So, and then they have like a Patreon that just pays all their bills. Need me a socialist waifu to balance me out. The crazier, the better. True. ContraPoints only has 31 videos. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, all of these video essayists type people make few videos every year and blow up off of them. So yeah, like we're gonna hit 2K pretty soon here. We're at 1.92. It took me 4 years to get to 1,000 and about 4 months to do another 1,000. So it's funny because I said throughout those 4 years, I kept saying, damn it, dude, if I can just get to 1,000, I feel like it'll be easy from there. I feel like if I can just get to 1,000, like, it'll be fine after that. But damn, we just can't get to that freaking 1,000, dude. Most months, I averaged like 3 to 5 subs. And then once in a blue moon, I would get like 30 or 40. In a month. Like I would have Destiny or Vosh or somebody like that on. Do you do any YouTube shorts, Tom? They can boost subs pretty easy. I don't know how important subscribers even are though. Once you are past 1. Yes, yeah, I do lots of shorts. We've done 1 a day over the last 3 days.
A trans woman, a plastic woman.
Hold on one second.
Like
Mackenzie,
a false woman.
If other people want to come here and talk to me about these things, we can talk about it. If other people don't want to talk about it, then we won't talk about it. If you don't want to listen to it, off.
Eat it, Mackenzie.
I don't know why you sit around whining all day. Get the out of my chat. If you don't want to listen to this, kick rocks. I don't know why you would sit here bitching all freaking night.
Go play Minecraft.
I'm reading all through your stuff. None of this is actually questioning anything I'm saying. You are just whining. If you're a rhetoric expert, whatever the fuck you want to call it, what the difference does it make? Oh, the document. Just say it. Yet Tom is the most vague bull I've ever seen in this space. You are not challenging anything. You are just being a dumb bitch in my chat all freaking night. It is obnoxious.
No, real.
Okay.
Could you just do that go off one more time?
No.
A trans.
So yeah. We're posting shorts pretty regularly. Tom, your abuse is sick. Watch it.
About like criticizing his video, which is super strange because I didn't believe that I criticized his video. If you remember, I shouted out Tyre when he made his video. He mentioned me in it, and I wanted to talk about tokenization.
Tom, you was pissed. I was pissed. I've said this a million times. Nothing pisses me off more than somebody who just characterizes my arguments instead of arguing against me. They just keep like trying to characterize my arguments over and over and over. And I'm like, bro, make your own freaking arguments. You can't just keep telling me I'm wrong over and over without telling me what you think is right. I don't care that you think I'm wrong. If you don't know what's right, then shut the hell up. Nothing pisses me off more than that. Like I probably ban people more off of just that alone than anything else. That is the one thing that'll get me to ban people fairly quickly, is them, you know, over and over just complaining about my stuff, saying it's dumb, saying I'm stupid, saying I'm wrong. But then I'm like, okay, well, what's right? Like, what is the right thing? Make an argument here. Stop just characterizing my arguments.
Because I felt like that'd be a great discussion. I listened to it back, and for some reason he thought that I was just like completely destroying his video, when I very clearly said, I'm not taking down this video. I think everybody here makes good content. I think you should watch the video, and I think he touched on really good points, and I agreed with a lot of the points that he made. He thinks that I was criticizing his video because I didn't agree with every single point, down to every single word that he said. That's why he thinks that I criticized the video. That's why he thinks that I didn't like him. That's why he thinks that I tried to insult him or something. Not because that I'm like, not because that we had some like core huge disagreement. It was because I had a slightly different disagreement, and pun not intended. If you're not whipped into line with these people, they will try to destroy you. They don't like you. They don't want you. They want you dead. Sometimes they'll laugh at you if you die. We just saw that. They're friends with people who laugh at trans women when they die. And I'm supposed to take these people seriously when they're sitting here telling me that I'm the bad guy here? Here's the thing. Almost none of them brought up any real points for why they dislike me, or they didn't articulate it well at all. They would have gone through and read everything and showed everything and said everything if they thought that I was really that bad of a guy. They would have a lot of information to show, but they don't. I wonder why. That video that I made, it's a great video. I think it's a great video. Fantastic video, actually. I was very succinct. I was very clear. And I was very nice in that video, but that's not good enough for them. They don't want niceness. They don't want discussions. They don't want to cross the aisle. They want you to be in line with them, or you are dead to them. That's how it is. After this occurred, this Tayurb person then went on to try to attack me in my own chat while I was streaming. Yes, really. I didn't see the message because the message was so vile that it got caught by Automod, and then they got banned by a mod. That's how bad the message was. And then
Herb is a freaking idiot. He really is. He is just a dumb person. He is not bright, and he says things. That's it. He just says things, and yeah, he needs to stop saying things.
They got mad at me because I didn't look at their message, but I'm going to save the message that they said for a moment at the very end. I feel like it'll hit more then. Anyways, they tweeted effing sad, right? After they commented something incredibly vile, full of slurs, into my Twitch chat, and then they got removed by the mods, and then he got banned by the mods. Somebody in the comment section then said, donate it, lol, and then said, did it go through? As he was trying to donate to me. I saw that what they were trying to do, somebody sent me it, and I said, and I didn't want him to donate to me. I don't want his money. I don't want any of their money. I don't want any of them to know anything about me. I wish they were all gone, vanished from planet Earth. So I then responded with, do not donate to me. I don't want your money. I didn't see your message in chat. I don't know if you want to talk, but if you do, we can. That's all I said. In response to my very normal tweet, he then went on to say, set donations for the Cop City, for the Stop Cop City campaign in Atlanta, and guarantee $1,000 out of pocket, and maybe I'd give you the time of day, which is so strange. This is him trying to take...
What? He's saying, if you're reaching out to me, so if you want to talk, I'm happy to talk to you. You're trying to send me like donos and crap like that. So like if you want to talk, that's fine. And the other person's like, oh, you want to talk to me? Oh, well then you have to donate money to Stop Cop City. Wait, how did this just flip? You were the one trying to talk to me. What are you talking about? What? How did you just flip this like that? What just happened?
Something out of FD's playbook. FD recently said that Destiny needs to donate $25,000 to Stop Cop City Atlanta, that campaign, in order for them to like have a discussion on stream. I don't know. I don't really have a huge opinion on like, you donate money here to me or something, and then maybe we'll talk. It just seems, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of it. I would just say donate it, you know. But if it gets donations to good places, then who really cares? I'm not going to be doing this. I don't want to talk to this person. I don't care about this person. I never will, and I never have, and never will. They said something to me, so I said, if you want to talk, we can. I wasn't even saying talk on stream, but he just took that as a huge insult for me saying if you wanted to talk, we could. And take it into private, because I didn't have like a big like hate boner for him at the moment, and I still honestly don't. I don't have many feelings for him. He just seems like a shitty, stupid person, actually, at the end of the day. And that's just kind of how it is. But on the $1,000 thing, I don't know how rich these people think I am. I'm not very rich. I'm not a very rich streamer. My channel doesn't make a crazy amount of money. My stream also doesn't make a crazy amount of money. I'm not a crazy rich person. I give every single dollar of my I give every single dollar of my YouTube money to my editors so they can keep editing full time for me and the channel. I don't know if they see like the huge, beautiful, mind you, manga collection that I have back here and think that I'm filthy rich, but it's something that maybe in their homes they never grew up with. It's called responsible financial planning. I set aside some money a week on things that I want to buy, and then after those couple of weeks, when I have the money all saved up, that's when I buy the thing. It's just called budgeting. You may not know anything about it, but you can buy things, and nice things, just not instantly. Maybe you should look into it sometime. Could be helpful.
Yikes. Yikes, bro. What are you doing? Why? What the heck? He's... They're calling him the Ceasler. They're acting like he's anti-black person. They're acting like he's not in touch with blackness and, you know, black people. Like he doesn't understand the culture. He doesn't understand what it's like. And then he says this, which is like a hardcore like stereotype of black people, that they're irresponsible with money. They don't know how to budget. They're, you know, they just buy things without, you know, it's just, he knows what he's doing right there. I know he knows what he's doing right there. Hey, Tom, how did you start on YouTube? When you had 0 followers, did you just start streaming to nobody? No, I started podcasting. Me and my friend decided to start a podcast together. He didn't show up for the first 3 rehearsals, so I fired him, I guess, and decided to do it myself. And I would invite on a guest every week and debate them on issues. Some of it was political, some of it was religious, some of it was conspiracy theorists, stuff like that. And then I started posting the what do you call it? Crap. I started posting the YouTube, or the videos of the podcast, to YouTube. And once I would post so then I started getting views on YouTube by posting like the full podcast. I would post clips as well. This is strange. Episode 2 is up, then episode 1. That's really weird. But yeah, so this one's like immigration and LGBTQ free will and judging. So this is about religion. This one is like a marijuana expert coming on. Tom Foolery back with another episode and a very special guest on today.
What's up, Tom? Nice to be here.
Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure to be on.
Is it really? What is it that Trump says that makes him a racist?
Basically, you have to know if you're a sativa or an indica person, or if you're an in-between person.
Doesn't mean they're the best team. Doesn't mean that it's the best team, but this team is the champion.
The Big Bang Theory is the best model that we have.
Or some thought that like the book of Hebrews shouldn't be in the Bible, in Jude, and even Revelation.
So yeah, this is how it all started initially. Way less posters, no lights, sitting on a couch. So yeah. This was the podcast. I had like 3 on conspiracy theories. So Black Hebrew Israelites. This one with Todd Church. Conspiracy theory one. This one I hosted a gun debate. And then this is where I start streaming. Actually, yeah, no, the gun debate was where I started streaming, episode 8. But I was also doing it on Facebook, and that's where most of my viewers was on Facebook. So I was streaming on Facebook for the most part, and then uploading stuff on here. This is me and my girlfriend, like doing like, you know, cute, funny, like quizzes and stuff like that. And this is like where I started streaming every Saturday. We call it Streaming Saturdays. And so I would like review stuff on Facebook. People would watch there, comment.
It's dead in this town.
And then slapping butts and breastfeeding was a good video. It's popular. But yeah, I started putting out like more different types of content, reviewing like movies, TV shows, going over current events, stuff like that. And then, yeah, this is where I went over like the entitled streamer video. This is another conspiracy theory podcast. This was like bigger names started reaching out to me. So this is Josh Baczynski, who did like a big TED Talk a while back. And then by this time, I was moving and put out my Why I Left the Right video. So yeah.
After that, I responded in saying, I don't really want to talk to you. You reached out to me, so if you want to talk.
Has anybody ever done any type of hit piece on you or any kind of negative reaction video? Yeah. Yeah, a number of people. Probably was a few from the Lav interviews. There was one from the Lav interviews. Yeah, Chud Logic. But yeah, I don't know. Not really any. Like, Sonya got you good too? Kind of. Like, when I went on and, like, debated Sonya about it, she didn't really have anything to say after that.
We can. But I'm not itching to speak to you in any way. I was just being nice by responding to your message, partner. He then tried to say, I didn't reach out. I criticized you for taking anti-black positions against black families.
Does that bother you? Is that hard to deal with? No. I didn't really watch it. Like, I got sent clips and stuff from it, but I didn't. Like, Chud was, like, very, like, helpful to me and, like, sent a lot of people my way and really promoted my content and everything. But before he did that, after he did that, I said on stream numerous times, I think he kind of strawmans people. I think that he takes like the most hyperbolic version of what people are saying and then argues against that. And I had a couple of debates with him where it felt like that's what was happening. And so, yeah, it wasn't like I've talked numerous times about how I think he probably has like one of the dumbest viewer bases around. But I like Chud. I think that he's a cool guy. I think that he's funny and he's chill. But just, yeah, we disagree on things pretty radically. So if there are people that like I like align with a lot or have like similar values and beliefs to me, or that like deal with things in a similar way to me, then I would probably take that to heart. And when I find that person, I'll let you guys know.
Constantly. I don't know what he means, but we'll try and get into it. I never have reached out to you. If you want to reach out to me, I stated my terms, Uncle Ruckus. So strange. So strange. But then I said, you sent a message in my stream that you wanted me to read. That is the definition of reaching out, but okay, partner. So here's a screenshot, and here's the message that he said to me. This is the message that he tweeted out after he sent it to me. He said, this is Tyrb. The fact that you hide behind your platform to deter from the point of your massage noir that he misspelled is insane. Stay in your circle jerk of white leftists. You're pitiful. I hope you're happy with your coon-ass self. FR, period. The fact that you can't show a shred of sympathy for any black women, yet critique my video with some form of self-extrapolation is wild. Also, at that point in time when he was sending that message, I was working, unlike him, apparently. I wasn't hiding. I was working. I was doing work. I was at my job. I was making segments and interacting with my community. I'm sorry, whenever random internet user 445 has a problem with me, I don't stop literally everything that I do on planet Earth to go deal with it until it is completely done. I am working, and so no, I didn't respond to you. I was at my job. Maybe you should try and get one someday. Now, I just don't get how he's getting the idea that I critiqued his video. In my video, I literally just said that I think that I want more black people to be in the space, and I want more black people to do things that I'm doing as well. And I think that these people make good content. I just think that we get pigeonholed into talking about black issues when we don't necessarily always want to. And people compartmentalize normal creators and learning creators, and they just take a detour at, like I said, Negro land to go hear what like black people, women, trans people, minorities, all these types of people want to say, gay people, queer people, you know, anything along these lines. They stop by to see what we have to say, but we're not the destination. We're just here to be the black voice, so they can say that, oh, I have like a black creator who does black things and I listen to them, and they're my learning creators, not my fun creators, not my normal creators. They're not in the normal community. They're different. They're otherized. They're not just a creator. They're an insert identity creator. That's what I was saying in the video. I guess he just didn't care. And you can watch the video yourself. I think it was a very good video. Just none of them cared. They just don't care when I have good things to say. They only latch on to, they just latch on to whenever I just slightly disagree with them, but they never want to say that I've done anything good or even agreed with them at any point in time, because they don't care. I don't agree 100% on literally every issue that's in their mind, and kowtow and bend the knee to everything that they have to say unquestioningly, without thinking, without putting my own thoughts into it, without coming to my own conclusion, without anything. They don't care. They don't want it. They don't like it. Thinking is bad for them. And so for the people who do it, they hate. And I don't want to say this as a sort of, I'm a free thinker. I'm the only free thinker. I think I'm not sure what a free thinker really is. Everybody's influenced by somebody. Everybody's influenced by somebody. And we all have boundaries for who we talk to and what they believe and what they say. I'm just saying that it seems like these people don't really care about how big our differences are. If we have differences, you're the enemy, period. No matter what they are, no matter how big or small they really are. And that's just what I've been dealing with. After this, my correspondence with all of these people basically ended. I blocked near all of them, or just about near all of them, as I thought. I blocked about 1,400 people, and I'm going to be blocking a couple hundred more people as this goes on. I don't really want to talk about this outside of this video, but I'm going to be blocking a large portion of people. At the end, I may add an extra 4,000 people. They're just horrible human beings, and I don't want anything to do with any of them ever again. I hope they... Now, with this being said, I want to move on to some other people, okay? Joe Lewis. I talked about Joe Lewis. I used to follow Joe Lewis. I used to raid Joe Lewis every now and again when we were streaming at the same time. I thought he was pretty all right. We have some disagreements, but that's fine. I don't really care that much. Apparently, he cares a lot on some disagreements that we have. And he said specifically that I'm anti-black and I hate black people and everything, and I'm a bad person and I'm bad for black people and I'm a shitty person and everything. The reason for why he said this is because Mr. Anti-Race Mixing himself, Mr. Anti-Miscegenation himself, Mr. You shouldn't have babies with white people because that is diluting the dark-skinned black race and will be propping up white supremacy or whatever. But don't take my word for it. Take his word for it. I know I have a lot of frogs who haven't seen this debate or discussion before, but I want to make it known that it is very important to me that we all know about this, because this is a pretty bad guy that a lot of these people are connected with again. And so here's what they said. They tweeted out, it's been almost a year since my conversation with Shark3oZero. He had it.
Oh, his conversation with Endless was actually disgusting. His conversation with Endless was horrible, dude. Like, it was actually really gross. Endless. Oh, what was it? It was something about, like, people. I see it. I see it, Sass. What do you want me to... Why are you sending that to me? It's the video? What are you talking about?
Before we go too far, two like questions, okay? And then I'll answer all your questions.
Sure.
If I were to make a tweet, okay? Because yeah, I grew...
No. Hold on. No. So... He said something on Twitter about, like, it was something about, like, interracial marriages or something like that, where Shark said it's okay to... I assume he's going to go over it. Hold on.
With me correctly this time. They're getting smarter. And I still can't believe that this is something that actually happened. So let's go into what he thinks actually happened. But before we go too far,
Okay, so it's the same video. Okay. So... Oh, what was it? He's not... I don't know why he's not telling us why they got into this conversation. Because it was important. It was like... Okay, yeah. So, black people on the internet were complaining about black people having babies with white people, and then they said something like 2 generations in and all of the melanin is gone from these people. I hope my gene pool doesn't end up like this, or something like that. And so they were trying to, like, they were upset that black people are having babies with white people, and that over time, they're becoming whiter and whiter. Tom, there was a picture of a couple. Yeah, right. So yeah, so the tweet had like a picture of a couple, and they were complaining about that. And it was just one of the most retarded things I've ever heard. It like, I know that these people exist in memes all over the place as like, you know, look at how retarded these people are. But this is like people right in front of me, people I knew actually saying these things. And it was insane. So yeah, so Endless. So Shark quote tweets it and says something like, you know, like this is fatherless behavior or something like that. And everybody got really upset about it. And so he went and debated Endless on the tweet.
With Shark3oZero, he added me correctly this time. They're getting smarter. And I still can't believe that this is something that actually happened. So let's go into what he thinks actually happened. But before we go too far, two like questions, okay? And then I'll answer all your questions. Sure. If I were to make a tweet, okay? Because yeah, I grew up in New York, I grew in Missouri, in St. Louis, and I grew up in Kentucky. Not exactly, you know, because I don't have to dox myself. Yeah. But with that being said, in a lot of the areas I've been around a lot of white people. And when I go to like Atlanta, Georgia or something, or I go to like North Carolina, we visit some family and they live in what I can only describe. You know, here's how I'll describe it. It's like when I go to see them, it's like the what's his name? I was gonna say Kevin Samuels, that's not right. Kendrick Lamar. It's like the Pimp a Butterfly sort of like album cover, but in real life, okay? There's like a church's chicken, and then there's like a lot of like poor infrastructure.
Yeah, the album covers. It's me and my homeboys in front of the White House. It's really taking, you know, people from my neighborhood and taking them around the world and letting them see things that I've experienced.
And then there's like kids riding on beat up BMX bikes, and I'm like, I'm not sure if I want to walk the streets after the street lights come on, okay? And that's why I go visit some family every now and again. If I were to make a tweet and it was like, let's take a picture, okay? I'm just describing to you the picture. These are not words that I'm saying. It's a picture of like stereotypical. Everyone's dressed as like a like early 2000s Soldier Boy, so it's okay. Sure, they look like they're in saggy pants, they bumping in Day Lowrider, and I go, man, I'm so glad I didn't grow up like these people, and I want to make sure that my family never ends up like, my bloodline never ends up like this. This is insane. Would you feel the same exact way you feel about that tweet as you would if I made that hypothetical tweet?
Yeah, so the tweet says, okay, yeah, so here's the picture. 2 generations and the melanin gone from that bloodline. And it's like a mixed race couple. And so Shark said, these black people grow up, or this person said, they never want my bloodline to end up like this. That's insane. Or I never want my bloodline to end up like this. That's insane. So Shark said, these black people grow up in broken homes to parents who never wanted them, unfortunately, to make it to an age old enough to tweet just to hate on people being in the happy family they never experienced. This is fatherless behavior and jealousy. I remember when this came out, I had to read this tweet like 20 times to understand what the hell he was trying to say. It's really oddly worded, but so yeah, people are upset that he said this is fatherless behavior. That's an extreme way of wording it.
No. Originally listening back to this, I'm going to tell you, I genuinely couldn't figure out what the problem was. I genuinely couldn't.
All right, let's play that again.
They said. They tweeted out, it's been almost a year since my conversation with Shark3oZero, he added me. Correctly this time. They're getting smarter. And I still can't believe that this is something that actually happened. So let's go into what he thinks actually happened. But before we go too far,
this sounds insensitive from Shark, but I could be biased just because I was born in a third world country. It sounds insensitive and it sounds extreme. But so does somebody taking a screenshot of somebody who's in an interracial marriage and has a mixed race child and then acting like that kid's a disappointment because of how much melanin they have in their skin. That is insanely insensitive, and I'm sure he had a very emotional reaction to it. I'm sure that it was a very emotional reaction. And he was trying to like say something very extreme and provocative to show how how upsetting it is. And it is upsetting to see people say ignorant, racist stuff like this. It's part of like a problem with these same groups of people where we have white nationalists out here saying stuff very similar to this, and we're fighting them on the right for being uber racist. But then we end up getting fought from the other side at the same time, saying the same freaking crap. And it's obnoxious. If white people are out here complaining, a white person could have taken the same exact screenshot and been like, damn, man, 2 generations in, and it's just a black person now. And everybody would have blown their lids over something like that. And you would have seen a bunch of white people quote tweeting it with very extreme reactions to it. And so I'm sure Shark had an emotional reaction to somebody saying something just as ignorant and just as stupid as a Nazi, but as a black person. Which you would think that somebody as a black person would have a better understanding and a better, like, they would have more knowledge. They would know better. And I understand that black people are capable of being racist and being incorrect just like anybody else, and having like a higher standard for them than you would for anybody else is dumb. But having a lower standard for them is even worse. To say, well, it's all good because they're black. They're just black. Like, can't expect them to know better. Can't expect them not to be racist. It's all good.
Questions, okay, and then I'll answer all your questions. Sure. If I were to make a tweet, okay, because yeah, I grew up in New York, I grew in Missouri, in St. Louis, and I grew up in Kentucky. Not exactly, you know, because I don't have to dox myself. Yeah. But with that being said, in a lot of the areas I've been around a lot of white people. And when I go to like Atlanta, Georgia or something, or I go to like North Carolina, we visit some family and they live in what I can only describe. You know, here's how I'll describe it. It's like when I go to see them, it's like the what's his name? I was gonna say Kevin Samuels. That's not right. Kendrick Lamar. It's like the Pimp a Butterfly sort of like album cover, but in real life. Okay, there's like a church's chicken, and then there's like a lot of like poor infrastructure.
Yeah, the album covers. It's me and my homeboys in front of the White House. It's really taking people from my neighborhood and taking them around the world and letting them see things that I've experienced.
And then there's like kids riding on beat up BMX bikes, and I'm like, I'm not sure if I want to walk the streets after the street lights come on. Okay, and that's why I go visit some family every now and again. If I were to make a tweet and it was like, let's take a picture, okay? I'm just describing to you the picture. These are not words that I'm saying. It's a picture of like stereotypical. Everyone's dressed as like a like early 2000s Soulja Boy. So it's okay. Sure, they look like they're in saggy pants, they bumping in they lowrider, and I go, man, I'm so glad I didn't grow up like these people, and I want to make sure that my family never ends up like, my bloodline never ends up like this. This is insane. Would you feel the same exact way you feel about that tweet as you would if I made that hypothetical tweet? No. Originally listening back to this, I'm going to tell you, I genuinely couldn't figure out what the problem was. I genuinely couldn't. I just couldn't figure it out. I had no clue what problem people had in this. I still, to this very day, I'm not necessarily sure. But what I think is that these people genuinely believe that I hate black people and I hate hood people, and I think that they should be like wiped off the face of the earth or killed or something along these lines. Right? Which is just super weird and dumb. Even in that clip, I said specifically, if I were to tweet.
Yeah, he said, if I said this. would you feel this way about it? So he's saying, oh, you're upset about this tweet? Okay. Well, what if I said this tweet? How would you feel about that? He's saying, like, I think this is equivalent to this one. And then they acted like that's what he was really saying. Instead of giving a hypothetical, they make it sound like he's not giving a hypothetical. And then they post it all over the place. Like it's a real thing. This is what I'm talking about. Or when I say Shark is anti-black, this is what I'm talking about. It's always been that for me. This convo was so bad. LOL. So this convo was so bad for Endless. Endless sounded like a freaking nutcase in this conversation. He truly sounded like a nut job in this conversation. This says, ain't you the N-word that said no race mixing? I don't even remember what it was he said. He didn't even have like a real position in that debate. It was something like no light-skinned people. He doesn't likes light-skinned black people.
And if I said, and this is a picture that I'm showing you hypothetically, but not words that I'm saying. And they ran with that and just thought that that was, and this is what kind of proved to me that these people are either stupid or just don't care about what I have to say. And they're just going to hear whatever they want to hear, is when they ran with this and said that I hate black people. Even in this comment section of when he posted this, they all were like, you hate black people? I didn't know Shark hates black. I didn't know Shark hates the niggas, which is just so weird. It's just so strange. When I made a very clear and poignant, when I made a very clear point about how these two tweets, mind you, and this whole discussion was about whether or not it's okay for black people to tell other happy black people that are in interracial marriages, whether it's okay or not okay, to laugh at, demean, harass, and say that this person is a race traitor and diluting the black bloodline by being married to somebody who's a couple shades lighter than him.
Yeah, I remember having a couple conversations. So most black people that I knew thought Endless was like done after that conversation. They're like, oh my goodness, it was so bad for him. Nobody will ever talk to this guy again. He like, all black people will disown him, far left, you know, center, libs, everybody. They will all never talk to this guy again. And somehow, yeah, they twisted it into some crazy bullcrap. And there were... Wait, wasn't Endless on Katie's panel, or am I confused? Which one? I didn't know that she had a panel. You're talking about the one that's coming up? Katie had a black panel? Oh, I don't know anything about it. The listening to black creators on why Shark is a C-word panel. The one where she slipped up and said the C word. I didn't know anything about this. That sounds insane. But yeah, so then later I talked to a couple of black creators who said, well, at first they're like, I can't believe Shark in that endless debate. Oh, he was so disgusting. And I was like, what? Wait, what? How? What is the problem here? What do you think happened? And we talk about it for a little bit. And then pretty quickly, they would back off like everything and be like, well, it's not that he said anything bad. I agree with everything he said. Endless was a freaking crazy person in that. But Shark, you know, he just can't say stuff like that in front of white people, you know. What? What? No, I don't know. I have no clue what you're talking about.
That's what this whole discussion revolves around. As you can even see in the video where he has my tweet up, I never want my bloodline to end up like this. That's insane. And then I say these black people grow up in broken homes to parents that never wanted them, then unfortunately make it to an age old enough to tweet just to hate on people being in a happy family that they never experienced. This is fatherless behavior and jealousy, which I 100% stand by. True and real. I'm sorry. If you don't like it, then you're probably one of those kids. I will say, people could possibly use this for racist things. Yeah, 100%. I believe that this could possibly touch on some harmful traits, harmful ideas. I think anytime you insult somebody for anything, they can. We're talking about black people here. And I just think it is wild. I don't want my bloodline to end up like this tweeter. I don't want my bloodline to end up like this 30-year-old man who spends his time getting arguments with like 17-year-olds on the Bird app. Okay, that's how I don't want my bloodline to end up. I very clearly stated how those aren't words that I was saying specifically, but he still just didn't care. I just think it's bad and wrong to say that it's bad and wrong to harass, demean, say these things about people who are in happy relationships with people who are lighter than them. Just as I think it's bad and wrong to say, I don't want my bloodline to end up like this when we're talking about people from like the hood or something, right? I just think it's super fucked up. I think it's super, super duper fucked up on both regards and equally as well. This dude literally unironically went on to say that like hood and black were completely inseparable and hood culture is black culture or something. And black people actually love the hood, which is I just don't know what to do with. I just don't know what to do with these people. I don't know what to do with these people. What do I do? With that being said, I want to touch on one last thing in regards to this guy, Mr. Anti-Miscegenation guy. And this is why I call him Mr. Anti-Miscegenation guy, okay? Because he came at me and said all of this stuff about me. So I'm going to come back at him and show him exactly what he said in our discussion. And I just think it's just super curious. Just listen to this. For the frogs who didn't see the discussion, I think this is going to be super enlightening for you. Wait, let me ask this question. I want to switch it around. Do you think that if you specifically have dark-skinned children, are you fighting back against white supremacy?
Yes, because you're procreating more dark-skinned people.
So
you're doing the
dark skin.
When you make more dark-skinned people, you're fighting against white supremacy. But when you make more light-skinned people, you're not helping white supremacy.
Because those kids are still black.
But you said, well, dark skin is what was the important part for you, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So remember that person who was saying, weren't you the guy who was against race mixing? So he was saying that darker skinned kids fights against white supremacy, but making lighter skinned kids does not help white supremacy, which there's no way you can come to that opinion. That just doesn't make sense. There's no way. It's got to be either light-skinned kids help white supremacy and dark-skinned kids fight white supremacy, or it's neither one does either. It doesn't matter. Like, it's like there's only two options here, and he took both of them.
So this question here, I wanted to highlight just for a moment. I specifically said dark skin is what you actually care about, and he agreed, right? Because earlier in the discussion, I talked about how even though your kids are lighter, they're still black. He corrected me and said, I don't care about them being black. What I care about is them being dark skin. And so he was flip-flopping back and forth on whether or not black is what really mattered or whether or not dark skin was what really mattered. And so that's how to dodge this point that he was making, to dodge this point that I was making and trying to reveal in him, he tried to jump out of the way and say, oh, but they're still black, but black is not what he cared about. It was dark skin. And that's why he agreed. Okay, so they're not dark skin, would they? Would they be? The likelihood would be low.
Between a black person and a white person?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, sure, but the kid would still be black at the end of the day.
Okay, so once again, you're telling me you would be fighting against white supremacy to have dark-skinned children, but you would not be helping white supremacy just when you have light-skinned children.
Black people having children at all is fighting against white supremacy.
Are you not helping as much? Are you helping less, or are you hurting more than somebody having dark-skinned children?
You are okay. So in terms of black people, you're not really. It's like neutral, because if you're a blackperson, your kids are going to be black. That's what blackness is.
We're talking about dark skin here.
Okay, so if we're talking about dark skinned people on an individual basis, it's kind of inconsequential. But yeah, if you, as a whole, as a group, if
that just doesn't make sense, dude. It just doesn't make sense. That is such a horrible position. Do we really need to talk about eugenics? Yeah, apparently. This is literally one of the dumb fucking comments about light or dark skin helping anything. Oh, dumbest, yeah.
The majority of dark-skinned people decided that they wanted to have kids with lighter-skinned people for whatever reason, then that would be the completion of the goal of white supremacy, whether they were conscious of it or not.
If dark-skinned black people had children with white people, and so in the future, all black people were just a couple shades lighter than what they are now, that would be the completion of the goal of white supremacy for whatever reason. In this discussion, I was trying to actually be nice to him. I was trying to give him an out by saying that, hey, you don't even necessarily have to be completely peel off this point, because I gave him the out of saying, well, it matters why things happen as well. And sometimes you can matter more why things happen more than if things happen at all. Because I was saying, I made another hypothetical that he just couldn't possibly understand, which was that we were talking about whether or not like it would be okay or would it matter if there were more or less dark-skinned people in the future. My position is that it doesn't matter if it happens for a natural, normal, and okay reason, which would just be that black people just happen, all of the black people just happen to fall in love with people who are lighter than them, and then they had lighter-skinned children. Just end of story. I don't really think it matters. He disagreed. He thought it mattered a lot. He thought it mattered a bunch. He thought it was everything. Actually, he thought it mattered so much that if you were married to a light-skinned person as a dark-skinned person, and you were about to have a child, and your mom or grandma or aunt or something was racist against mixed children or lighter-skinned children and would harass, bully, be bigoted towards that child, he said that the only ethical thing to do would be to break up with your partner, and then not have that kid, because you shouldn't bring them into a world where their family is going to be racist towards them. I said, cut the racist person out of their family. He said that's disgusting and wrong and unfair to the kid, so just don't have them. And for my performance in this discussion, I'm a racist against black people. For that belief that he's wrong in this discussion, I'm anti-black people. Out of all of that, there was another person as well who tried to come at me. He was like, there was another person, I think the last person that we're going to be talking about today. He tried to come at me and say that I'm a horrible person. Boy, calling a black person boy. Curious, is it not? Boy, that hard R definitely was a choice. And then I said, that's literally what they're saying about me. Then he said, nigga, you been spending too much time around Vouch and them, because you wouldn't know there's a big difference between nigga and hard R. Ain't nobody call you N-word hard R. Probably them debate homies of yours. Stop this cap and come home. We miss you. I never want to be anywhere near you people. You all are
I love the way he reads this, dude. That is so good. We gotta listen to that again.
Said that's literally what they're saying about me. Then he said, nigga.
We get it.
Hard R definitely was a choice. And then I said, that's literally what they're saying about me. Then he said, nigga, you been spending too much time around Vouch and them because you wouldn't know there's a big difference between nigga and hard R. Ain't nobody call you N-word hard R. Probably them debate homies of yours. Stop this cap and come home. We miss you. I never.
Come home. We miss you, bro. Come home. Come home. We miss you. This freaking guy, dude. Bro's getting mad at a black dude for saying the N-word.
Never want to be anywhere near you people. You all are horrible human beings.
If you... I'm assuming, based on the date here, I'm assuming that this was over the video that the girl made, and then the memes that were put out afterwards, where they made him the house slave, which is a house N-word, which is a hard R. But I'm not sure. Again, he seems to, like, a lot of the stuff that he's showing, he's not giving enough context, or he's giving the context after he shows you what it is he's talking about. And so I'm like trying to add context, but then sometimes after I add the context, then he adds it afterwards. And then other times he just never adds the context. And so I'm like playing catch up the whole time, like trying to figure out, like, do I add the context? Do I know the context? Do I am this is all very old? Do I remember this stuff correctly?
I never want to be anything like you. And the more deviation that you perceive that's between me and you, the better I think I am as a human being fundamentally. And apparently the hard R, apparently I don't have the hard R pass. I can't use the hard R, even though that's literally exactly what they're all calling me. What he called me specifically, he literally called me that. And proof of it is right here. I think probably one of the last big, just like interpersonal things that have happened over the last 2 weeks. And it's this. Jesse Earl.
Yes. Okay.
Or Jesse Gender, a transgendered YouTuber, white, mind you, responded with this to say, debate Twitter right now, and then posted a movie of I've been informed is Django with a house slave or something.
He did not just say Django. He did not just say Django.
Clutching onto a presumably slave owner. And I'm supposed to be the slave, and Vosh is supposed to be the slave owner. This is Jesse specifically liking a picture of me depicted as a slave because I disagreed with some of the people who she thinks are cool. The white sheet feeding shark to the wolves after this person called them out on they shit. Who these people are, I guess. Now, for me personally, I deleted some tweets before, going after some people, you know, sniping back at people who were insane, because I actually care about some of the things that I say. The reason why is because, you know, even if I didn't want to delete that tweet, I deleted the tweet mostly because I didn't want to give the white people in my audience basically a free card to call a black person like a slur or something. That's the main reason why I didn't do it. Actually, for this reason specifically is why I deleted some of those tweets, some of the tweets that they didn't like, that I all stand by, mind you. One of the big tweets that they're really upset about was me calling this girl a negress. This is one of these people who are once again attacking Eden and her friends and making fun of them and using the opportunity of a dead trans woman from the Middle East, using her death as a cudgel against people who they don't like. Honestly, I was in between calling her a negress and a niggerita. I really wanted to go with niggerita. It was really good, but I went with negress at the end of the day. I think next time I'm in a kerfuffle with these people, I think I'll pull out the niggerita. It's pretty funny, actually. But yeah, sorry. It's just a funny word, and I'm going to keep saying it. Fuck you. How about that? You want to call me a coon? You want to call me Uncle Ruckus? You want to call me this, that, and the third? You want to call me a house N-word? There are many people who came out of the woodwork to sit here and agree with all of these.
Okay, yeah. So he was... Okay, yeah, so he was saying that they called him a house N-word, and so therefore... Okay.
People who were incredibly disgusting towards me. FD included. Only stick his neck out for Jesse Gender when I...
Yeah, FD actually posted the same thing, but cropped Shark's head in with... Oh, who was it? Was it ABBA? Who was the other person? I feel like I've got it here somewhere. Yeah, I just can't find it. Oh, that was ABBA with Destiny. It was such a horrible crop job. That's the only reason I even remember this. It was the worst freaking crop job ever. Like, it was impossible to even tell what the meme was even supposed to be.
Said that she's literally using this as an opportunity to call me a house N-word, but they all thought not only was it okay, but it was also funny. In FD's words specifically, he thought that it was hilarious. And so if I'm going to be a... Hello, pup. Nice to see you. I guess to wrap things up, mostly, if they want to act funny, I'm gonna act hilarious. If she want to act funny, I'm finna act hilarious. I don't like any of these people. I think they're horrible human beings, and I want literally nothing to do with them. Even in the Innuendo Studios.
Innuendo Studios. Innuendo Studios got problems.
The channel themselves even came out to try and to co-sign calling me a house N-word, because he just thought it would be funny, because Jesse Gender can do no wrong, so if she calls me a house N-word, then I must be a house N-word because
So everybody's scared that oh, maybe this is the point he's about to make. Okay. Everybody's telling him to delete his tweets and saying that he can't say X and he can't say Y because white people are gonna see that and they're gonna think it's okay to say this to black people, but then they call him the C slur, and white people go and like those tweets and they retweet those and they say the same thing and they call him a house N-word and they call him a C slur, and it's all good. No problem. All good here. That's cool.
them and their clique can do no wrong, and they're just not wrong. And so if I'm a house N-word to one of them, I'm a house N-word to all of them, and that's just how they operate. And I don't want anything to do with any of these people. I'm going to use this now to cut off all of these people. I've blocked the vast majority of them. I'm going to continue blocking them moving into the future. I think they're terrible. I want nothing to do with them. I don't want to speak to them. I want nothing with them. This is not an apology video. This is an explanation about how you don't deserve your money, your clout, your platform.
True. This is true. He is truing. Right now, I have said these things a many a time. And I like it when I hear other people say it as well.
Your viewers, who you are, you don't deserve any of this, and you don't deserve any respect from me. And so that's why you won't be getting it. I'm sick and tired of you people, and I've been way nicer to all of these people than any single last one of them deserve. I've been nicer, kinder, more patient with every single last one of them, more than they ever deserve. And so with that, I'm done. I'm relatively quiet on a lot of this, and even days after it was released, I didn't release, after all of this stuff was coming out, I didn't say anything. I'm not wildly on Twitter like a lot of these people, like sycophant, posting 17 times an hour all day. I've got things to do in my day. I've got segments to make. They release videos like once every 10 months or something, so obviously their schedules are pretty empty. You know, that just kind of is what it is. And I just wanted to let you all know what's been going on with me kind of behind the scenes. Like I said, I'm fine. I'll be okay. I just wanted to get this out there because they're going to continue lying about me. They're going to continue using slurs against me. They're going to continue saying this or that against me. They're going to be doing all of this type of stuff. So I just wanted to let this out here and let this sit here as like a form of me being like, here's my opinion on all of this stuff, because I'm a pretty quiet person. And the problem with being a quiet person is that there are a lot of people who want to speak for you. And there's a lot of people who've been trying to stand up for me, and I really respect that and I really appreciate that. The problem is you're not me. And some of them were trying to speak for me before I spoke myself. And I want to say that I don't want to have them do that and then have my words be twisted to ways that that I may not agree with or something. So I just wanted to let this out now. And I'm just sick of them. I'm sick and tired of them. They're terrible human beings. I've been nicer than they deserve. And I would say that I don't want anything to do with any of these people for the rest of time. And with that being said, shout out to Soul King at Soul King Lives. This is where I got this sick My Hero Macadamia Nut shirt with Tomura Shigaraki on it. If you were wondering where it came from, a sick black streetwear and anime based artist and clothes designer who puts together some really cool stuff. So if you're a big anime fan, go check him out. He's a cool guy. Thank you so much to my artists on the channel, Twisty, Sad Lil Gothy on the Bird app. That's her at. Go check her out. Black trans woman, makes really good art. Porn, a good art as well. So yeah, I appreciate you all for watching. That's it for me. Check out the channel. I should be back live again. At the moment, I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule, so if I've been feeling a bit off,
it's a freaking funny guy, dude.
It's because I'm basically been getting no sleep. That's just kind of how it is. So thank you all for watching. Take care, and I hope to have you back on another sick video. Thanks for letting me be your streamer. And over and out. Take care.
What a pick me. So yeah, Innuendo Studios. They made a lot of videos back in the day called the Alt Right Playbook. And it was them outlining how the alt right pulls people into their circles. They're short videos telling you about how the alt right will get you into debates, how they will never answer questions, how they will never directly engage with anything you say. They were very accurate videos. They were very good for the most part. There was a lot of like prescription stuff put in there that I didn't really agree with, that I didn't really like. We can watch the first one. It's only 7 minutes.
Say, for the sake of argument,
I plan on using some of this in the documentary.
you run a modestly successful YouTube channel, and given the current political reality, you're thinking of doing some videos on the alt-right. Let's say you've been trying to understand the alt-right for some time and would like to do a series that tackles the big questions. What are the rhetorical strategies the alt-right uses to legitimize itself and gain power? How do these strategies work? Why do they work? How do we keep from falling for them? And, importantly, how do we catch ourselves when we start using them too? You're thinking of calling this series the Alt Right Playbook. Setting aside that any lefty who makes a YouTube series with alt-right in the title will see their life go to hell, there are 3 things you'd have to clarify from the get-go. First, what is the alt-right? For clarity's sake, you'd have to tell people that the alt-right is a pack of loosely aligned groups and individuals that have existed for quite a while at the peripheries of American conservatism, but have recently gained footholds in the Republican Party proper. The term alt-right implies more or less what you think it would, positioning themselves as the young, edgy nirvana to the antiquated motley crew of 70s and 80s conservatism. They seek to replace and critique the likes of Barry Goldwater and Ronald Reagan for being, let's not mince words here, not reactionary enough. The alt-right, the people who adopt the label and those who just parrot their talking points, has high overlap with white supremacist think tank the National Policy Institute, Stormfront and the Ku Klux Klan, Breitbart News and various sections of 4chan, 8chan, and Reddit, sections of the asshole atheist community, anti-feminist YouTube, pickup artists and rape apologists, the not all men, all lives matter and Gamergate crowds, and basically anyone who uses the terms social justice warrior or virtue signaling unironically. Not everyone in these groups is in the alt-right, but the alt-right traffics at the intersection between them. There's a wide range of differing and frankly incompatible ideas about government.
What is anti-feminist YouTube? It was the anti-SJW groups. Like Shoe on Head, Armored Skeptic, Amazing Atheist, those sorts of people.
And the social order among these groups. But as it gains power, the alt-right is congealing into a somewhat cohesive ideology. And the reason they matter at this moment in history is that of all the people in the 2016 primaries, only one was the alt-right candidate. And while not everyone who voted for him is in the alt-right, they are his base, his most ardent supporters. And they carried him all the way to the White House. Next, you'd want to clarify why they're called the alt-right. Alt-right is a term coined by National Policy Institute president, avowed white nationalist, and professional speedbag Richard Spencer. The term is meant as a euphemism, a way of painting a happy face on racism. And that's not an opinion. One of the stated aims of Spencer's organization is the removal of non-whites from American society. And the purpose of rebranding white supremacy with a term like alt-right is so mainstream white people are not made to feel like racists when they vote for racist people with racist policies. So every time a journalist writes an article about the dapper fashions of the alt-right and doesn't title it Lipstick on a White Supremacist Pig, that journalist is being a coward and treating a hate group with kid gloves basically because the hate group asked them to. So, you might want to clarify why you put that euphemism in the title of your videos. And, well,
Just to be clear, this is a problem that I have a lot on the internet these days, especially with lefties. The alt-right does not exist anymore. It's not a thing. It was a specific group. It was a specific movement with specific leaders. Those leaders are all gone. Everybody in the group is gone. It does not exist anymore. It is completely vanished off the face of the earth. It is not around. Nobody identifies as alt-right. Nobody is in the alt-right. It is not a thing. It is never anywhere at all. It is gone. There are remnants of it left, but they are other groups now. They have new names. They have new movements. They split off into a bunch of different mini groups. Most everybody left. Most of them got older and stopped believing these things. Most of them graduated middle school and went on to be normal people. It's not a thing anymore. So some of them are America First. Some of them are what's Kent's group named again? Like the American Social Society or something like that. Bring it back, Tom. Yeah, when was this video made? It was like, yeah, 5 years ago. 2016, when the alt-right existed. Or 2018. Yeah, anyways. About 2019 to 2020, it disappeared. The Unite the Right movement happened. It was a complete disaster. It went horribly. It was horribly unorganized. It was a bunch of people who planned on acting like super, well-dressed businessmen, high parts of society, and it turned out to be a bunch of tatted neo-Nazi skinheads running around setting things on fire, and then they ran a woman over and killed her. So that's that. That was the end of it.
Well, you'd have to explain that while the alt-right is racist, they are not only racist. They're also misogynist, anti-feminist, Islamophobic, xenophobic, homophobic, transphobic, classist, ableist, authoritarian, and fiercely anti-intellectual. So if you just did a find and replace of each instance of alt-right with white supremacist, you'd actually be leaving a lot out. That's not much of a defense for the term alt-right, it just paints a happy face on a bunch of horrible stuff, but it is useful to have a term that refers to the whole cluster, and you don't have the kind of internet pull where if you coined your own term, anyone would know what you're talking about. So you'll just have to promise not to use alt-right as a euphemism. When the alt-right is racist, you will have to call them racist. When the alt-right is homophobic, you'll have to call them homophobic. If you're stuck with their term, don't use it the way they want you to. Third, you'd have to cover how to engage with the alt-right, which is actually pretty straightforward. Don't. The reasoning there may not be immediately obvious, especially if you, say, once devoted an entire video to the importance of talking to anti-feminist hate mobs. So you'll have to explain. You have since then learned how such debates with the far right often go, thanks to conversations with people who have more lived experience than you. If some guy on Twitter shoots his mouth off about how, for instance, only precious snowflakes would care about how many black women are getting roles in Hollywood, maybe you push back on that. Maybe the conversation gets heated. Maybe you debunk his arguments, make your points, and he walks away in a huff. For you, the interaction is over. But for folks on the far right, it often isn't. The far right keeps mental lists of people who represent the things they're mad about. The symbol of the liberal media, the symbol of video game feminism, the symbol of trans activism. FYI, these are usually women and people of color. And these people aren't people to them. They're just icons for a thing. And the way they express anger about those things is to attack those people. So while you leave the argument and have a lie down, eat a sandwich, feel better, he maybe vents his frustration by hacking the email of whomever represents black women in Hollywood this week. This doesn't happen every time, or even most times, but it happens reliably enough that anytime you try and debate with a reactionary, you are gambling with someone else's safety. The purpose of debating these people is not to change their minds, but to stem the flow of lies and bad rhetoric. The alt-right is always recruiting, always trying to expand its audience. And there are ways to reach their intended audience without engaging them directly. It's not only safer, it's often more effective to cut out the middleman, speak past them, not to them. If your purpose is to actually change the mind of a reactionary, well, doing that right is tricky, and doing it wrong can have serious consequences. So until you know for sure how to change the mind of a reactionary without fucking somebody else's life up, do not engage. Once you've got those 3 bits cleared up, the rest of your announcement is just housekeeping. Because there are a whole lot of topics to discuss, you'll want to keep the videos short and to the point, and you'll have to alternate them with videos in your more usual wheelhouse, or else after a few months of nothing but this, videos would just be 5-minute blocks of sustained screaming. You'll try to release them in batches when subjects interlock, but you'll also try not to make any promises about your schedule. And you'll have to clarify that anything you say, no matter how insightful or well-researched, is ultimately your opinion, and invite people to expand or push back on your ideas, provided they can do so civilly. And you'll have to be clear that if people are coming to you for solutions, you do not as of now have any. You're not at solutions yet. Maybe you will be by the end of this, but for now, all you know is, if you want to win, you have to understand why you've been losing. And if you want to defeat an enemy, you have to know how your enemy thinks. Then, all that's left to say is, welcome to the Alt Right Playbook.
So yeah. That was the Alt Right Playbook. The last 2 minutes is him just describing his own channel and what it is that he's doing. He wasn't actually telling you how to open up a channel. He was just saying, this is what I'm doing here. So yeah. That's that. My eyes look freaking creepy now. And that means it's time for me to go to bed. Everybody take a second and hit the thumbs up button. We're short on thumbs upsies. We need a lot more. We need way more. And a lot more. I linked a couple of videos in chat earlier. Y'all make sure you go watch Dems. From his posture, I thought they were familiar with one another. I wish he'd felt comfortable enough to say something. But it's hard to turn to somebody you have to share space with for 4 hours and say, stop touching me, move away, you smell bad. Yeah. I think sometime I might go over my old Why I Left the Right video. This is when I was first kind of waking up to things. Was first kind of figuring stuff out. New intro video.
Tom?
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 Tom.
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 I'm Tom Foolery.
Tom Foolery.
Tom Foolery.
Tom Foolery.
Tom Foolery.
Tomfoolery.
You need a tomfoolery.
Tomfoolery.
Tomfoolery. Tomfoolery. Tomfoolery.
Tomfoolery.
Tomfoolery.
Tomfoolery.
Tomfoolery.
Pure unadulterated tomfoolery.
Tomfoolery. Tomfoolery.
Tomfoolery!
You're tuned in to Tomfoolery.
This is my old intro back in the day. What's up, Katie? But yeah, I might go over this video just because this is when I was first kind of like waking up to stuff and learning more, looking at more studies, stuff like that. And so I would like to see how much I've expanded on my ideas since then, how much has changed. It's probably kind of hard to get through, but I think it'd be a good idea to go over this.
I just want you to not rape me. That's it.
True. Yeah, my girlfriend at the time, this was like my second video essay I put out. The first one was Why I Left the Right. The second one was this one about Kyle Rittenhouse. And she kept telling me, she's like, you gotta stop streaming and just do video essays. Like it's so much better. You were right or alt right? I was a big fan of Richard Spencer, and I believed in a lot of the things that he said. I liked him a lot, but I was never anti-Jewish. I was never, I never believed in like any of the Jewish conspiracy theories. But for the rest of it, I was pretty on board. Did you see all the Sondsol stuff? No. I'm assuming you're talking about on Twitter. Did he get banned? Sass, stop saying OMG, Tom. Okay, I'm gonna have to time you out if you keep doing it, because you're just gonna piss me off too much to where I'm just not gonna be able to focus anymore. Thank you for the link. Looks like people want to act like Sondsol does not deserve this smoke, so let's build a nice timeline for you because people just want to make shit up. I give you Exhibit A. Again, Sondsol posted this on his alt on May 19th. This was a QT directed at me. Easy Gamer GG. Why do you add filters to make yourself look black, Joey? Wait, is that really Sonsol's alt? Easy Gamer GG. Because this just doesn't sound like something Sondsol would say. So did he say that it was his alt? Okay. So I thought someone said that this was tweeted out and then Joe made it his profile picture. Yeah, there's a waiting room. If I ever have like the logo right here that has my name on it, then that means people can call in. I'm going to be real with you. If, as a meat eater, you're often seeing insulting meat people while cuddling with vegan men known to use tactical T word, you'll obviously won't be getting flowers from your own community. I wish y'all had another drama to colonize. Joe literally engaged with Sondsol first. Why are you and him upset when Sondsol fired back? You're literally unhinged here, man. I wish you the best. It might be wise to take a break. You're in too deep. This was brought to light days after, but has origins of far back as Monday, May 15th, where Sondsol posted these himself in a Discord. This was directed to SB, who does not need to be involved, and Fanatic. Exhibit B. Since people got mad over that meme calling Shark a slave, can y'all bring that same energy towards shit like this? That ain't bad. You don't look good black. Is this what you need? OMG, is that Joe Lewis? WT is wrong with you people. Bro, I'm shook. I've seen white Joe Lewis before IRL. Yeah, he looks like a bunch of people that I know. This is not the only time Sondsol shared this. He also shared this to his audience, which was clipped by YOLO Bong in Stuff, stamped at 6 days prior at the time of me typing, which comes from a VOD entitled Oh Whoa, Sond, your content is so big, ooh woo, which is still up. Exhibit C. White Joe Lewis. In fact, here's the entire piece in and out of context before, since you motherfuckers are immune to facts, Prior to his weird diatribe of me, someone in his chat asked for a white MF Endless. Exhibit D.
A completely uncontroversial statement in any fucking political side of the aisle you're on. Like, I just don't know. Can we get a whiteface MF Endless? Let me just contact my source. My chat is requesting a white MF Endless. Is that a lot of trouble for you? They also made a black version of me if you guys want to see that. I don't think that I look particularly. They forgot my ear and my neck here, so I don't look that black. But they made a black Sondsol too. I really think that the white the white Joe Lewis is so fucking good. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna. White Joe Lewis just looks like a white guy. That shit's fucking crazy good. That shit's crazy good. Anyways. He looks like the Smash Mouth guy. Wait, hold on. Who is the Smash Mouth guy? I don't know what anyone in Smash Mouth looks like. Black Sondsol needs work. Black Sondsol needs work. White Joe Lewis, though?
The people on the right are two black creators with white face. Yeah, I know who they are. They're watching my panel and shitting on it for being racist. Sounds pretty racist. I didn't know about it till about 30 minutes ago.
White Joe Lewis? Hello, my fellow African brothers. Ubuntu, or whatever the fuck. What was the Channel 5 Africa? Okay, that's not what I want. Let's go to YouTube. One second. What's the Channel 5? Uhuru. That's what it was. Where is it? Oh my god, did they get rid of almost all of them? Oh, no.
Uhuru, everybody! Uhuru means freedom in Swahili. I just want to welcome all of you today and thank all of you for coming out to the March for Reparations to African People. Uhuru, give yourselves a round of applause.
Yep. I'm a descendant of settlers, and I believe in reparations in order to heal our nation. And we need to address racially based climate change in order to save our planet, in order to save this race. And we need to give reparations before we're going to be able to heal
Okay,
anything,
enough.
including our planet.
Enough. Okay, we're gonna watch the fucking Katie stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. He then decided, since his racist meme was not going over very well and being outed that it was his alt account, decided to lie to Punish Mother about me. I wish you had the energy to shit on people like Joe when he literally advocates against race mixing. Ironic, with his non-black girlfriend endorses messages from other black creators calling for racial violence, etc. But you can comprehend this is actually worse than that, I guess. Sondsol is unwell and a child. I don't know how else to describe it. He built some fantasy about me and then decided to just go after me after I held a public opinion about the situation with Shark. It's pretty funny, but probably not great. Ain't no way. Some guy who asked me to think about Shark's feelings because of how racism is wrong and hurtful. When he does it, it's chill though. No biggie. Sorry you have to deal with this bullshit. Joe Lewis. You just took this at a bad time. I can assure you, we all have our bad moments. Sondsol did. I didn't take it. And the facial expression isn't the major concern here, Katie. Why are you wearing black hairstyles less than a week after calling a black man Receipts needed on calling that guy a raccoon, and not just a clip of her saying it out of context. She called Karantos it shortly after letting her whole panel shit on him. I'll grab a link. Damn, dude. Where's the clip? I thought he was grabbing a clip.
Progressives, centrists, and so funny hearing progressives, centrists, and conservatives all like explain to you what racism is and how like if black people calling each other coon is like using. So funny hearing progressives,
Yeah, it doesn't sound like she called anybody a coon there. I'm in Eastern time. I don't know. I don't know why making a white version of somebody would be racist. Like, white people don't care about whiteface. That's not a thing. But the other ones, the Asian ones, those are bad. Those are pretty weird. Bosch said Asians are white. So did Joe Lewis. I don't know what the controversy is in Twitch poll with people making different race versions of people. All I know is, where are the different race version images of me? Hello? I don't. I don't get it. Is this supposed to be Stardust? I don't understand. Or is this just a joke? She said she photoshopped it for her, but it doesn't look. It's just a picture of some random white woman. Yeah, you guys are all lost too. Well, yeah, this is responding to the original post. So it's Stardust saying she wants a white version of herself. And then it's Brianna Wu saying, here you go. And then it's just a white woman. Tommy Laren. It's who I thought it was at first, but I don't think that is. Crap. It just doesn't look like her. Oh, there it is. Yeah. All right. I'm going to sleep. Is anybody else on? Just the Young Turks. Where's Zonia been, dude? So it looks like Pixie and Aaron are rescheduling again. So I will just stop telling you guys when we schedule something, and then when they show up, they show up. I think Tuesday I have a debate. Let me check. crap. I can't remember. I feel like I'm supposed to have a debate on Tuesday, but I don't remember who it's with. Yeah, Tuesday's tomorrow for me too. I mean, it's 6 a.m. on Monday morning, so. Yeah, I feel like there's something, but I can't remember. I guess whenever somebody starts messaging me pissed off that I'm late, we'll find out. Yeah, I'll probably be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I'll see you next time. Later, fools. Later, fools.